Oi Matto and Chatto sick Matt Jam sick Harold sick down. So many months, let's go.
Hello, chatto. It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, we have still got a lot of money to spend and need to find a DM/DC to give a backup to Stapelfeld. That left wing back we signed has joined us, and he is absolutely insane. I've set up 1900 scout reports on amateur players, so we'll be looking through those today. Champions League is back, the league is back, more signings to come, all that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. And we're fucking dancing. If you can call that dancing, which you might just be able to. Bay Hudson, thank you for the 58
months. In the United Kingdom, red kites were ubiquitous scavengers that lived on carrion and rubbish. Shakespeare's King Lear describes his daughter Goneril as a detested kite, and he wrote, "When the kite builds, look to your lesser linen," in reference to them stealing washing hung out to dry in the nesting season. In the mid-15th century, King James II of Scotland decreed that they should be killed wherever possible, but they remained protected in England and Wales for the next 100 years as they kept.
There we go. Bird chat. Bird chat picks up. Last stream messed up. That'll be last stream. Very much last stream. When I said it was Saturday. It's never Saturday. I mean, it is, but not on stream. It hasn't been Saturday on stream for 3 years, I think. At least 3 years. It's been a while. Bay, thank you for the 57 months. As for the loan farm thing, let me just turn the music down slightly. It definitely is still possible in 26. So, is it possible without the loan farm? I don't know. Hadrian was doing some tests with that exact concept before Christmas. I actually haven't heard from Hadrian for a couple of weeks. So, Hadrian, if you do see this, I hope you're okay, dude. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh my god, where are you? I just, I want people to be okay. So I hope you're well. Zoltas. That makes more sense than what I just said. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. That's very kind of you. Yeah, no, it is possible. 100%. Like, fully percent. Oh, thank you, Ben. That's really nice of you to say. When did you find the content? I'm curious. Whenever people find the content that are new, I suppose, I'm always curious as to how they stumbled upon it. Oh, dear. A lovely Sunday. Oh. So we knew that, I heard that United had a penalty on stream, and then I finished stream, and then chat went, oh, no, it's a free kick now. I was like, oh, thank God for that. And then they just scored from the free kick anyway. The first thing that happened when I turned the game on was the goal. And you know what? I think I would have honestly just rather lost 2-0. I genuinely think I would have rather lost 2-0. My empty head. Did I accidentally hit the mic? My apologies, chatto. I'll try to calm down. Sorry, the Saturday stream. I wonder when the last time I actually streamed on a Saturday was that wasn't on part of a showdown. Because it probably would have been. Oh, the Kevin goal. I'm so happy for him. But I'm also gutted for him too, because I think that goal being the equaliser and it staying like that would have been, I mean, it's a great boost for him anyway, but it's kind of robbed him of his moment a little bit. And that kind of does suck for the young man, but it's nice to see that he's actually got that in his locker. I mean, he nearly scored that exact goal against Leeds in his debut. He just hasn't been able to get back to there since then, right? There you go, Zakoi. But that dude, it could be 2 games to go. Then what would he do? What do you do at that point, right? You have to actually start making content. Part of Z's... No, it wouldn't have been the Z League thing that we did with all the controversy. That was during the week. In fact, that was usually a Wednesday or Thursday night, I believe. Because that was across the summer, and I remember our weird little vibes corner. So that should be Monday, yeah. Was it a Civ? I swear the Civ stream was a Friday. FIFA E could be, yeah. Actually, yeah, it probably was. Oh, 2 weeks. Oh, that's awesome, man. I do have YouTube stuff, like proper YouTube stuff as well. Contrary to, admittedly, if you found me last year, you'd totally be right and go, no, you don't. But as of now, I'm officially a YouTuber again and all that jazz. Right, let me get off my big face so we can get into some stuff today. You did, that Talby goal was... I'd say the Talby one was more satisfying because of the little clip off the crossbar. Every goal is made better by that little clip off the crossbar. Rebuild of Greece is easy. It depends on what you mean by rebuild of Greece. Like, what exactly would be the goal, the end goal of the rebuilding of Greece in that situation, I guess. Hello, Hassan. How are you going, my friend? Right. I only know Mr. Assistant. Yeah, that was when it completely lost the plot, wasn't it? Rebuild the nation. Yeah, sorry. But, okay. How do I quantify that? As in, what is the goal? What is a quantifiable goal when you would say, right, the nation is rebuilt? What would something that would have to be achieved in order for that to have counted as rebuilt, right? Make it top 3. Wow, okay. It's certainly not too easy. Basically, any nation taking them, building a nation style to top 3 is not easy to do at all. Like, it's... if you mean like in terms of the overall coefficients and stuff, then yeah, it's have separate teams in the European Championships. Now, getting another team in your country to win a European Championship that isn't Europa League and Conference League is definitely doable. We've done it before. Champions League, forget about it. It would be almost impossible. I don't know if that's a great idea, Rob. Does that mean I have to watch my language? I have to start speaking in Polish now. Dzień dobry, everybody. Rebuilding the Greece economy. I don't know. Isn't that on loan from Germany at the moment? That's a tough one. So, a couple of things to catch you up on. I've set up some, how can I describe this? Scouting priorities. You know, I promised on the last stream that I was going to have a look through my, the charts I'd made about the best nations to look for amateur and non-contract players. So before stream today, I decided to go through and do a bit more of that, not realizing how many players I was adding to the scout reports while doing that. So yeah, we've got, it was actually over 2,000 at one point, and I've only gone a week. So they should get through them pretty quickly because most of them will be absolute gash. She's nearly 2. Oh, fine then. I nearly just did it there out of vibes, but I won't. But yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. It's how do I do? What you do, Solat, you become Prime Minister. That's the step 1. Unfortunately, I don't have any more steps after that. And I'm honestly not sure that's the ultimate solution for you there either. Kev's birth year. Kev's birth year? Oh, I see. Basically, like I said, every single country I went through on my list, and that's how we ended up with, because obviously some of them have a lot of countries. So for example, Germany, France, and Spain and Italy, there's between 700 and 2,000 players in those ones. So what I did for those is I did any of international appearances, a few of the top ones, who has the most goals, and then I started sorting by what we knew about different attributes of theirs, just to sort of get, so we might find a lot of guys with 20 jumping reach appearing, a lot of guys with high paced acceleration, a lot of guys with high teamwork in there too. But what I'm noticing in a lot of these searches, note how this one's actually different for Argentina, but a lot of them, the players were all 18 years old, and there was no new players coming through. And this is what I'm on about with the Belgian amateur method. A lot, especially in the European nations, you'll find that after about season 5, season 6, they stop basically producing players for these because it's done to fill quotas in certain parts of the database at the beginning, basically. So countries like Argentina, it seems to work continually, and there's always a little fresh group of them. But there are a lot of nations that will completely just sort of not appear after a while. So that's why it sort of becomes less effective at that point. But I've gone through and I've added loads of those. But I did them obviously behind all of our transfer room in stuff. That way they will be at the back of the list. Default colors or the dark version of the skin. I'm using the default version of the skin, as in like the default colors for the game, because I actually like the game's aesthetic. But yeah, that's all I've got right now. I just use the default version of the skin. Nothing changes on top of that. There was a lot of questions about this on the VOD as well. All the stuff you're seeing regarding the scouting changes as well, that is all built into the skin too. The only difference is on the skin, I can't show you. It's no longer on scout position. It changes the overall view to be the one that Saz uses. Essentially, that's the only difference, basically. Yeah, become Prime Minister, profit. It's usually what works, right? Generally speaking. That's a bit too Dennis for me. Right, so yeah. One thing I want to show you, though, is the one player that has joined us since last stream. Oh, also, Naeem's annoyed at me because I wouldn't let him move to Al Ahly. It's typical, isn't it? What I do want to do, though, before we do anything else, is switch this back to team report scouting views, because that's where a lot of this is going to be useful for us today. And I don't want to miss out any players, because there was a couple of guys, even when I looked before stream, before I switched off of it anyway. So I want to set this to 21, because just in case. And we want scouting knowledge is at most none. And then... oh yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I was like, what the hell am I looking for here? It's potential, isn't it? That. There we go. Now, some of them might have already been scouted. So a couple of them have already gone into the loop now, so they've been removed off this list. But we're on to the Egyptian players, and you can see that at Pyramids, there is a couple of guys that might be worth a little looky look. Perhaps not anything spectacular, but it's beginning. How's the YouTube stuff going, Rob? First and second teams to the Tahitian Cup semi-finals. Oh, it has to happen. You have to... could you maybe set some players available for your second team to boost them up a little bit so you can play them in the final? Guaranteed win, right? Definitely not match fixing in any way. I hate the Red Wings. I know. I didn't realise we were playing them twice in a row. We're just kind of ass at the moment. I really don't think we're going to be any good until after the Olympic break now, because a lot of players seem to have their minds in Italy, still without Landy and Taves. We just don't look like the same team at the moment. And I guess we'd rather have this issue now than during the playoffs, but it is definitely... we're not good to watch at the moment. 21 shots or something. So, basically, to my knowledge, now this may have changed in 26, it lasts for 30 days. So any player that appears in here is a guy that we've scouted in the last 30 days, generally speaking. So as long as you're checking this every couple of weeks, it will always have the most up-to-date things on it. And of course, if you do scout a player from this, the second they count as being actively scouted by one of your scouts, they'll get removed off the list automatically, which is tremendous. Now, we've only got about 250 of these on at the moment. What I'll do is later in the window, or later in the year, add in loads more, because you really want at least 2 years worth of them at any given time. Otherwise, you'll just be scouting the same players over and over again, and it kind of gets a bit pointless. You want to have at least, I'd say, 750 is probably a good one to aim for. That will give you 2 years worth and a little buffer, and then you can just sprinkle in any other teams you like after that point, pretty much. 500,000 of a week. That's hilarious. I'm not sure anyone. I just do not care about the Saudi League at all. Every time I've watched any kind of like content from it, or like the quality difference is so different, obviously, but it's just, I don't know. I don't think it's a good watch. I tried watching some of it originally on highlights and stuff when they first sort of became a thing more often, and it was just like, this is not for me, and that's okay. 27 subs? No way. That's awesome. Like, Rob, that's genuinely good. Is there anything you were able to ascertain from those subs in the sense of like where they came from? Because YouTube provides you some really detailed analytics, and assessing that information is vital to understanding where to potentially go next. 1900 team reports? Imagine if I had 1900 team reports. No, we've only got about 250. They are a little bit more slow to set up on 26, I would say, or I was just being a pain in the arse when I'm setting them up. But I will add more. We'll slowly grind our way there, and once we've got them, it's at least easier to maintain them, I would say, at the moment. So, the player I want to show you after we look at Luka Nets is Big John, who might actually give Krzyzanowski a run for his money this year. Oh, Gladback guy, right? Presumably. This is the only guy in the game called Luka Nets. As you say, he really should have been a goalkeeper. Hey, he's available for free, eventually, in a while. Oh, he's a left wing back as well. One trophy since. How's he managed to manage? Well, I mean, sure, that would be every trophy. What was it? The Saudi Super Cup or something? Or the Saudi League Cup Super Cup, perhaps. Oh, God, yeah. It flashed up on my app, because obviously I was watching the other game, and it said professional handball. And my brain was like, I've never heard it described like that before. Is that just a normal handball, but in a suit? Because I'm here for it. It's a silly goose handball. I want to know how he thought he was going to get away with it. Because, like, it's VAR. Just let the goal go in, surely. But it's... I guess it's one of the things where you can't really control, you know, those sort of situations, but still. No, 950 is actually really good. 950 is great. My dream scenario is around about 1,000, because that gives you 2.5 years, and then you're really kind of cooking. Fully scouted. So all the players that are on the team report scouting list, these guys are not scouted at all. But they appear here because they've had like the most basic if they appear here, it means they've been scouted in the team report scout, but not officially scouted by one of your scouts, which means you get like the most bare bones information, which will depend on how much scouting knowledge you have of that nation in general. So every player here would need to be scouted further in order for you to actually see. Obviously, we're not going to do that, because the whole point of this is that you don't do that. The great thing about the way we set up team reports now is that this exists to allow us to not have to scout loads of players, because now we can just look at the very best ones, get those into the list, and then they go through. Now, admittedly, we probably won't see any of these reports come through properly for like a month. Now, the 5-star, I already did that, yeah. But that's all you do. You just look for anyone who's good in here, add them to the scouting list. We'll see him in about 6 months, because there's 1,900 players ahead of him in the queue. But that's okay. Some of them are bound to be good. The Villa goal. Yeah, where the ball went out of play, what was it, 19 seconds there? The only thing I saw, because I didn't see the full thing, presumably Brentford never got the ball back at any stage from there. I feel like it would have been different if the passage of play had continued loads and the ball had changed hands after that. But if they kept the ball from that moment, then I can't really... whilst annoying, I'm like, it's technically correct, isn't it? It's one of those things. Right, okay, yeah. So, I'll show you Big John, because I have to. He is so much better. We've got 12 scouts now, which is why I felt more comfortable doing this, because we can work through them pretty fast. 2 passes than they shot. Yeah. Then I really wouldn't have any complaints. I've got more complaints about the offside call it off. Just... It's offside by his elbow. I like that. My biggest issue with the ones where they're offside by their shoulder or whatever is when I know for a fact that they would have disallowed a goal if it was scored like that, because they always do most of the time, right? More players need to start scoring goals with their shoulders just to put the pressure on them, I say. Screw the headers. Give it the old bit of that, you know? That looked weird. Okay, I've got to show you him now. Slanky's first. To be fair, I feel like they have more of a case because he does kind of kick through him. I think. Is that the one where he kicks through him? That one I can sort of see more. Yeah, the shoulder offsides are annoying. But I'm not complaining because, like, oh, Fulham got robbed, because Brighton got robbed against us the other week with the exact same thing. That Danny Welbeck one was almost identical in terms of its shoulder offside nonsense. Was he fouling at the time, maybe? Just stuck his arse out a little bit more than normal. I think that Cuenca was possibly offside from the next phase anyway. So maybe just use that to disallow it. Just a bit easier, innit? So, where is he? You think, because we didn't know what he actually looked like in terms of his attributes. We just saw some good things about him. When I tell you, however good you thought John Olufumi was going to be, or Olufumi John was going to be, I promise you he is better. You're not ready for this, right? If you're not currently looking at the screen and you're just using, I'm in your ears right now, this would be a moment to just put me main tab for just 1 second. I'll give you 5 seconds. And... oh, God. So he had ranges. So we thought we liked his ranges. Except his ranges are pretty much top of every single one. 16 pace, 16 acceleration, 17 balance, 15 tackling, crucially, 15 marking. Work rate is solid, teamwork solid, off the ball's good, leadership is very high as well. Actually, he's determined, he's got good decisions, he's got 15 dribbling. How much was he? I can't remember, but not very much. Oh, he's better than Krzyzanowski, honestly. We've got finally a bit more depth on the left-hand side now. We've got Krzyzanowski, John, and Damasiewicz, and it is so much better. More finishing. He probably does, actually. I've got him on passing at the moment because his passing is only 10, and I wouldn't mind getting that bumped up to like a 12. Crossing, actually, you're not wrong. Yeah, I hadn't even... Actually, you might be right. Crossing might be better. What does crossing hit? It obviously hits crossing, but what else does it hit? Yeah, never let them into the set pieces. Free kicks of 1, which is ironic considering a free kick is a cross, sort of, right? Purple tier. Sorry, purple tier loot. Thank you for the follow. He's just exceptional. So we got him from a transfer arena thingy. Let me just try and find our... Oh, no, we can just look at him here, can't we? Enugu Rangers. 425k. I mean, it's just... We thought he looked good when we signed him. But obviously we didn't have him fully scouted. But I can't remember exactly what his profile looked like before we signed him. But Sanfo's the DM right now because Staplefield picked up an injury right before today's game. Our biggest task, I would say, across today's stream is to find that extra guy for that position. The Sanfo, well, the Staplefield Van den Bosch replacement kind of guy. Not replacement, but like another guy for that position because we really are light in that particular position. The only other player that's really available in our team for that is Saber Sanfo. Now, honestly, he's good, but he's not that good. Attribute-wise, he's okay, but long-term, I don't think he's going to be that great. Right now, he's okay for the job because he is actually tall. He's just not very good on the ball. That's the biggest issue with him. I don't trust him to be able to pass the ball particularly well. We are going to need another Staplefield-esque type of dude for today. I also moved a few guys down to the B team as well who were just unlikely to get any game time recently. So they've gone as well. People like Castillo, unfortunately. And he hasn't kicked off, to be fair. Oh, yeah, he'd be worth 70 million. Team training and individual training. So team training, I'm not touching at all. That is just whatever my assistant is doing. I still haven't waded into that stuff yet because it was still a bit of a pain. I might revisit that again at some point. As for the individual training, right now what I do is pretty much, if a player has a weakness, then I'll whack them on an individual training focus to extend that, to make that weakness better. Before they're about 22. After 22, 23, you're going to get less progress out of that, so I normally just stick them on role training for whatever role they're playing. But I find that before they are 22, 23, if they've got a big weakness for the role you want to play, and there's an actual focus that will in theory help that, that's the best time to get that on that, rather than making all of their attributes better across the broad scope. Try to focus on that one thing that's going to make them a lot better. That's what I like to do anyway. And it seems to work relatively well. Ankle first. Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked at it beyond that. All I saw was it looked like he kicked through him, but ultimately I don't really care. Fair play to Spurs for coming back, though. Gary Neville had an unbelievable line in that game that they used in the commentary, which was City were being in danger of being dragged into a charity match. And I was just like, wow. Now, I didn't see the game, obviously, but that was a line and a half. Yeah, he may not even have the PA, because I'm already seeing little cracks in the veneer here, but ultimately it doesn't even matter that much because he's got driven personality. shame it's not resolute really, but he's great. I'm really thinking that he feels like a Naeem of the left side, except slightly worse crossing. But I'm hoping his dribbling ability will get him into those positions in the same way Naeem does, which is awesome. Slavka, I had a little look at Slavka. He's an option as well, but when I turned on the settings on here, just have a look through the order of the players that my assistant was recommending, Slavka was so far down. We do need to sign another guy, basically, because none of them are going to be like great for now. We definitely need to find that's going to be our goal today, probably, is to find a player for that role that is like Stapelfeld, but maybe not as good, but still has the PA, perhaps. Seppel, thank you for the follow. But yeah, Slavka is an option too. Getting a tactical familiarity. Fair enough. I don't. Basically, the reason I do the individual focus thing is because if you've got a player, if you put them on role training, you're essentially saying, hey, here's 10 things that you need to do, and you're going to get a little bit better at all of those 10 things. But if they're already good at 8 of those things, you're sort of adding diminishing returns to an area that's already good. Whereas if you focus on one of those 2 things, you could get maybe a huge progression in that particular thing that then makes them a more well-rounded player. That's the reason I do it, basically. And also because it does actually work in that sense. Now, how well that works this time around, we don't know. But that's the reason I do it, at least. Latest update. Well, the guide video itself will be from when the guide video was made, but I always try to update anything new in each subsequent sort of Building a Nation video that I make. Though there wasn't really any major changes from the last time. The only thing was the only thing that's changed between this and the last patch was the fact that the coefficient screen that shows you the yearly coefficients currently shows the women's ones for both the men and the women's ones. It doesn't matter because you could just look at it on the other screen and it works under the hood just fine, but it is a little bit annoying. Dropping DM's roll. Dropping DM roll? I'm not sure what you mean by dropping DM roll. Is that a thing? I don't remember. Maybe it is, but hang on, I'll have to have a look because it is a bit of a niche situation. I think either we want to be looking halfback, but a halfback isn't a centre back. I still want to have I'm not changing the tactic just to do this. I'm happy with the tactical setup. Although, the one thing I might still change about the tactic is that possession role. But unless it's a centre-back, then it's not going to fit in the tactic, is it? I mean, unless it does. But if they're a DM, they wouldn't be a centre-back at that point. So, we'll see. But I do have a plan to maybe change that role around a little bit. I'm just not sure I want to do that with it. I do still want to have 3 centre-backs ultimately out of possession. Because it just seems to work reasonably well for us. Yeah, Chuba Akpom's actually been here for a couple of years. Ooh. They changed the graphics. I'm confused. This looks different to me. Actually, that looks really nice, but I'm just confused. Is this part of the skin? Or have FM just actually finally see a bit out of possession? But if that was the case, then why would we need... It seems like a leftover thing from FN25. Sorry, FN24. Preference player. Oh, I see what you mean. Wait. Except when you're looking for things to transfer them in, you can't, as far as I remember, set roles anyway. You have to set positions, so you wouldn't be able to do that. And when you're looking for... I never look at roles specifically when scouting anyway, because I find it's a pain in the arse. Because the game, unless you have a player scouted to the max, then it's sort of going to give you bad results. If you're playing like with attribute masking off, you'd find loads of stuff. You can. Can you? Okay, interesting. Definitely have to look into that then. I thought you couldn't. Oh my god. For a second, I actually thought that was us. Oh, go on, Anwar. He's annoyed at me at the moment, but we'll figure that out. I want a better game out of Montparnasse as well. God, I love being able to see all the latest scores on the league table at the same time. It is just so good. Is it? Okay, that's cool. It will severely limit our options, though, I'd be willing to bet. I suspect this is one of these things where, because... We'll definitely give it a go. There's no harm in trying it, but I'd be willing to bet that it's not going to find us anything. Just because when you get too specific there on roles, then again, it's not about our scouting knowledge, is it? It's about what the other team are doing. Montparnasse! Finally! Finally, it's his second game. The Red Mumbler bangs one. That is a beautiful finish from Stefani Montparnasse. Come on! Up the Mumblers. That was nice. Who got the assist? Wait. Oh no, does he shoot or something? Oh, it was John actually of all. Oh no, he passed it across. Bang. Montparnasse, assist from the new man. Yeah, I think he will get credited with an assist the second it loads in properly. Right? I feel a bit bad for John, though, if he doesn't get an assist for that. I think he will. The game sometimes does that. There we go. Yeah, we're fine. Mumbler does have decent long shots, which is just as well, because I think he has a trait that means he takes them. 14. What's his trait? Oh, no, he doesn't. Sick. Glorious. It would, Mushrat, but right now, we've sort of gone from I want to play for a role to let's change the whole tactic, and that's the exact opposite of what I want to do, basically. Like, I'm willing to make tactical changes, and because I do think that role does need some work, but I don't want to do that on the basis of that. I'd rather that be a thing we try throughout the season with other ideas rather than just trying to change it. I feel like the boot colours have also been updated. Luis Eduardo feels like he's in... Was he in white boots before? Or are these his away boots? Go on, John. Here we go. Oh, this is... That dribbling ability is going to be absolutely outrageous. I can already feel it. Oh, nice. Go on, Ali. Bang it. It's 2. This is looking good. They got a new brand deal. Hello, Ginger. How's it going, man? Playing advanced centre-back instead of having them know 2 positions mechanically. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm a bit confused. Because an advanced centre-back... I mean, sure. I guess the reason is, presumably the role exists because an advanced centre-back won't do exactly the same thing. The thing I like about being able to have in and out possession is that we can have our DM push up way more, and I get the feeling that an advanced centre-back won't actually do that, otherwise the role wouldn't need to exist. So, like... Because basically the way it works is, in possession, we have a DM, which means he can push right forward, but tends to be... It's this guy here, isn't it? No, it's not. It's him. So it's Sanfo. He will push right up here, and sometimes will be genuinely... Not edge of the box, but sort of in this kind of area. You can see how far he comes forward. I feel like an advanced centre-back wouldn't do that anyway. Oh, hello. Go on. Dushan, round the side for Furman again. Oh, okay. It's also partly just that I wanted to play a tactic that at least made you a little bit more use of the in and out of possession tactical stuff. More so than perhaps a normal tactic. Because I feel like you could probably get away with a more stable system that doesn't actually have as much changes in and out of possession. But I quite like the fact that we do that. And I think in the latter stages, when we find more specialised players, that will be more fun to do. You got a brand deal. Okay. Docampo with the clean sheet so far hasn't had to do a lot, to be fair. So far, actually. Samfo's on a 7.1. In a game where he's not contributed a goal or an assist either. Their OPPDA is 90. How has managed to do that? Play DM and then DM responsibility to play a centre-back. Yes, but the game doesn't... it just doesn't simply work like that. If you get a guy who's a dropping DM, he isn't going to sit as deep as you want him to actually play like that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for a centre-back role. That's the issue. Like, I want him to actually be a centre-back out of possession, not, like, create the idea of a centre-back, but actually physically be and play like one, crucially. The wing-backs are having a bloody lovely time. Now, we may have only put in, like, 3 crosses, but... Actually, no, it'd have to be a few to get 53, right? Either way, my plan today is to find a Stapelfeld type of dude. I'd be willing to just look at a DM that you can... I think your best bet, actually, would be to find a centre-back who's got good on-the-ball attributes and retrain him to play in possession a bit further up, I guess. That's the plan. And ultimately, I'm still not going to change the tactic just to do this because we like it. I like the tactical setup right now. We're winning games with it. We're playing well. I do want to make some little tweaks to that later down the season, perhaps, to try and get more out of the role. But not for this purpose. Right. Tony Sunday would... Nah, Sunday was quite short, if I remember. We've been great in this first half. And Sanfo's been excellent too. So what I might do is set up one that just looks at centre-backs. All we really want is a guy who's a centre-back, but he's got decent passing. So like ball-playing centre-back type players that are a bit more versatile, pretty much, is what we're looking for. If they're young enough, you can just retrain them to play DM, and then you don't have that whole problem we've had with trying to retrain players to play out-of-possession tactics. Because as we've already discovered with Kazemka, it simply doesn't work very well. But if you do it the other way around, where you're training them in possession for that, then it should work just fine, in theory. Still got to find the guy, but there should be enough players out there like that. We might already have a couple ourselves, to be fair. Strong tool DMs. You sign good stuff. Yeah, if you go for the strong tool DMs one, the issue becomes you can't retrain players out of possession roles. You'd have to train them there in possession, then it kind of gets all murky. So you'd really have to go for centre-back to push forward rather than the other way around. Hopefully in 27 or whatever, that won't be a problem because it shouldn't be really a thing that you'd have to do. Oh, shit. That's a really nice pass as well, and it's wide. The sheer aura of Docampo was enough to put them off. Ernest Nurmar. Did they really? I love that they've got Thiago up front against us as well. Sounds like an old Ernest. Yeah, this is the tactic you actually see quite a lot in Poland, as it happens. Favourite role bin? I love a channel midfielder. I think that the channel midfield role in this tactic has been one of the biggest sort of standouts from it, because you've got... Well, originally we had James Igbekeme, and he was monstrously good. I might make some subbies now, I should just realise. Particularly as John is a bit tired. Does he have... Oh, I didn't look at that. Does he have low natural fitness by any chance? No, I think he's okay. Maybe it was just because he's only just joined us, in fairness. Jens Hjertedal can come off for... Ooh, Ranji. Why not? Qatar's been kind of poor, but we've got Duru. Montparus... that's only 3 subs, actually. We've got a decent enough bench to maybe make an option here. Do I get Nigel in now? Or Hoffman, perhaps? Hoffman is a bit of a risk because he doesn't have the... Whoa! Cheers, man. Yeah, I'll flip them both out. Why not? Save the other sub just in case. Yeah, they do play it a lot, I notice. We didn't see it so much in the second tier. When we got to the top flight, that was when we started seeing a lot of this particular shape. New first choice goalkeeper. No need. Remember, the start of last year, De Campo was our first choice goalkeeper. And the only reason Sané even became the guy is because of the injury to... De Campo. So he's essentially just taken a back seat for a year while he recovered from his injury. I still believe that he's going to be good enough. And even then, we do still have Loria as well, remember, the Italian guy. I think De Campo does come good for us. He was good. When we signed him after Christmas in Season 3, that little run he had was exceptional. We've fallen off a little bit in the second half here, but we've not given up a shot on target yet, so team's just kind of chefing. Allow some rest in this. Sanfo's dropped off a little in the second half, interestingly. That might be because of tiredness and other factors. Oh, I agree. So it's a lovely change, and it combines really nicely with the new match engine stuff, basically. Okay, we kind of burst out the traps there a little bit heavy, and then the game just kind of waned on us in the second half, but ultimately got the dub. Can't complain there. Lockers, thank you for the 5 bits, friend. Hope you're well. And a clean sheet for De Campo. I think that's 2 in a row as well. In fact, that's not really... The whole back line gets a decent amount of credit for that. Obradovic was good. Nice. Hello, Asma. Oh, sorry, Almas. Ah, dear. But yeah, that's what we're trying to do, Seabass. We're trying to... Good name. Trying to build Poland, basically. And it's going surprisingly well, actually. Right, nice work. Obviously, we want to win our first few league games as to get a bit of a gap if we can do before the inevitable, because we are in the Champions League playoff again this year. That could be anybody, as we know. Confirm transfer. Who am I confirming? All right. I set out some more loans as well, and we did actually get a few more bids. Oh, that was so annoying. We had a bid from Vidjev Wodge for Fabrice Facone, and I thought that was the kind of loan I really want to be doing, but he's turned them down. That's so annoying. God damn it. Furthest we've been, the group stage. We got to the league, well, the league phase in Season 3, but got absolutely rinsed, as you could probably imagine. I think we got 2 points out of the 8 games. Got a draw at Spurs, though, so there's that. European fixtures, they should come up quite soon. In fact, don't we already have a draw? Oh, we don't. Fabrice's passing. Oh, good question, actually. Yeah. I don't know if he's in the first team or not, actually. Let me just have a look. So, oh, that's the wrong way. Because they don't really want to retrain any of the main 3, because they are so good at what they do already that that would be a waste of their attacking talent. Sorry, their talent. Christ, Matt. Yeah, he's not first team, is he? Oh, Sidibe as well. Hang on a minute. If he could get his passing up, would he be wasted if we moved him further forward? He's got pace. Where's that screen where you can actually look at the... Or can you not do that in 26? I can't remember if you can actually do that in 26 or not. Where you could look at the 8 or 9 passing. It's not too bad. Even pulled rules get rules of space. Very true. Stadium Series game. Oh, I know. 2 goalie fights in 1 year as well. What a day. What a life. What a year. My other issue with Sidibe, I say other issue. If we don't play him, try and do something with him. Yeah. It's one of those use them or lose them type situations as well, where he's going to struggle to get game time just because of the other 3. That being said, we got very lucky with defensive injuries last year. None of the big 3 got a single injury. The only games they missed was due to me rotating them because of Europe. Surely that doesn't happen 2 years in a row. So he probably will get game time there. Grujic is not good enough for that anymore. In that case, it's probably more of a second team jobby, right? So... Oh, he's on the senior squad. Christ on a bike. Jesus, a lot of these strikers down here, aren't there? So there's Valero and Kwaku. What about Kwaku Ajeti? Can tackle, can head, 6'2", work rate's okay, teamwork's good, 13 passing, 11 vision. Aggression's a little low, which actually might be a good thing because it means that if he's not playing as a centre-back, it might not be as important. Resolute personality, can already play a little bit of a midfield role himself as well. He might be the guy. Yeah, first touch is actually 8's not too bad. Starting to train them. That's a good point, yeah. I wish they hadn't got... Because you used to be able to do it on... there was a screen that you could do it on in the game. I quite like him, actually. Last Fulham game. Oh, I don't even. Just... So disappointing. Like, when we scored the goal, the equaliser, that is, I just... With the amount of time that was left, I went for a wee, and the second I came back with Shesko in the box, and then... I like him. I think he could be a stable occupier. I still think we should look for another guy anyway, because it's fun to look for players, but I think he could be the guy to train there, particularly as it means we can train him in possession as... Is it just straight up DM? Yeah, he's got a little bit of a... Berger is... Yeah, Berger had a very good game, actually. He's been a bit hit and miss lately, but that was a very strong performance from him. Joke Newcard, thank you for the 66 months.
Execute order 66, which in this case is a quarter pounder with cheese, 2 large fries, a Smarties McFlurry, 2 apple pies, 6 nuggets and a Diet Coke.
Oh, that's quite a lot, actually. I haven't had Mackies in a while, to be fair. I'm usually more of a chicken select man. Chicken select, large Coke, McFlurry of some form. And if there is mozzarella sticks, I'm in. The best ones were the cheesy garlic bread bites, or whatever they were called. Those were something else. Being linked to Berger over Ugarte. I mean, Berger is an excellent player. I don't think he's a United player, but he's good for us, right? Coke has to be dark. Wow, I just have a Coke Zero, don't I? I actually can't remember the last time I had like a full fat anything like that. I actually forgot you could even buy it. That's a... but you lost to Rick Bonus and the Blue Jackets. Was that a bonus coach Blue Jacket? That's a good one. I do love how much they've just suddenly come back on again. It means you're never getting McKenna, but do it for Sid. Okay, I think Ajeti has then earned that role as the backup in there now. We'll start him next game. I think Stapleton might even be back next game, but that's fine. I have still got... Oh, you know those transfer room in we set up last stream? It only found 2 players, and both of them were like real guys who were a little bit older, would cost us a fortune. Not really the sort of thing we wanted to be spending money on. Plus, particularly as they want to play ahead of Stapelfeld. But that's okay. Oh, actually, what I was going to do was look into that thing you guys were on about with the create requirements. You're right, there is. So roll in possession. It's just defensive midfielder, isn't it? Wait, why was I even looking for this? I've actually forgotten. I might do a default one. Wait. Oh, for God's sake, FM. I hate the way it does that. The fact that it... Oh, selects the wrong box. Hang on, I've now got roll. But that's a... Wait, what? Hang on. In possession, DM, defensive midfielder. Out of possession. Do I have to take it off and then put it back? These are all defensive midfield roles, my friends. He's a centre-back out of possession. Oh, I'm selecting the wrong one. I'm an idiot. Why is there a different one for... Why is there different boxes for... That's so annoying.
Wow, that was such a low-fat, high IQ, not very smart thing to say.
Deary me.
Shiba dog, wow.
Don, thank you for the 200 bits. Oh, I guess it's because I'm so used to shit changing between the 2 fucking clicks that I didn't realise they'd have a different box. Christ on a bike. Right, I guess put centre back on there. I don't think it'll find anything, but I'm going to just leave it blank on roll as well. Actually, no, fuck it. Future prospects. See what we got. You never know. Thanks, John. What a guy. Yeah, I think with Bassi, the whole reason he was on the pitch at that point was quite literally to be able to get a yellow card. He needs to just kick him. Bring him down. That's why you're there at that point. Do not allow that situation to happen. Old Sheik's gone out on loan as well. Yeah, I oofed a little bit there. I've never tried to do that. It's just fouling. Yeah. They want Matulka still. I'm more content to hang on to Matulka. Actually, wait, he is a winger. I might reject that one and see if they come back in later, but I'd be tempted to do that. Just because he's not going to play for us because he's a winger. And if he's wanted by another Polish side... Oh, I did get Bonke Sellier out to Piast Gliwice, even though second tier, so that's good. It's starting to come up a little bit. I was having a massive issue trying to get loans offered out because I'd select a little group of players to try to offer them out. And there'd always be one player in there that I was unable to offer out. And I could not for the life of me figure out why. I also decided to sell Hiroki Yagi to Legia Warszawa for 2 million quid because, obviously, it's all installments and stuff. He's like, what, 6th choice right back at the club now? Wasn't ever going to get a loan. He's not bad either. Like, I think he could develop into a good player for them, but he was never going to get the opportunities at our side now with there being, what, 5 players ahead of him in the pecking order? Novak's injured, which is not great. It's German clubs. Unfortunately, he's going to probably get German club interest for a while now. Manga Sport, okay. They're quite good, to be fair. Right. Another sports scientist is coming in. So Yagi's gone. Excellent. Most of our, like, pretty much every time we get a transfer room inbox thingy today, it is just going to be full of the amateur players. But I would be willing to bet that we're still going to find at least one absolutely monster. Potentially. Yeah, I don't know why he let him go. It's a strange piece of... Maybe it is just because he was fresh on the pitch that he kind of got stuck in 2 minds or something. But just at that point, even if... Take the yellow, knock the game down a bit, stop that kind of momentum that they were picking up almost immediately. That's a lot of expectations supporters have got this season. Entertaining football, sign Polish players. Okay, they're delighted by that apparently. Not sure how. Both entertaining and attacking and possession. Finish above Cracovia in the league, fair enough. Get the better of like, well, that's quite a lot of stuff. They're expecting us to win the Ekstraklasa. That's a huge step up from last year. Are we favourites all of a sudden now? Because remember last year it was like, oh, top half, maybe qualify for Europe. Are we just like expected to win the whole damn thing now? We are apparently, right. Those January signings have really done wonders for us, haven't they? They've just made us so much goddamn better. Like... in a good way, but also now there's an expectation where I suspect the board will be like, oh, yeah, no, you're going to get in the Champions League group stages. It is so good, isn't it? I'm sure there's loads of things in it that I've yet to even understand about it, because I've not even touched those screens yet. But let me tell you, the second I saw the loan extension screen in the skin, given that I had no idea that there was even any changes to that, suddenly they took a very wonderful and refreshing turn. I wonder how long it's going to take. It shouldn't take that long for our guy that we're retraining to learn that role, just because he's already got a lot of familiarity with it anyway. Playing there would help. Abdullahi's out with a cold. We'll send him home just in case, which means... and he'll be back for the next game. Shouldn't we be finding out about... oh, it's only July, actually. I keep thinking it's August. We should get at least some knowledge of who we're going to be playing in the knockout. Well, I suppose it is a knockout, isn't it? In the playoff round very soon. So Kramer there as well. What I might do is just let these loan offers that we're getting sit for a bit until they've all worked themselves out. Because I think what it was is that there was a couple that I might have offered out somewhere that just weren't finalising or finishing the search. And it meant that it was blocking every single other thing from being offered out. Oh, God, no, Bradovic is injured as well. Van der Werf. Does he have an extension? Yeah, we'll just trigger that. And it's only tight calf. Okay, cool. Right. I think what I want to do is look at how... because the other Polish team should, in theory, have people to... they should have games drawn for Europe next season. Or this season, rather. But I cannot for the life of me remember who the hell they were. Spurs have given up. Yeah, they gave up after... what was it? Was it 49 million they bid in the end? I say they've given up. They've given up for now. They may come back again. Right, fixture schedule... so... okay, that is funny. Cracovia have got drawn against Olympiacos in the second round qualifying. That's the team that knocked us out in the playoff round last year. Well, they've fallen off, which means someone else must have won the Greek League for them to have been in there instead. That's great. Back in the day, channel. Oh, it's so good. Did you watch the video about Nigerian gladiators? Brilliant. It's such a fun little channel as well, isn't it? I say little channel. It's got like 40k subs, but it's cool. I love funny channels like that. YouTube actually recommended something good for once. For a while, YouTube recommendations was just like, hey, here's these other channels that you already watch and a video that you've already watched. Wouldn't you like to watch that again? I'm like, no, I wouldn't. Who won the Greek League? I don't know if we were... I mean, we obviously should be able to see that, right? Oh, it's Panathinaikos. That feels a little... not unusual, but... why do I have to click twice? When's the last time Panathinaikos... wow, yeah. Panathinaikos' first title in nearly 20 years. They had sort of been... then again, last year, they weren't even in top 4. Okay. Out of the blue. Yeah, you don't want that. That's the last thing you want. Was that how you found me? Probably not, right? Budweiser skin. I don't even know what that is. But fair. So mid-November, basically the biggest thing is that the game is just in a much better state. It's more stable. A lot of those crashes I had were my fault. So there's that. But it's definitely a lot better. It's evolving in a way that is going to make it continue in theory to get better. So Jagiellonia will be in the Europa League, right? They'll have draws. Or will they actually? No, they haven't even been drawn in yet. And then it's Gdansk. And there'll be one other as well, presumably. I can't for the life of me remember who it is. Ah, they've already got their... Oh, that's tough. Second qualifying run against I-Corp. That is really not easy. We could lose Lechia there. And there's one other as well, I think. Because it was us, Cracovia, Jagiellonia, Lechia, and... Who the hell was it? It wasn't... Was it Lechia? No, it wasn't, was it? Corona. It was Corona Kielce. That's the one. Oh, hang on. Thank you very much for the £10. That's very kind of you, man. That's very unnecessary, but I very much do appreciate that. That's super, super nice. Thank you. Yeah, it was Corona. They're playing Hibs. I suppose at least they can get knocked out there. Good lord, that's not great either. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it's weird. There was a time when I used to be able to go on YouTube Recommended, and it would just be brilliant stuff that was sort of tangentially related to something I'd once watched. And then there was a new to you section that would just throw random shit at you, and it was just like, add to playlist, add to playlist, add to playlist. Oh, it was the best. And last Friday, not the one we just gone, the one before, when I was ill and I was downstairs and scrolling on the TV, for about 2 hours, it actually did that. And I discovered so many... That was where I found Back in the Day. And some other good channels. There was this guy who made his own Coca-Cola recipe. That was interesting as well. There was loads of good shit out of nowhere. And then it's just not been like that again. So strange. Like this channel called Despo. I mean, maybe YouTube were just like, hey, he's actually made a video recently. You should check that guy out, you know? Jeremy Jacquet, I don't know. Yes, so has that gone through yet? Because I suppose it must have done, right? Because it was deadline day yesterday. I guess Fulham was so quiet that I didn't really have... I didn't get that like last day of the deadline vibes that you normally get with those. In fact, what was your club's biggest deadline day move, or did they even make any? Oh, the next season. Oh, I see. I suppose they still had to... Well, did they need to finalise it now and even for that? Or was it just because they felt like it? Second tier of COVID existed? Nice. Shouldn't really... They should be in the 19th tier, really. So there he is. Jeremy Jacquet. Yeah, he's weirdly cheap here at the moment. How much are they paying? Because he's having a lovely... Well... Actually, wait, what the hell happened? He only played 9 games for Stade Rennais last season. He must have had an injury because he's absolutely goated. 60 mil. God damn. By spamming Miss Rachel with Sesame Street. I remember one time I had some friends over when we first moved here, and they were obviously sleeping in the living room, so they were watching YouTube when we got up, and my algorithm for the next like week was just these random Australian comedy sets. It was the strangest thing. No, not comedy set. It was a channel called Auntie Donna or something. I have no idea what it was, but that's what it was. Sammy Smollett, no way. I always liked Sammy. Didn't Spurs sign a guy on loan from a Scottish team or something, did I see? Which caught me out a little bit. Sell a centre-back to Dundee United. Hey, the big one. No, we didn't get Pepe done. As far as I know, we didn't get anything done. We only signed... the only signing we made was... I say only signing we made as if Oscar Bob isn't a brilliant signing. 18-year-old striker, but is it a loan with an option or is it just a straight-up loan? Because I'm failing to see... Or is it just because you've got that amount of injuries? There's a guy, I think it's either at Hibs or something, that Fulham are going to get a massive... Kieran Bowie. Oh, it has an option. I suppose then. That's all right then. Because I saw people reporting that as if, Spurs only signed a guy on loan. I'm like, yeah, but if it's an option, then that's all that really matters, isn't it? Ryan, yeah. I didn't expect him to be in Bournemouth's team so quickly, but he got that assist for the... Oh, Christ. He got an assist on the weekend, didn't he? He looks really good. I guess not. Is every window shut? Now, obviously, Poland isn't, right? Angel Gomez is so out of left field. Because Wolves, right? Is that... It's just an interesting... Has he just not played as much this season? Because he was in England squad contention not that long ago. In fact, I think he was in the England squad not that long ago. So it's odd that... Is he just not playing a lot? But still, great signing for Wolves. Turkey. Oh, yeah. And then obviously Saudi does its own thing, right? Santos. That's cool. I love seeing clubs actually doing the sort of deals that I'd be looking for in FM. I think he might be, or he is just going to be brilliant. But either way, he's certainly not going to make Wolves worse. Although, Burnley last night, doing nothing to help the... Well, doing a lot to help the prediction I made. It's still got some time to happen. Oh. Do you know what? Yeah, I'm going to accept that this time. More playing time. Yeah, he may not get that. I will also do the offer out to the affiliate club thing later as well. Oh, it's tonight still. It's weird. I always considered, like, transfer window was always January 31st. And then it just seems to no longer be that anymore. Jesse Randall sounds American. Just, although I guess Australia possibly. But, like, still. But that's, well, cool. They are bad, but I still think that they finish above Burnley. That was my prediction. And I said this when Wolves had 2 points. I still think they finish above Burnley. Take that back. I don't know who he is. What do I look like? Some kind of Kiwi bird enjoyer? Try to tell you what. I wouldn't kick him out of our team. He's really, really good. What's his record like for Hearts? I mean, 14 in 27. That's basically a goal a game. That's good numbers. Where does San Jose? I forgot about Timo Werner. I mean, maybe he'll be the thing that keeps Wolves up. Birds of stream crash. So, ironically, during the intro period, I was looking out the window and this really nice bird landed on a tree just across the thingy. I was trying to get my phone to take a picture of it because it's not a bird I'd really seen before. It was bigger than a normal sort of bird that you see around the garden. It was a lot lighter too and also had a green hue to it. And I was like, damn, maybe it's just someone's released parrot. Some girl math. That was the point. It was a reference to Eni Aluko. Was it Eni Aluko? Saying that a player had like 5 in 10, which was basically a goal a game, which is just one of my funniest lines ever. He's really good. Yeah, I mean, obviously, that means he's going to be that good, James, right? He's probably not that good now. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Jens, lay off the running on stones or something. Maybe it was a parakeet. I don't know. It was a government drug. Possibly. Well, for example, historically, Paynton down in Devon, they had, like, an abnormally large population of wild parrots, did they not? Because they'd escaped from Paynton Zoo. Well, that was something my parents told me when I was a kid, so it could have changed. Don't take... I've got the it's fine. Luckily, the garden doesn't overlook anything. Other than, well, trees with birds in. Which is all you really want. That is a good point. I did hear a humming. Maybe it was a hummingbird. Or it was the motor going a bit fucky. Suleiman's up to stay. Well done. Bear in mind, this Suleiman guy... I turned down a loan move for him from a club that was based in Lebanon, I think. He then got annoyed at me for turning down the loan move because he was desperate to go out on loan. He has now turned down loads more loan moves. Just make your mind up, buddy. Yeah, we're up to Ivory Coast now, which is excellent. Because I think I'll actually swing by in a minute. Just to see if there is... There's bound to be a couple in there, right? Even at the stage we're at. There's bound to be a couple of Ivorians that are worth a little looky look. Jesse Randall. Sounds like a character from Recess. The drone's battery. It could be. There he is. Look at him in all his Aussie glory. ASEC will be on there. ASEC will be towards the back of the Ivorian ones because for some reason they didn't have any players in the under-19 squad. So I had to go to their under-21 or under-23 squad or whatever it was to actually find ASEC, but I wasn't going to miss them out. Best loan player that's ever joined your club. Ooh. 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 Probably Alexander Mitrovic. Oh, no, was that a loan? I can't remember. I think it was a loan. I think Mitrovic's deal to Fulham initially was a loan, and then we bought him outright in the summer after the loan spell. So probably Mitrovic? Perhaps. Yeah, I think it would have to be. Unless I go back further, and then it's more difficult because I can never remember exactly how contracts... Woodpecker. Oh, I think you're right. I think it might have been a woodpecker. Possibly. It had a touch of the woodpeckery. I guess it's different now because there's a lot more of these like loans with an option type of deals going around that... Well, I suppose what we're really looking for is the loanee that is only ever just a loanee. Like they're on loan. For example, Manor Solomon. No, wait, was he? Yeah, he was on loan at Fulham, wasn't he, technically? He was brilliant. And then obviously as a result of that loan spell, he ended up getting a move to Spurs, and that's definitely not worked out for him. But this is one of these things that happen so often where a player will have Touch the pack about him, yeah. He was the leader of the pack. Sorry. Scouting order, this should be only 56. Okay, fair enough. Most of these will be crap, to be fair. Okay, I'm less disappointed than I was expected to be. That's the guy from Tenerife. You're not a DM / centre back, are you, by any chance, Fode? No. God, he's good, though. Whew. Sassy head. You're thinking of Woody, I think. Hello, Alid. So, the wonder guy we've been talking about, well, we've actually got two now, Alid. Let me just quickly deal with this scout report, and I'll show you both of them, because as of this morning, we have a second wunderkid, and his name is John, but it's his surname. This hasn't been crashing out. Oh, James, what was that trick you had for this menu? I think it was you that had a trick to make it not do the annoying glitchy thing as often, or rather how to recover from it a bit easily. Because we're almost certainly going to run into that a lot today, and the quicker I can get off of that nonsense, the better. Shores de Jong. Good for him. Wow, it's not even happened there, surprisingly. Are they all minimal? They actually are all minimal. We'll send them all around again. Is there anyone that super stands out of interest? It's another Khan dude. Patrick Eichel. Nice. They're all a bit low on knowledge right now, but that's fine. That's why we do this. Oh, it's not working. If that isn't the FM26 experience in a nutshell. I was doing this for a while, but then it stopped working. Gio Reyna. Wait, when was that? That's true. Let me look. Yeah, so the two guys that we signed that are... I still think the Red Mumbler is a better player. And so does the game, apparently. This was Red Mumbler, who we paid £4.7 million for. You have to change your name to Sad Woodpecker now, unfortunately. I don't make the rules. I simply enforce them with an iron fist. He's a little bit sensational, isn't he? Oh, God. I'll say if he could tackle, but he doesn't really need to. His 8 tackling is not even that bad for the role he plays. He's just... I just like looking at him. I was a little worried initially, but scored on his debut in the league. Fantastic. And of course, now we've got Mr. John as well. On the left-hand side, Olufemi John. Krzyzanowski's got some work to do this season. He's going to have some competition, who also got an assist on his debut. In fact, I believe it was for the Red Mumbler's first goal for us as well. It's... Sad Packer? There's pills for that, you'll be fine. Yeah, these two, particularly as he was 450 grand. So 10 times cheaper than the Red Mumbler. Obviously, the Red Mumbler is stupidly worth the value for money on him anyway, but it's looking pretty tasty for us right now. Because now we're in a state where we've pretty much got all of our scouting set up. Although, actually, I want to see if that team... If that did actually find anyone at all. It has found a few players so far, but I think that's still going, actually. In that case, we'll swing back to those in a moment. Let that kind of go for a bit. It might have just found a lot of real guys that are a lot older, and because of our large transfer budget, yeah. So he's going to Lechia Gdansk. I don't mind that, actually, because he wouldn't have played for us. Hello, Bumclick. Bit of that. Ticker with the raid. Thank you. I have a couple of players to show you in your chat. What a perfect time to join. May I introduce you? The worst possible moment. I've got to introduce you to the Red Mumbler. If you've already seen him, then forgive me. But if you haven't, I feel like you need to, frankly. Your team? No way. Speaking of, I actually just bought a Wisła scarf on Vinted. £5. Not bad. Yeah, he's a little bit ridiculous, isn't he? For £4.7 million as well. He's just the best thing in the world. Along with this lad here, who is also extremely good. Was he worth 13 million? Oh, he doesn't. The crucial thing about Olufemi John as well is he doesn't have a release clause. So we can rest easy on Olufemi for the time being. Oh, tremendous. If we don't... We have to be winning the league at a more comfortable pace this season, surely. None of this final day bollocks. I'm not here for that. I do not recognise final days. Interesting, none of you guys have got deals yet. Still time, although they kind of need them. I don't want to have to sign them all. Particularly some of them are pretty good, right? Like, Cy Reed's reasonably quality. Actually, yeah, that kind of level is certainly good enough for a lot of top flight sides, especially Reed, in fact. Maybe Erst might be not as easy. Will come good. I don't know, because Arsenal right now... Whoa! I don't want the optional fee in here. I wonder if I could remove the fees. Would they still take him on loan? Now, I don't know if I actually want to do this, but getting a player like Audi Kukonda out to someone like Legio could be too good of a moment to turn down, honestly. No, no optional future fees. Lads, listen. You can have him, but no optional future fees. Yeah, remove the monthly fees. Go on, just these wages. Hey! I get the feeling that he'll probably say no. Wait, no! Yeah, that's what I mean. We've got an absolute dirge of strikers. It is Builder Nation, yeah. We've got so many strikers that loaning him out to another Polish side, if we could actually do it, would be sensational work. Because they're not going to be able to sign a player as good as him. Well, they might do, actually. Poland have been trying to go to for that. Wow. The fact they were willing to pay 10 million for him as well. Where did they get 10 million? Oh, I'll tell you where they got it. They got it from the Champions League money that we didn't get last season and they did. That would explain a lot. Because shit hits the fan. Yeah, potentially. But we've got some of the other strikers better than Furman right now. Furman kind of came back towards the end of the season. Kukonda, he was better as a super sub, generally speaking. Previous events. Which database is that? I mean, I have a database that I have for this save, if that's what you mean. But it doesn't change a great deal, because thankfully Poland is relatively good in the vanilla setup, as it happens. Ooh, the starter one. Oh, you mean like the database setup? Yeah, I did that. Oh, crap. It was very early. There's a whole video about it. Hello, Harv. But yes, I have. You mean like the pre-game thing that you can do where it loads like players but not the league? If so, yeah, I have got that out. We're still having a bit of match sharpness issues here, aren't we? Even more impressive for us, really. Right. We're going to put in... Where's he gone? He'll be in here somewhere. Yeah, that is now sorted. There he is, Kwaku. Stapelveld is technically fit again, I suppose, but it can't hurt to give him a little go in that role today. Oh, he sits nicely in there, actually. Naeem's there. Get a bit of match fitness on you as well. Yeah, I don't know if I have I think it was ! Database, but I can't remember if that was the database link for that video. But yeah, Furman's rating is quite low. But we could certainly get by. And the great thing about Furman is he does count as homegrown. And we do have other options. I'd be willing to play Duru there on the right if I have to. Because frankly, I don't think he's that much worse than Kukonda, frankly. Abdullahi. They'll all play. All three of the centre-backs will play. There's simply no way that they won't. Not any of them got injured last season, and they all still played 35 matches each, or roughly. It was really just a case of whoever was sat in those positions when the music stopped kept the roles for this little period, but the second the European football comes back again, we'll have to rotate. What are we doing? Oh, take him off the loan list. Good shout. The last thing we need is someone trying to come in for help. As it happens, no one's interested, but sod's law. Watch me take him off, and they're like, actually, well, I could. Okay. Anyone in here that needs to desperately come in? Probably Stapelfeld, actually. God, I feel bad for some of these guys. Oh, Dmitrievic is still injured, to be fair. We've got options now. The question is, where does Stapelfeld come in for? Not Duda. It probably is the 15-year-old youth player, honestly. He isn't going to play that much. Was it actually the correct one? Look at me go. Past me actually did a thing that was good on that. Holy shit. I've just taken to assuming that I've done the wrong thing. Oh, hang on. Wait, we've got a midfield injury, haven't we? The game just wasn't showing it. Right. Hyotadal's out, which means... probably Ranji. I don't mind Ranji in that role. He feels... yeah. Feels like the type. I'll obviously have to take him off the bench and slide in. Probably Kaminsky, I guess. Nigel's better as channel midfielder. He doesn't really do as well as the MPM because he's more dynamic for going forward than he is. Ranji's more of a playmaker. I've kind of got them all sort of boxed into my little categories now. So it's like Duda can do both. That's why I love Duda so much, because not only can he do both, he can actually do this role too. So he's great for all of them. Whereas you've got Obradovic and Nigel for the right side, and then Hyotadal and Ranji for the left side. And that kind of covers most of our bases, unless we were to get severe injuries, of course. Why would you give me? It's tough because obviously, I don't know. I'm guessing when you say just started, you mean like completely fresh. So, as far as picking a save to start with, I would either go for the team that you support in real life or a like massive team, and if that's both, then great, because you'll already know the players, regardless. So you'll be able to have a better. Best advice: do as I say, not as I do. So that's to start with. So you'll be able to get an idea of, no, we didn't, Rob. Not yet, and at least anyway. We might be able to later today, potentially. But yeah, so start save like that. Because at least then you'll be able to see why the game is describing players the way they are. So you'll be able to look at a player that you know in real life and go, oh yeah, he does have those kind of attributes because I've seen him play. The other thing is it's important to remember that you don't need to do as much as the game sometimes makes it seem like you do. You can actually delegate an enormous amount of the game. So you don't have to take charge and micromanage every little bit of training. You don't have to take charge and micromanage every little bit of contracts if you don't want to. There's a whole section called staff responsibilities, and you can basically just say, do everything for me, and then slowly take over sections of that you want to do as time goes on. When you learn a bit more about each one, maybe. So like maybe pick one at a time to sort of learn it slowly. And I would say follow the tutorials, but I don't actually know how good the tutorials are for 26, honestly. I'm hoping they're better than they were before. Are we surely about to take the lead already? Surely not. Oh, what a save. God damn, man. Oh, and clutch. Yeah, having them both at the same time is not what you want. That's exactly it, grind. You want to... The game just does a terrible job at explaining what you can and can't do or can and can't control. As Katala puts us 1-0 up here, and it's an assist from the Red Mumbler. Steuer's going to get really angry really soon, isn't he? I think I might have to start rotating them. We'll have to anyway, though, because of Europe. I think we probably just need to give some, like, not substitute, like some pity appearances to some of the other lads in a couple of league games here. This is a weird-ass little... What are the defenders doing there? They just allow Katala to score. Or Katala. My apologies. We'll take that, though. We won the first 5 league games of last season as well. Montperou's doing great. Scored in his last game. He's got an assist already 5 minutes into this one. He looks like... He's not the exact same type of player as Steuer. Steuer, I feel like, is a better pure goal scorer player. But I'll say that, and then we'll watch Montperou's bang 15 goals this season for us, right? He's called that because apparently that's what his name can loosely translate to according to chat. So we just started calling him the Red Mumbler. That's the other thing, yeah. It's a single player game. There is no such thing as cheating, ultimately. If you're learning the game... I learned the game initially, when I first got it back in the day in 2013, by making my local club and just giving a couple of random players stupid amounts of PA. Oh, please give this goal. If this goal is given... Oh no, I did the exact same thing. I7. That's the exact thing I did as well. No! Oh, that's annoying as hell.
Came in summer. In winter, it can get
I think Furman was miles offside here, presumably, but yeah, he's just a bit offside. But look at this little knockdown. And the great strike from Montperouse. He is the man. Highland Patzer. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think I started with a 10th tier team. My first ever FM save was with a 10th tier team. And I got bored quite quickly because I didn't understand what was going on or anything. So I just gave a couple of players 200 PA and watched them have fun with it. But then it was a case of going, oh, okay, I see this. And then obviously it wasn't fun for very long because it didn't feel satisfying. So then I went away from that and tried to do other things. And that's how you slowly work your way into it as well. Look at him here. He's just taking people on for fun. Montperousse again, he's through, pulls it back. And if this is, I swear to God, if this is disallowed, it's the Foreman incident from last season all over again. Translated to peasant. What was his name? This is not going to get given either, is it? He's literally on the goal line. There's no way he's onside here. Oh my God, he is. In that case, he's just David Nugented at him. But this is Montperousse again. The fact that he looks up for the little pullback too, that's just going in. Obradovic has just had that stolen off of him there from Katala. But hey, you're not going to be the top scorer in the league by doing nothing. What was it I said last stream? I think he was going to get 35 this season. In all comps. And I think this is a good way to start that. God, it's so nice just to be able to see the lay of the land a bit easier. Also, Cracovia have missed no steps whatsoever. What did you just start with, I7? What is the biggest thing that you're finding difficult with the game so far, actually? Oh, look at that. Tromsø, yes! Oh, Jens. He's the best. I mean, obviously, we have a... Do you know what? No, I'm going to finish my fucking story, FM. You stay there and think about what you've done. Yeah, we have a lot of love for Tromsø around these parts, because obviously my first streamed building a nation save was obviously with Tromsø, hence the Tromsø scarf up here. I just love Tromsø. Lovely place. Right. Duru might be playing a lot more than I expected. I still think, even if Furman had a major injury here, I don't think that would put me off of the Kukonda deal. I'd still allow that to happen, because I believe that we've got enough young... We could bring up Redondo, we got Javi, there's options. Oh, Buxton, yeah. Too much detail. That I could totally see how that could be overwhelming. It's kind of an overwhelming experience, isn't it? It's like, the game just throws loads of stuff at you. But the best way to get around that, I would say, is just realize that you don't have to actually ignore... You don't have to engage in most of the things that the game throws at you beyond... Like, you can download a tactic. That's another thing. Go on a website, download a tactic, right? There's loads of them out there. That way you can have a bit of fun while you're learning the game and not having to worry about the little... Oh, okay. Oh, look at the... Oh, go on. I'm liking this more expressive us. We'd have just shot that before. It's in! It's Hassan Ranjbar for 3. Oh, this is going to be a fun season. This feels like we might actually be able to do some instant result games this season at this rate. Come on. Yeah, you can even download my tactic if you want. It's a bit hyper-specific in certain areas, so it might not work out brilliantly with Buxton, but who knows? Lovely strike from Ranji. But this is what I was on about with the DM that pushes up. That's where I want them, because it means they can, generally speaking, cut out those clearance passes and then slink back when they need to. Oh, Kevin really should have done, shouldn't he? He ruined my... Well, he didn't ruin my day. An easy first FM save. Yeah. That's my usual sort of advice is team use either support or a massive team. Ideally both if you... Like, best case scenario is you already support one, right? Because then you kind of got both of those things, so you'll have even more extra knowledge. If we get a 4th goal before halftime... I'm loving the link up between everybody, frankly. They all just look so much more composed on the ball. They're willing to try little things that could unlock teams when we need it most. Here he is again. Obradovic. It's 4-0. Marine in 2nd division. Oh, is that the team that's not... Oh no, Stoya. What happened with them? Because I know there's been all sorts of weird stuff happens in Romanian football where I've lost track of who is who at this point. Because there was all those disastrous like arguments over names, wasn't there? Because was it FCSB that lost their name to the army or something? Amazon Luna. Cloud-based gaming with Prime. No. That's interesting. I haven't. It reminds me of Stadia a little bit. So the way that I do gaming at the moment is I generally don't game on the PC very often up here. I'll usually just play downstairs using this thing called Moonlight and Sunshine. It is unbelievable. Well, I can stream 4K 60 with a really high bit rate with very little latency because obviously it's all local anyway, but it works amazingly well, like truly astonishingly well. I tried playing FM on it yesterday. Would not recommend. Playing on a controller was a weird experience. It's nearly 5. Jesus Lord. 17 million. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and that's, I mean, to be fair, that's more than less than we've got, but part of the reason is because we had those big sales. I get the feeling if we didn't have those large sales last season, our budgets wouldn't be quite as big, but they are still pretty big. Winning in trophies. Yeah. 100%. I've done it. On my last save, we did... I can't remember exactly how many seasons we did with Outcast to Icons. I won barely anything in that entire save, and it was one of my favourite saves of all time. Because the reason I enjoyed it the most is because of the characters that the teams presented to us. We had an outfielder that would usually go in goal sometimes because I wouldn't put a goal on the bench because our outfielder would just go in goal, and he had like a better defensive record half the time than some of our goalkeepers. We had strange names that just became part of our lives in the team, and that to me is what makes FM different and special and kind of better than any other game in that close to that era, right? But yes, you could easily do that. It's more realistic. Well, the thing is, we did win the Belgian 3rd tier, and we did win Steinmetz, Thomas Steinmetz, a guy we got a crazy good youth player in the Belgian 3rd tier called Thomas Steinmetz, which we should not have really been getting at that stage. And we carried him with us for many clubs after that. Eventually, he ended up at Leeds because we couldn't... he was sold after we'd left a club and we couldn't bring him in because we didn't have the money yet. But, just little things like that. Like, what, did we win any domestic leagues? Tenerife won a league title after we left, but we didn't win it with them. We didn't even win the Welsh Cup. Because if you remember, we lost the Welsh Cup to, like, a 2nd tier side, didn't we? Who then ended up doing really good stuff, actually. It was quite fun. The Nutbuster, yeah, Stefan Grietzboost. Not to mention that ridiculously good Slovakia guy who we just never ended up signing. Yeah, we won the Welsh 2nd. Or did we? Yeah, we had to, didn't we? Because it was only 2 spots to go up. It was great fun. I don't think we won any titles in Spain. In Spain, we got through the playoffs, if you remember. To get promoted with Tenerife, we won the playoffs. So I guess that would count as a trophy, right? I'm clutching at straws a little bit here, but what a 45 minutes. Agreed. I was about to ask how Furman is only on a 6.7. It's because he didn't play much of the game, Matt. Yep, not to mention the stint we had in Serie C in Italy, which was just the best. I think once you get comfortable with the game a little bit and the general mechanics, I feel like the second save you do should always be a journeyman. Because I don't think anything is going to expose you to the weirdness and the wonderfulness of Football Manager more than a journeyman save with a load of leagues loaded. God, Naeem is... He was averaging 10... averaged 10.1 dribbles a game last season. Jesus Christ. Okay, this season we're a little bit of a different kettle of fish. Obradovic has he done anything except score screamers? Ranjbar with another assist. He's just taken up brilliant positions over and over again. This time, again on his left foot. Bang. Keeper probably should save that, actually. Straight at him. Working way through the leagues as a manager. Tried to sign Dan Neal on a free and took less wages. Oh, trust me, that will happen a lot. I feel like that's the universal FM experience in many ways. It will just happen a lot. We used to call it Scamrock Rovers syndrome when we were managing in Ireland. For some reason, teams we'd be in for the same player as Shamrock Rovers, and they would always seem to join Shamrock Rovers for £200 a week, no matter what we did. Even if we're offering them like £800 a week, they would always just join Shamrock Rovers. It's the strangest thing. Obradovic is finishing. It is quite good. Like, suitably excellent, I'd say. Because he's actually a kind of player that can play, 16 finishing and 15 composure. But he's literally not even a natural striker, which is why he's so perfect for the role that he plays in our team. Because he basically is just all the things we liked about Nigel, but like way better. It's insane. Oh dear. How far are they? This is the beginning of season 5. Staying in 6th place. Ooh. It's really hard to make other teams better. You almost have to be, I mean, don't know, you may have been trying to do that from the start, to be fair, but it is not easy to do, I agree. You really do have to have the mindset of, from second 1, it's all going to be about trying to make the other teams better. I'm going to get Krzyzanowski on, just because we need to keep the match sharpness of these guys decent. And honestly, I kind of like the idea of coffee, because it's delicious. There we go. He is immense, yeah. £2 million from Red Star. Those two, the pairing that we signed in the midfield in January, I think, is what's made us such a different team this season. And I feel like we've got room for rotation. It's great. Rob, thank you very much for the 44 months as well. Do a Pentagon. I guess so. I mean, Pentagon is just a journeyman with... But to be fair, you could do a journeyman where you can still manage big clubs. You don't have to do an Outcast to Icons save. I just feel like maybe if you want the... I feel like the OTI experience is one of the more pure experiences you can have in FM, because the rules are strict enough that it stops you from almost making things too easy for yourself. But they're easy enough that it leads you in the right direction, I suppose. Jose doing... yeah, how do you get a 5.9 at AMC in a game you're 5-0 down? Is he just like losing the ball every time he gets it? Only has finishing. Yeah, I mean, Obradovic is... Oh, go on. I've left him on just in case he gets a hat-trick. Non-highlights. Aha! Right, so, the wondrous man that is Mr. Teeny basically built us a skin that... I say built us, the community, that is. A skin that adds... It basically moves a few things around to where you'd more likely expect them to be, such as the league tables and latest scores thing, for example, and gets rid of the... middle of the screen visualizer, which is fine. Like, some people like that. I personally haven't really used it much, so I was happy to see it go in the sense that it gave me more stuff. Like, if it was just removed, I wouldn't care, but it's the fact that we've got stuff in its place that massive. Koenigson, thank you very much for the follow. Lots of follows today. Appreciate that, friends. Go on, spin it. Get the hat trick. Oh, look at the build up here. Ranji's he's gonna bend one in a minute. I can feel it. Oh no! God, one of these has surely got to go in at some point. Oh, it's all the way through. 6-0. Come on, we want 6. I've never played a Pentagon. I think the reason for it is because I feel like it doesn't make for the best content anymore unless you're going to do it all at once like Tom did. And it's a huge commitment, basically. Something maybe I'll do offline, perhaps. Metropolitan national team. Yes, they definitely are. We've managed to sell quite a few players that we brought in, 2 other Polish sides, which they weren't really doing in 24. They wouldn't really offer to buy your players off you. Now, it might just be that we're in a transition period where they're as good as us, so as a result, they're more willing to actually engage in transfer stuff with us. Oh, go on. Ranji again. Yeah, that'd be sick. To be fair, the skin is actually quite easy to import. You really just have to make a backup of 11 files in the standalone folder, replace them with these, and it should work, in fairness. Yes, Tom the Tool Creator as well. It's incredible what the community's already been able to do, basically. Sorry, I was unaware of the exact way it was built, Saz. And obviously Saz as well, whose transfer screen stuff and scouting recommendation stuff are in the skin as well now. Because basically if you hadn't have had that, I wouldn't have moved to it, just because it is the biggest thing that makes my life easier. I'd still rather have that than all the other stuff, just because it is so much better for it. And hopefully they'll start to incorporate that stuff from the beginning of things, because the game has just been made better. As always, the community makes every year the community always makes FM better. This year it's taken a little while to start with it. Yeah. Goalie got 7 points, and to be fair, he did make 11 saves. This could have been a whole lot worse for them had he not pulled some of those saves off. That's my goalkeeper. Never change, Matt. Never change. Yeah, 5.7 for their AMC. Why wouldn't you take him off at that point? Docampo still got a 7.5 though. And he did face some shots this time. We've not yet conceded a goal this season either. Crucially. Yeah, I find with goalkeeper ratings, they used to be worse. I actually think they're better this year. What I always used to find funny was when your goalkeeper's rating would creep up and up and up in a game where he hasn't saved a shot, but then he'd still get the bump at the end. To me, it should be one or the other. But I do respect it when the game gives a goalkeeper a good result or a good rating in a game where they've conceded a shitload of goals, provided they prevented even more goals from happening. Although, weirdly, they still underperform their XG against by like 2.2. FM? Might just leave that for a second. There was several FMs where, usually in any given FM, there is usually a single role in the game that will historically never seem to get not even realistic ratings, but ratings that they should do. Now I'm sure it's nothing, but I can't help but notice that we've been on this screen for quite some time. I'm going to give it a minute. The computer's still whirring. I can hear things happening, but I'm a bit worried as we've just been randomly on this particular screen for more time than it would normally take. Concerning. Shirtadal. That would be a great signing for them, honestly. Insane. Did I save? Well, we have autosave after game. So we'll just sort of see when the last save was. Watch it now have corrupted the save because of it or something. Imagine it's failed in the process of saving it. No, it says last save file was saved at 12:22, which was a minute ago. So it might just be a case of... I think what's happened is I clicked this while it was processing, and the game has tried to do some weird... Because as far as I can tell, I can't get out of this. The last save was a minute ago. It was directly after the game, so it looks like it is just this screen here. So we might be fine if I just restart the game, to be fair. Because it looks like a soft lock. It shouldn't be stuck on this screen for as long as that. No, it's soft locked. Because everything's still clickable. But... yeah. Unfortunate. 1 second, chat. That is... not something I've ever done before. I got confused and thought that the thing there was the actual inbox, and it seems to have balked it. Hopefully. The only thing that could go wrong here is if somehow the one that it just saved was corrupted somehow, but I don't think it was. I might have to Alt F4 this, actually. Okay. It's refusing to shut off. I might have to... we're going task. Taskies, here it comes. Taskies coming for us. Look... up if you click a game score. I don't think so, but we'll have a look. Like there. But this isn't clickable as far as I know. This screen, nothing is clickable on this screen. The only thing that has got like even an indication of click is that. No, I already tried Alt F4. That didn't work. Incredibly. Yeah, no, I just have to do it the manual way. 1 sec. Sooner I get this. Wait. How weird. If you press spacebar, probably not a lot. No, nothing. Let me just shut it off. Provided it actually listens to that. There we go. Right, that's gone. Try and get that back up again. Sick. Yeah, weird. Not had that one. Fucking hell. That's a new one. There was me saying, oh, the crush is because of me. I mean, it probably was. But I think the only thing I did different there was I clicked on that Furman injury report news item in the box while it was processing. And maybe it's like the exact frame that I clicked it in a certain processing animation has caused it to like not work properly. I don't know. Reset the counter, friends. Let's look at this Polish player instead. That'll do. If that works. Ooh. Hopefully. That's a bird still, Matt. Enjoy the bird. Dariusz Kowalski. Oh my god. That no player should have that many 18s and 20s on their profile at such a young age still. I mean, it's only 20, I suppose he's 26, but still, that's wild. 18, 16, 16. Why doesn't my barbecue look like that? Incredible. That is an insane player. There's me thinking, oh, yeah, I've got this really good player. And then chat like, no. Yeah, I think this is going to be fine. 20 concentration. He's the opposite of me. Incredibly. Toby the Tubby Man. Thank you very much for the follow. That's an interesting name. I appreciate that, friend. No, we're in. In fact, not only are we in. Give me a sec, chat. There we go. It seems to have... Hey, not going to knock it. It's only a twisted ankle. It'll be fine. How odd. Pleasure watching me play. No. You had ones in every column when I was playing. I was okay for about the first 10 minutes and then just kind of went, yeah, I'm not getting injured, thank you. Unbeaten Roaches 20 games. Jesus. Fair. Obradovic has already got 3 goals and 2 assists this season. He's ready. See you later, Shadow Plays. Got stuck on transfer. Oh, dear. I mean, if there's places to be stuck, I guess that's an alright one, but not if you can't progress, right? Let's see if it works this time. There we go. How very strange. It has to be because of where I clicked on that exact window at that exact moment that's caused it to go balky. Which just sounds like I'm talking about a dog at this point. Katala's progress. I mean, how much progress could man make at this point? Is he still worth a load of money? Yes, he is. He is very much him. Thankfully, long-ass contract. Does he have a clause of extension in there as well? No. To be fair, that would be a bit excessive. Doggo do indeed go balk. It's true. We are collectively writing a children's book. Facing uncertain. He's not, though, is he? Because he's got a longer contract. He's got 2 years left on his current deal. I believe there's even an extension. Yeah. He's going nowhere. Particularly with these kind of attributes. I love that his jumping reach is improving so much, even though it's not even really something we're trying to train. Caps for Spain. Maybe. I mean, if he does, then holy, right? If anything, his Spanishness is why I'm more confident. Furman is still on £100 a week, yeah. The last little, I know it is, it's... I try, but ultimately, I'm not going to get it right every single time. Like, it's much like any name. As a non-native speaker of that language, I'm not always going to be able to say it perfectly. It's just one of those things that takes me time to train myself to say it properly, I guess. Right, we'll get these guys back again. Because it appears that there's no interest yet. But maybe as the window ends upon us, which is actually still a month away. In fact, it's longer than a month away, isn't it? Off trial. Are any of them wanted by the Polish side, firstly? No. Ignatius, no. I don't know why. You'd think someone would get in on these guys. Unless it's just that their wage demands are too high. Because they have come from mostly Premier League sides, I believe. In fact, I think all of them have. Except for Patrick Erst, who came from Brøndby. He's the one that's probably more likely to get the job, actually. Right. Get you. Did you get your transfer? That is a question. No, you did not. Although, not yet. There's still chance. You want that agreed playing time, which is... We don't know, actually, as it happens. But 24 caps is insane. 5 goals... Because you were a DM last time round, right? Yeah, they're just not going to play you, are they? I really hope that you at least get a transfer somewhere. Because you're not exactly expensive. You'd think someone would have come in and taken you at this point. You had the weirdest career last time as well. With that weird bit with that Portuguese side, I think it was. Where's Ike up to these days? Athletic Club? That was... it seems like they've chosen not to loan you out this time. Which either means that they're looking for first-team football for you. Not that they've given you any yet, but the Spanish League may not have even started yet. I don't think you did 2 full seasons at Burgos as well. I think you've definitely got the most clubs of anybody in this save so far, that's for sure. But actually, starting to look a little bit... 6 caps for Mexico! Holy shit, when's that happen? That can't have been in the case last time, right? No, I get it, Seppel. It's, like... I really do try with pronunciations of players. If anything, pronunciations I'm better at. It's when there's like a... emphasis parts of certain intonations of words. That's when it's way more difficult, because it is just so, like... It's hard to find a... With a pronunciation, I can look at a set of letters and go, that's said like this. But when it's... like... emphasis parts, it's so hard to, like, read where the emphasis would be without being a native speaker. Loan applies with release clauses. Right, hang on, sorry. Oh no, we basically have no release clauses left. We actually did a little run through of our release clauses a little while ago. So much so that it ended up on the view that we were using, which I've now forgotten which one it was. Was it the simple analysis one? Yeah. So pretty much most of the team now is sans release clause. There's a couple in here, but we were not willing to worry about them too much. I believe though that's with the exception, of course, of Montperouse, who's weirdly not showing up here for some reason. But yeah, we have no like existing issues with release clauses now anyway. How do you decide how to manage? This one was actually quite easy because at the time I'd actually chosen this save for FM25, and at that exact moment they were playing in the second tier, which they still are, but they were also playing in the Europa League because they'd won the Polish Cup. So we wanted to do Poland, and they felt like the ultimate option because of the fact that they were in Europe at the same time as being in the second tier. So it kind of ticked all the boxes for funness. So that's how we chose that. But I'm just looking usually for interesting story. If I'm in the middle of a save, then I'm always looking for like, is there something... Miss 724? Not really, no. Not anymore. Are there a few things that I wish we had from 24 and 26? Absolutely. But I have zero desire to go back and play it, if that makes sense. Low rep, not winning to sell due to high potential. Yes. We've noticed that, especially at Spurs in this save. They've got a load of those guys. Yeah, the inflections. That's what I meant. Hello, Kempy. Writing rules. Yeah, but ultimately, I'm simply not going to remember that kind of stuff. So it's like, I can learn sounds, I can learn combinations with sounds, but with those kind of writing rules, that's like, I might as well just be learning Spanish at that point, right? I feel like I do a reasonable job as far as content creators in terms of trying to learn teams' names and stuff and like saying them as correct as I can in theory. But I am always going to mess them up. Oh, you got a renewal save too. 28 caps at 24, yeah. Holy, the value. Okay, he's worth a bit there. Hello, Athmos. Mine for banner from 26. I don't know, honestly, Jesse. Because in the back of my head, I had this temptation for... He's gone. That's a huge deal. Audi Kukonda on loan to Legia Warszawa. He could absolutely clean up this season for them on loan. Keep him out there for a couple of years. I would be amazed if they don't finish second to us this year, just with having him alone in their squad. That's brilliant. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what the save would have been. Because we did like the perfect scenario type of save with Malta, where it was difficult as hell, but we created like ideal conditions in the vacuum. And then Poland was like the almost opposite of that, where naturally those things exist and it's a lot further up. So I don't know where I would have gone next. Oh, it's daunting as hell, but it is just, it's immense fun. There's nothing better for me. Actually, there's loads of things that are really good about this. The save has all these different stages to it that each have their own little... Oh, I didn't put out the prediction, you're right. That each have their own joyous things. God, look at the belief from chat there. Love to see it. Will you mess up the intro? No, he won't. So, for example, the stage later... oh, Teeny, mate. Oh, it's so good. You didn't even mention that you'd mess with the loan screen. Just being able to see this on the same thing where you actually get a full box here showing this information and more players visible at the same time. Chef's kiss. It's just wonderful work. Everyone that's involved in this is doing God's work. In the FM sense, at least, anyway. No rules were changed in... the only rule we made in Poland was the one about parent clubs. But that was only to make it more difficult. So, not parent clubs, sorry. The... where if we loan a player out, they are allowed to play against us. Whereas in a lot of leagues, you're not allowed to play against your parent club. But in Poland, we made it so that they did. Doing dogs' work? Well, dogs are doing valid work. Possibly so, Athmos. I don't actually know. I'm guessing so, though. I believe I used... No, it was Mad Scientist Retro Database I used last year for that video. Right. Team reports. Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, I think this guy wasn't there before, was he? Mohamed Esakati of Renaissance Zamamra. Not bad. Make it an option for negotiating loan. You can, yeah. And would you like to manually put that in 500 loan contracts? You absolutely can do that, but it's much easier to not have to do that, is my point. So we've just made it so that it was mandated in the leagues that you had to be allowed to do that anyway, so the option is just locked in every single time, so you don't have to think about it. That was the crucial part. Do just that. I mean, sure. My point is you don't have to. For example, I could walk to my parents' house, but it's 50 miles away, or I could drive. I choose to drive because it's generally faster, but it is an option too. Someone could do it, technically. Maybe I'll do that one day. I'll run there. Parents are like, where the fuck have you been? It's one of those things that just makes it a little bit easier for the player. Easier in the sense that it's... Plus, I just forget all the time. No, I'm not trying to be sassy. I'm just genuinely saying that that's the reason. It is just easier. Right? It's... And also, with the way my brain works, I would just forget. Because we'd be doing so many different loanouts that I would just forget. And we'd end up with half the players in the squad. Ultra marathons. You've heard of the Barclay. You know, you've got the Matt's parents' house. Now that's locked in my brain. I'm like, oh, could I? Probably isn't as far by foot. That's more Japanese offers.
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves.
Summer boy, thank you for the follow.
Get freaky.
End up parking 50 miles. Yeah, couldn't find parking. Parked at home. Gonna need a shout. Okay, Plateau United. I'm trying to remember even to log these in now. I've got sort of out of the habit of doing that part. So we've not considered a goal yet this season. And we're playing a newly promoted side next. This just gets better. I mean, then again, they're a newly promoted side that actually have money. You'd think you just have it checked by default, but like with many things about FM, it's like there's things that should be in the game and things that you'd expect to be, and you sort of have to work your way around those things to get what you need. Because ultimately, having it in there does make it more difficult, in a good way. Makes it more compelling. Yeah, we'll bring back the old... I forget what the line was. Unfortunately, our goal scoring didn't continue at the weekend, and a dull 0-0 draw was played out. There you go. Nailed it. And yes, I did just copy and paste that onto every 0-0 draw in that script. Had to be done. I was definitely talking about something. I've actually forgotten what it was, which is annoying me. Yeah, so the... I don't know what the save would have been for 26, as far as whatever even would have been a building a nation save. Had we done Poland last year, if 25 was even a thing. Although, I do wonder if it would have even been possible in 25, given what we barely know about it at this stage. Would it have been an OTI? Possibly. I have always wanted to do an OTI as like a big... The only problem with doing an Outcast to Icon save at the very beginning is the lack of extended databases that are available. The great thing about doing an Outcast to Icon save mid-cycle is by then, people have built out all the wonderful databases that I normally use for it. And obviously the perfect time for that was in the extended cycle of the game where all that stuff was present. So that's the downside to it. Why am I assume they're available for loan, right? That's that guy Emirates as well. Actually, no, I'll keep him on the list for the time being. How has it not crashed out on me yet today? I'm concerned. Well, I mean, it has. But this menu hasn't. It's about to now, right? Oh my god, what's changed? Why is it working so well? A couple of extensives in there. Oh, just the one, actually. Oh, the bees are Remo Stars. There's a few guys in there, actually. We should keep more guys on this than I thought I would be, to be honest. Ban another continent, not really something I'd be interested in doing. Two reasons, really. One, content outside of Europe doesn't perform especially well. And it's much more difficult to keep track of things like coefficients and things when you're not in Europe, because they're a lot less fleshed out. Africa does have a coefficient system, but as we found out during African Adventure, it was nightmarishly difficult to keep an eye on what was even going on. We never really understood how the points were doled out, and we're not entirely sure that it was even correct. Let rejected the club. I think I did, Rob. I think, but I can't remember who it was, so I may not have done. He might still be knocking about, I just don't realise it. FM26 is definitely getting that. I mean, I'm having a great time with it now, especially over the last sort of 2 or 3 weeks. I've been really just enjoying playing the game, hence why I have a separate save that I've been playing offline as well. I wouldn't do that if I wasn't enjoying the game, you know? He's a goalie, and I'm not even that convinced by him, to be honest. Because we can get players like him for free, to the point where I'm honestly not sure I want to bother buying him at this stage. Offline save. Yeah, I say an offline save. It is still technically going to be for content, but I'm just enjoying playing it anyway. It's my Plymouth Argyle save that I'm using for the that video I'm working, which is going to take a while, obviously, because of the scope of it. Right, who's going to play up front then? Is it going to be Duru? I guess it'll have to be, right? God, I do hate that it hides the... Wait. I've got to try... Come on, FM. You're better than this. I will start Duru for this one, though. Now we should better do it properly. There we go. Lovely. Saving the rivers. She is. She's actually out on the rivers today, in fact. Doing a bit of the old enforcement. She hasn't been on the boat for a little while. Must have been... Obviously the bug side of things, but I think that the issue with 25 or whatever would have been... It seems like it was a very different game to what we're getting now, and I worry that it would have been completely unsavable. But it's so hard to say, because there obviously would have been people out there that would have played it because of those playtesting things that existed at one point, right? But we were obviously, no one I know was a part of those. So, I mean, then again, if they were, they wouldn't have told me anyway because it would have been NDA'd. But as far as I know, no one I know was involved in it. So, right, is there anyone outside the squad here that needs to come back in? Chiazadal's not really ready yet. Maybe it's a DB for this game? God, he's not really ready either. Nice. A bad plan. No, I don't. I think the other reason I don't know what to do with 27 is just because we still don't know exactly where the game's heading. It feels like it's heading in a good direction, but I'm unsure. And it will also depend on how far we're able to get with this one. Because it definitely has changed timescale slightly. Like, it is January. Sorry, no, it's not January. It's February. And we're in Season 5 of this save. It has taken longer to get started because the game does just take longer to play. Matches are longer to play through, even on key highlights. Like, it will obviously speed up once we start being able to insta-result matches. But I don't think it will speed it up as much as it was in the past, for example. Just because even the games we are playing will be more difficult. And I'm just trying to find ways to stop myself from locking into certain things to get through more matches. Should Welshman catch prawns out in Cardigan Bay in Wales? Is that a stream? That sounds like my type of content. Like 100% sounds like my type of content. Transfer in method. I think you had a VOD comment because I had that on save for the VOD comments later to discuss this exact thing. So what sort of database setup are you using? And what's your scouting range? Because I believe those two things are heavily factored in with regards to transfer room in. And also your budgets too. But largely it will be to do with... yeah, it's heavily reliant on scouts' knowledge and the transfer preferences of the nation you're in as well. That's awesome. I love those sort of hobbyist, I guess. No, it's just more of a work thing, isn't it? But like, there's a guy that used to do wood carving and stuff. I just find that sort of stuff so interesting and relaxing. There's a guy that I watch on YouTube sometimes called Peddling Pizza, and all he does is he just makes pizzas out of his van in St Albans, and he does a live stream of it. And I just put it on the background sometimes just because it's nice, just for the brain, right? Robert something the job interview. So what's the catch? Yeah, we just don't know what sort of state 27 will be in. Like, because if it heads in the right direction and we feel comfortable with it, then it's like, okay, is there one more ban on the cards? And the question is who at that point? Don't know. I would be tempted into a sort of Greece, Bulgaria type, Romania, that kind of area, perhaps, maybe. But ultimately, I think if I thought of a better idea, I'd do that instead. But there's just nothing that really occurs to me so far. Also, on the Plymouth thing, what I'm doing basically is I'm playing a 10-year save where I'm in charge of nothing except for the tactics. And I've appointed the worst director of football that I could find. Like, genuinely, has the lowest attributes in the game. Because I wanted to see what it'd be like to work under his absolute reign of ineptitude. Because I figured that would create some really weird scenarios. And then I would then be not in charge of the very thing that I'm usually so competent at in FM. So I'd have to focus on the football side of the game, basically. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Oh, nice little build up here, Naeem. Oh, I'm on Parus. Got in the right place, though. We've been decent so far, just without that cutting edge. But we'll get it eventually. We always do. Or Bradovic will bail us out. It's just what he does. Go on, keep it in. On the podcast. Yes, it was actually came from a discussion we had on the podcast, and I kind of went, you know what? That might actually be a really fun video. So I just started making it. No controversy ever. No, it'd be... I would never get involved in controversy. You know me. Objectives for me that says sign German players and the players build a nation. It could be. But usually you're sort of... It's really odd. I mean, as far as I know, Germany's transfer preferences are not consigned to just Germany. And if you've got a big enough scouting range, it should be okay. I don't know how much the scouting range actually affects that anyway. It's Anwar! Finally the breakthrough comes. Anwar Naeem, banger. I really hope we don't lose him. I mean, I won't be selling him at least, but the question is whether I can get him on a new contract when his contract does start to run down a bit. We're fine for now. Got a couple more years on him yet. But the one thing he didn't do so much last year was score. He underperformed his XG because he couldn't really finish a lot. If he starts adding goals to his game from right wing back this year, then oh my god, watch out. Every intro. It's true. I just call them... But they're not even called that anymore. They're just called North Macedonia, aren't they? It's like they knew. They're like, hey, he's going to struggle with this one day, and we're going to make it easier for him now. Well, the reason why I wanted to do it lower down the league is because I thought that starting in League One with a team like Plymouth, they also had a bit of budget. It meant that he'd have some money to play with, but it meant that there was room for progression both up and down. And I thought that would be more interesting as far as a longer-term 10 sort of season series as Katala. I think that's offside. Different continent. It's still Europe, but at that point, it's not really any different. It's just another country in UEFA. Not that the others weren't either, but there's nothing that stands out to me as being like, unfortunately, doing a Turkey save, as much as I actually really like Turkish football, and I think it's a really fun vibe, for content, I think it would just be too much to try to deal with that, unfortunately, because there's tribalism in all fans, right? But trying to deal with the tribalism there involving with the Twitch chat and stuff, I think would potentially get a bit too much. But maybe I'd be wrong. I would like to manage in Turkey in a journeyman perspective as well. Maybe to test the waters, perhaps. Go on. Anwar's in again. How many good... Well, growing away. Do you want to know how many Arda Güler lookups a man can do? You should have seen the... either Malta save or the MTK save. He certainly beat the record for most looked up player, that's for sure. Do you have a national team? Yeah, there's a name fix that I believe does that as well. Was that given? I thought he was offside. I genuinely had given up even looking at it because I thought he was offside. Duru with 2 assists. Alexander Furman, watch out, son. Maybe Duru's found his calling. It does mean that we're a little light on this side, but we'll have a look in the youth team a little bit. Well, right, kind of weird. Recruitment focuses. That's really weird. Then I do not know what's happened with that then. Because those sort of scenarios with those sort of criteria, if you like, should mean that you're getting it from everywhere. Yeah. I was trying to avoid anything like that just because, which is a shame because I think it does deny certain fun examples and things you can do, but you have to sort of weigh the risk of like, do I want to deal with that for the entire save? It's like with the Malta one where originally with Malta, we weren't going to be doing Sirens. It was going to be Nashar Lions. That was the team we were actually supposed to manage, but then we realized that, what block? Twitch was basically blocking us from using the team's name in chat, and no matter what we did, it would not, like, let us say it properly. And as a result, we then couldn't do the team because I was worried that it would affect things like YouTube titles as well. Such a pain. MLS save. I did no such thing. Sorry about that guy. Oh, what a ball. Surely not. Oh. This man. Also, hat-trick of assists for Duru. 3 assists in 1 game. What a pass. Just looks up, sees the pass, straight through, and Katalar just, bang, on his left, drills it low and hard. I think that's 4 goals this season already for him. Okay. Is that a hat-trick for both? Oh no, it was the assist, goal for Naeem for wasn't it?
Yeah. Pope. Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
Genuinely, I'm really enjoying the fact that we've had these closer title battles in these early seasons. Because dominance is great and all that when you're focusing on Europe, but I feel like watching the games in the league and having these crazy battles and stuff is more enjoyable in 26 because the match engine is much nicer to look at. Perhaps in previous iterations I maybe wouldn't have thought that, but the way the game is this year, it is just much nicer to play the games than it was before. So I genuinely just enjoy watching matches. It's crazy. To the point where on my Plymouth save, I really should be instant result in games than that, but I just watch them a lot of the time because I just really enjoy the games. We will probably get 3-0 up. Let's get the youngster on. Burzog, thank you for the follow. Yeah, if I was to go in Turkey, I would definitely either do Batman Petrolspor or Eyüpspor. My 2 favourite Turkish teams. England away from the top. That would be kind of... I don't know how that would plan out. Well, we don't know exactly, Obo, but the issue is right now, this exact same thing happened last season, and then it very much wasn't like that straight afterwards. So this season there will definitely, hopefully, be a couple of those instant games. But what happened was we won our first 5 league games last year, and then once the European matches came around, the form tailed off massively, and all of a sudden we were right back in the title race again. So once it's sort of in that kind of positions, then we can start to do that. And I'll probably do it for cup games, definitely, this year. Now that we've won the cup, there's less on the line with that. Oh, go on. Oh, I really want another. Also, De Campo is 3 minutes away from his 3rd consecutive clean sheet in the league and his 4th in a row in all competitions. Now, he's not having to do a lot in these games. Literally, they didn't have a shot on target, but God, I love seeing Dura with the 3 assists as well. It's rare that we get that many. My Belgian team. I guess so. Serraing. Actually, it's funny you mentioned Serraing. One of the players that we loaned out earlier on stream today, they actually had a bid. They were obviously one of the Belgian guys. We had a bid from Serraing as part of the loans, and I always felt bad about turning it down because I was like, oh, you know, maybe. Hello, my big forehead. Classy Duru on the board. But there's every chance that Legia and Cracovia all end up doing the exact same thing when they get started this season already. But it's nice to see that we're kind of leading all the... God, 13 shots for Obradovic. No wonder he's got the goals he has. What's Duru's passing like? It's only 8. Maybe it's just that role is just more accustomed to trying to set up its alternate teammate, but 3 assists in one game. I mean, it might be the only 3 assists you get all season, but there we go. The New England kit. Oh, I haven't seen a New England kit. Is there a New England kit? So I spent more than... I swear Celtic signed a guy. Was it a loan signing? That is a lookup. And that is a not a lookup. Oh, is this the World Cup kit? Oh. Hello, Sammy. Right, let me think about this a second. There we go. We need to see it in full. I feel like the collar is... Is there more, or is this just the home kit? Oh, is that what it's throwing back to? Wait. Because that's nice, but that isn't it, is it? Or is this it? Wait, hang on. Which one? Oh, no, that's the same kit. Wait, hang on, what? I don't... Sorry, I realize it's the same kit. It's just the way that it's... Yeah. I think with the collars, either go for the open collar one or just go for the rounded collar. And that's an odd use of trim there as well. It doesn't feel very World Cup. That's an interesting point, yeah. It's... Yeah. I don't hate it, but I'm not going to be rushing out to buy... Not that I'd be rushing out to buy it anyway, but it doesn't fill me with like, ooh. But it might just be because I really am not a huge fan of... Oh, straight up fee, fair enough. Nike's international kits, generally speaking, I much prefer the Adidas ones. They are exceptional. Actually, since Sammy's here, now's the perfect time for me to have my Holy for the day. Haven't actually had it yet, but luckily it's right here because it's up on shelf, chat. Got my straw. I'm actually running a bit low on this one. My God, I can see the bottom of the canister. Oh, how times have changed. Roma said no to you. Didn't they approach you though? That's a strange thing. Or did you just apply for it? Closest to the neck. Yeah. I see what you mean, actually. Don't mind me. Exclamation mark Holly in chat. You can get... use code SYC to get yourself... What was it? I think it's 5% off your first order. Might even be 10, but you can get £5 off with SYC 5 as well. And I know one of you did yesterday as well, because it randomly refreshed before I streamed today when I opened the wrong tab, and there I saw it. So thank you again, chat. It's very kind. I'm deliberately showing it this time so that you're not spamming the same emote, although you're welcome to, because... Yeah, it's happened anyway. I'm just got to work out the left hand too. There's actually getting a bit of a pump here, you know. Lovely. That still is the best flavour. It's still the best flavour for me. Nothing comes close. Strawberry kiwi is just a wonderful combination, no matter what it is a flavour of in general. It's brilliant. Right. We already looked at those recently, didn't we? Let's see what we got here. That's absolutely fine. I just kind of want to get the... Oh, there we go. Oh, no, that... Monday. Maybe we'll get our draw here. It's weird that that's on the calendar otherwise. Unless it's a draw for the round before us. But that should still... Oh, God. And was injured. We are getting quite a lot of pre-season injuries here, but I suppose it's... Oh, fractured wrist. Okay. Don't need that. You'll play through it, though. It's fine. No, the music...
This feels like an awkward resub month. 1 month
stopped.
after 676767. 1 month before oi cheeky naughty hubba panting like a dehydrated dog in the Sahara 696969. Regardless, I'll keep this simple. Happy 68 months.
Well, that was horrifying. Michael, thank you very much for the 68 months. Jesus Christ. I RSVP'd earlier. I remembered. Don't know why I couldn't do it on my phone. It wouldn't work, but I have RSVP'd. Pog and I will... Do we get introduced with like a scroll outside? Or is it not that kind of event? Yeah, the music's back now. For some reason, it got to the end of the song and Spotify just gone, no. That means Mike's had sugar today. He must be in a good mood. And of course, how could you not be in a good mood if you're Mike, right? He's an engaged man. Red carpet treatment, hell yeah. I prefer yellow carpet though, actually. I've had 3. Got 3? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I accidentally had caffeine on Sunday afternoon and I did not feel well. Slept appalling. Go on, arrows. Okay. Nice. Go in the carpet interview. Yes! With like with the boards behind. Things you'll have to see. Right, he's gone as well. It seems like most of the interest in our best players has now seemingly subsided. presumably because they've turned their attention elsewhere. However, much like last year, I suspect that it's likely to come roaring back into play again the second we get close to the end of the window, unfortunately. Yeah, questions like why, and then I respond to the question, and your response to that question is just why, yet again. Totally get it. Oh, Catalar's now up to 4.5 stars. Not hard to see why. He has got 5 in 4 and 3 assists. Wait, what? How has he got 3 assists? No, he's got 6 goals in 4 games. The toddler asking technique, and to be fair, toddlers get a lot of answers out of that. They'd be good. I think every person running for office should have to be interviewed by a toddler and just repeatedly asked why. Fractured ankle. Right, there's a lot of that going about. To the specialist. You'll be fine. It's a 2-year loan. Oh, away kit. What colour did they go for the away kit then? It's weird. It looks okay here. At least the collar's a bit better. But it looks worse on a person. Is the best way to describe it. This I like, but when it's worn, it doesn't look as good. I'm trying to think. I don't know why I'm. The red definitely is better than the white one. Yeah, I agree. Comparatively speaking, anyway. Cerezo Osaka won. I think perhaps they have actually. I feel like we looked at the Japanese league a while ago for some reason. And I didn't do the Wrexham look. My apologies. They've been all over the place in this save as it happens. You're right. Maybe the lighting isn't doing it any favours, perhaps. So Rex, is that really their away kit? It looks like an Argentinian rugby shirt. Oh wait, hang on. Isn't that the? Wait, that is actually related to the reason, isn't it? If I remember correctly, they're 9th in League One at the moment, so it has not gone well for them. Recently at least. There's 59 injuries in League One. You'd be pleased to know. Plymouth are top with 1 game, admittedly. 159. Yes, I saw a picture of Harry Wilson wearing it on Instagram this morning, I think it was. It looks kind of nice. I like that they chose Big Hazard. I mean, how could you not? He's like the talisman at this point, isn't he? It's early days yet, though. But it doesn't look like it's gone brilliantly for them. Although they have sold £10 million worth of players this summer. Sorry, no. They sold £10 million worth of player in Callum Doyle. Worth Ashbury, yeah. I remember they did a little segment in Welcome to Wrexham in the most recent season, so I'm guessing that's what that's related to, which is kind of nice. I don't know if you can see... Oh, no, you can, can't you? We definitely tried to look at this once, and I forgot where the information... It was under staff, wasn't it? And then you do all... Wait. Oh, no, is he? Yeah, so Rob McElhenney and Ryan Reynolds. I like that he's the chairperson and he's the director. So yes, they are still here. They've not withdrawn their money yet, at least. Doing Squeeze Park. Nothing wrong with it. I've not managed in Scotland in a very long time, actually. Tony and Aaron and I were debating potentially a network game on the podcast last week because we want to maybe do something like that at some point. We thought about maybe do lower league Scotland, like lower league, like, you know, Highland and Lowland type of situation. Particularly because you'd have to play each other quite a lot if you got into League 2 because of the way that Scottish leagues work. There's a decent amount of games, but you play the same teams quite a lot, which would be quite good in a network game type of environment, I would say. Is a mess. Yeah, but that makes it more fun. What's so messy about it? I'm curious now. You've piqued my interest. Because you've got the Highland League and the Lowland League, right? Below League 2, if I remember correctly. And they've got some great names down there too, which is just as important when choosing any save is the names of the teams. A few slightly older players have cropped up on here. God, Salvatore Esposito. Abrima Sane, I hate seeing him come up in here because it's just like a big reminder of what we lost. Ah, there it is. Luckily, you are a discardable. That sounds really harsh. I am going to discard you, though. Yeah, we're into a few of the Japanese and Portuguese players. There was quite a few of them, actually, so I'll discard those. Down to 16. You are Gabriel Baumgartner. Like, good name. Anyone that isn't... There's a couple of extensives, actually. Oh, no, just the one. But he is Dr. Congo South Africa, though. Can't argue with that. There's a bid on this guy as well from Wuppertal. Bid from who? Werder Bremen and Gornik Zapsha. They get involved. Oh, crap. So the one guy that's stuck around is another goalkeeper. Area reach is good. One-on-ones is all right. Reflexes is quite good. Do you know what? He might not be a bad just pick up for the loan farm, honestly. Abdallah Saeed. Jumping reach is solid. Low eccentricity. My favourite things on a goalkeeper, unless he wants something dumb. I'd be tempted to just sign him up, actually. don't think he's fantastic. But for those kind of prices, for the loan farm, like, oh, it's a bit more than I was hoping for. And they've locked that in. No, they haven't. That might be a bit of an overpayment. I should have sent Pepe around. He could have dealt with this. And he's got a crazy beard. True. Very important, the beard is. Offers for you. We're just getting random offers now. Which is fine, but I wish they were from other Polish sides. In a bit, I might try and do the old send to... In fact, I'll try and do it now. Why the hell not? What am I waiting for? Christmas? Probably. It's a long way away. We want loan farm view. At least it's finally appearing like this now. It's not all spread out like it was before, and I don't know what's changed. I'm happy for it, though. Now then, just want to make sure that everybody here is actually a player I can do this with, and not someone that's going to kick off if I try to send them to our B team. Not B team, sorry. I'll send them to Garbania first. I guess that counts as worked? I don't know. It doesn't even really... The fact that it doesn't say anything is a little bit disconcerting. Get all these guys too. Oh my god, this is so many players. This is where I accidentally send someone where I really shouldn't have done. Hopefully it would warn me. Well, it hasn't warned me, so I have no idea if that's worked or not. I guess we're going to find out when I accidentally send one of our starting players to the Shadow Realm. Might have to be a coffee start today. Because Naeem is probably still nursing that injury a little too much here. Is here to dial back again? Yes, he is. Okay, cool. Comes back in for Ranji. He's had a good couple of games. Goal and an assist. Can't argue with that. It's good to know for when we do have European matches that he's willing to come into the team. Oh dear, who's coming off the bench here? Probably. Do I need another centre? Oh, we do actually kind of... Where's my youngster guy? We don't really need him on the bench anymore, at least. Not all the time. Yes, sorry. My apology, Asher. I get distracted, as you know. Cerezo. Osaka. Had some coffee. No, I didn't have coffee. That was Mike, specifically. I haven't had coffee... Well, I do have coffee sometimes, but usually just decaf. So yeah, J-League 1. No, they've had a runner-up. Mike had 3. Yeah, you don't want that. 3 seems excessive. But it does depend on how strong the coffees are. They have won a J-League Cup in 2028. I see what you mean. Yeah. I've somehow missed that. My brain is just simply not working today. I blame me. They did get 1, yeah, in 2025. Oh, yeah, that would be in the save, right? Forgot you already had one. That's how you know it's good. A subscribe button. Yeah, I can't be taking caffeinated stuff like coffee alongside stimulants. It sends me a little bit loopy. just a little too much, and you feel lightheaded for like 24 hours afterwards. Lots of stamina. Yes, he does. He emphatically plays like he's had lots of coffee as well. Even the concentration's good for a bit. Terrible leadership, though. Who's he wanted by? Bayern. Good. That's definitely not going to be a problem later in the window, and we're going to have to annoy him as well. God, I love seeing the dark green ratings on certain players. Like 6 goals for Obradovic. Oh, sorry. 5 goal contributions for you. 6 for Qatar as well. Yeah, in it, Mushroom Man. I still have it occasionally, but I try not to have them beyond 7 PM now, because I find that it was really messing with my sleep a little bit. It's tough, though. Which is why I really like these, actually, just because it's not got caffeine in it. It's like, it's just hydration, which is always really nice. Particularly when I've just spilt it all over my chest. A tidal wave just came all over my chest. 1 second, chat. Don't mind me. I wasn't paying attention and I just tipped it way too far. Just, At least my skin is now going to smell like strawberry kiwi. I have now been baptized into the Holy Church. There you go. God damn it. Thank God it's moisture wicking. We'll live on a free. Well, none of them are up this season, let's put it that way. Most of our starters, because they're only just coming into the squad, you can see they have very long contracts. He's brand new. Duru's got at least 4 years on his contract. Luckily, they're not players we have to worry about too much. Eduardo signed a contract last year. Rodriguez still has a long contract. De Campo, he only signed a couple of years ago. I believe he has a clause in his anyway, though he does, so that's fine. Coffee, similar story. We're pretty safe on most of these guys. Stapelfeld, same again. They either have 4 years left. In fact, yeah, they all have either 3 or 4 years plus clauses on top of that, which is really, really good. That's the kind of level of safety that we'd look for, really. Okay. This is a much more difficult game, but I trust them. If they all wanted. Bayern. That's Bayern Leverkusen. Okay. We'll keep hold of it. It'll be fine. Is Sermon back yet? No. At this rate, he's really going to struggle to get back in the team. If Duru continues to perform at this rate. Holy mushroom cloud. It's one of the benefits of us entertainment to chat. Honestly, it wouldn't be that entertaining. I've done it in the past, and it actually makes me a bit lightheaded, and therefore I start to like not really be able to string sentences together in a way that is actually... It's less entertaining, more just sad, I guess. And ultimately, health is important, and I'm trying to look after my health a bit more this year. Our Father, who art a builder nation, booty be thy name, thy kingdom come, promotion be done, maybe, in Poland as it is in Hungary. Give us this day our daily stream, and forgive us our missed chances as we forgive those who score against us, and lead us not into crippling debt, but to deliver us to promotion, and maybe even a Champions League. We have a plus 10 goal difference in the league after 3 games. That's excessive. And we're at home again. I think if we were to club Lech Poznan here, there might be an indication of things to come for us. Now, it's all very well. What's their team? They've still got Luis Kumas in there. Kessier's still there. Stabile's annoyingly still there as well. I do like some of the signings they've made. What I might check after this game is what the managerial situation is like in the Polish league, whether there's been any changes. I know that Robbie Keane, as far as I know, is still in charge at Legia. Wait, have they started losing games now, or are they just not playing? It's the Audi Kukonda effect. It would be so typical of them to take him on loan from us and then simply not play him. That would suck. Ely City. It is an Ely City shirt, yes. It's a bit big for me, though, unfortunately. It's the only one they had. I think I might even be able to trade it in for medium, potentially, Pog said. Oh, go on. No, that's them. Go on, and by that I mean the defenders, obviously, chat. I would never root for a blue team in this save. It's fine, we're going to score off of it. We were just lulling them into a false sense of security. We've got bodies in the way. Oh, Jesus. He's annoyingly good, this lad. Oh, unnecessary to even touch that, to be honest. It's gone to Anaheim, of course. Right. Slow start from us in this game. A genuinely slow start. We're actually under genuine pressure here. For about the first time this season. Although it might just be because it's the first time we've played a good team this season. Oh, please tell me there's someone running into the channel. No! Stadium colour blue. That apparently, Ironhammer, is exactly how it is in real life. From what I've heard, the stadium actually does look like that. Oh, no! David, buddy, you can actually kick it properly rather than just waft a leg out at it. It's 1-0 to Lech Poznan. Okay. Just, I mean, tough for him to get down there, I suppose, but you probably want to do a bit better than that. He does just sort of... Oh, why is he using his left leg as well? He couldn't have... Right, that's fine. We'll come from behind. Pog's Ely City shirt fits much better. Goes nice with the scarf, though. I need to get down again. They played at the weekend, but obviously I was busy doing the recap video on Saturday, so I couldn't get down. They still won, thankfully. Against, was it Kirkley and Pakefield, I think. But the thing is, with the way the league is at the moment, we've got no chance of actually getting into the automatic promotion spots because Mulbarton are so much better than everyone else. So it's basically playoffs or nothing. I think we're about 7 points clear in the playoffs, though, so it should be okay. This has been a dreadful performance from us, genuinely. What if it's the lack of... Is Naeem that important to our team that without him in the team, that we just suffer immensely? Because it does seem like it. We're genuinely not doing much. No, this might be one of these games where it requires a shuffle of personnel at 60 minutes and maybe even a throwing it on attacking later and see what happens. Possession's still okay. It's like a motorway service. It does, yeah. Which is ironic because their ground is basically right next to the A10 motorway services. I say, it's not even a motorway. The A10 services. Which is annoying because you can't park there. Right. Okay, change is needed. This is not happening. Stapelfeld's weird. Wow, Montperouge dropping a 6.2. be fair, everyone's dropping an absolute clanger here. We are a little bit light off the bench in terms of strikers. There's going to be Hoffman here. I should have maybe thought about that. Hurtadal is furious, and I actually kind of want to leave him on being furious just to see what that means. Why is Nigel not an option here? John's been bad as well. Screw it. Rotate them all. Squadify. No, what is that? Which promises bug is that? Yeah, we'll just back on attacking. We're a goal down here. We're just got to go. Saz. So Saz has done a few little bits. One of which was the scouting screen thing, but that has been incorporated into Mr. Teeny's skin. As far as I know, Saz is not working on an overall skin. But he has... When I saw Saz last year, I said to him, I was like, I guarantee you'll get annoyed at something in the game and make something to try and fix it. And he did, of course. But, oh shit. No. It's just a goal, isn't it? Wow, we've just been bad. No two words about it. We've just been bad today. One of those days where nobody really turns up for us. None of the players that you'd expect good things from have been able to do anything in this game. Gave the ball around appallingly there. Round of 11 for the pass. You have to pick one player from each to form your own lineup without knowing what comes next. Okay. Complacency. Usually you don't get complacency unless you're... I mean, I think it is just a case of you're going to play bad sometimes. Because today we have very much done that. I'm even tempted to swap it to the other tactic for the last 25. Because why not, right? I can't imagine it's going to make us much better. We've just been bad. Like, one shot on target at home against Lech Poznan. A team that... They're going to be an interesting one this year because they're not in Europe. Which means I wouldn't be surprised if they actually put some decent pressure on some of the teams towards the top of the league. Same with Legia, in fact. Because I can't believe they're not in Europe. Oh my god, not a third goal, please. Like, none of the guys that... I mean, Hoffman's... Yeah. We need to make an... Should we got another striker on the bench? Because obviously with Kukonda gone and Furman injured at the moment, we need to get... We'll call up one of the guys like Redondo or something to the first team. We've got no shortage of strikers. I just need to pick the right one to get into the fold. Come on. Goal back now. And there's maybe a chance of salvaging a point still. We just need someone to do something. Show a bit of quality that we've not really seen much yet. Never mind. For a club with a certain level of reputation, you sign a player that wants to be a squad player, they automatically lock in to win a domestic trophy. Do they really? Oh. Wow. I have not noticed that. Actually, no. Now that you say that, I have seen a few players try to get the domestic trophy thing in there. But usually we just remove it. I know there was a couple of them that got a bit annoyed at us. And oh, hello there. Right, okay, not done yet. 15 minutes to go. Duru's got his first goal of the season, at least. They've scored enough. They're done for the season now. This is really nice play, though, from Duru. It's a lovely little ball around the side from Coffee. I'm surprised he's even managed to get that... Okay, a little bit unlucky from the defender there. 15 minutes, though. Yeah, maybe we've not got high enough rep to make that happen yet. Really? Wow. Okay, yeah. I've not run into that yet, but I suspect that I'm now going to. Or I have, and I just didn't notice at the time. There's every chance. Maybe there is a... I think that goal was a little bit against the run of play. Oh, hang on a minute, though. I'd take a 2-2 draw. We haven't deserved it in any way, but now's the moment. Number 3. No, I think what I did at the start of the season is I cleared the squad numbers and then reset them again. So what it's meant is that for some reason the game went, yeah, Krzyżanowski, number 52. Starting left back definitely needs to be number 52. And I'm all right with that. Because it's just going to cause weird stuff. I mean, Coffee got number 7 out of that. Rodriguez even got number 4. I've no idea what the lower numbers have got. Oh. They do need to look at that. With the random highlights where nothing happens and the ball never even gets into a dangerous position. Yeah, there's so many different things that are guaranteed to upset the players. You don't need more things added to that, really, do you? Actually did get better towards the end of that, but not enough. Bad from us. Hello, Jose. Right. That was shit. First defeat of the season. First goals conceded of the season, to be fair. Bad from us. Yeah, I don't really know where our squad numbers have gone properly. As if we've now already lost top spot to them because of the head-to-head elements of it. Turn-up saturation. Yes, I have the... What's it called? Reshade mod on. So it normally looks like that, but then you add that in and it just... I think it just makes it look a lot better. It looks really washed out, I find, most of the time. To the point where I went to a game recently after I'd accidentally hit the button on my keyboard and I thought that something had broken because I was so used to playing it with the Reshade mod turned on. £1,200 a week. It's probably quite a bit to be paying for a loan farm. Do I really want to... Do you know what? I'm actually not going to do that. I don't think he's even that good. If he had 5-star PA rather than, like, that's sort of just beneath it, I think I'd be more tempted. But I think we can find better, cheaper that aren't going to cost us money later. It is a good tune, isn't it? It feels like a lot of songs now do just kind of sound like that. It's like an entire genre of, like, damp warehouse leather trousers type core. I don't know. It's the best way I could describe it. To the point where perhaps slightly too many bands are trying to sound like that now. Destroyer's training poorly. That does make sense that he would do that. Why are you training so poorly? That's surprising. Oh, God, he's no longer 5-star PA. Right. My hope is that the reason he's no longer 5-star PA is because a couple of players we've signed are so good that... Oh, God. Team leader meeting time. What are they going to kick off about this time? Is it Naeem? It's got to be about Naeem, right? Hoffenheim wants Stapelfeld. No. Yep, it's Naeem. Rodado and Krzyzanowski. Right. Can't let good players leave. Right, where is there's one of these. This one. Damn it. There was one of these I said in a meeting a little while ago, and it actually worked. Oh, this is the song I was thinking of. This is a different song before, but... Damp Trousers, Leather Warehouse. Yeah, Leather Warehouse! I want to know what that looks like. God, Khalifa's only 2 stars. Right. Playing time. Well, then we can definitely sell you then. So, there we go. I actually forgot he was even still here. We tried to sell him last season. It didn't work out. Right, actually, yeah, well, hello there. There's definitely a... oh, wow, we might have finally got a defensive injury. Probably shouldn't have acknowledged that at the start of the stream, really. Otherwise, I've just jinxed it into existence. Could be worse. Maybe play it when everyone who streams are being better. To me, being good at FM isn't really, like, important. It's more like, are you having fun while playing it, ultimately? We're getting a few of these by the looks of it. More than I was expecting, actually. Jesus Christ, there's so many of them. Nigel's adapting his game to get forward whenever possible. I don't hate that for him, actually. This is where it completely breaks him as a player now, and he's not able to function anymore. I do want to call up, perhaps, a second-team striker if we can find one. We've got plenty of them. I don't think there should be much of an issue. So there's Aranda. Not you. We've got... Actually, one second. Let me just make sure I've got the filters. There's options. There's Ander Redondo. Kotovos. Matteo Marabese. Wow, we have options here. Because someone needs to get a first team go. Is Aranda the guy? He's probably not got the physical... Oh, God, he's good as well. I feel like Redondo's the one I might want to bring up, actually. He's got 18 finish. Which one would you bring up, chat? We want to bring one of these guys up to the first team because we've got an extra space now for a striker on the bench. There's also Kotovas, too, who's a bit slower than the others as well. Good God, we've got some crazy good talent down here. I feel like Redondo's the... Well, we can't compare all 5 of them with each other, unfortunately. The game won't let you do that, but they're all suitably excellent in certain ways. He's probably... I don't know why the game's giving him... They're all kind of 2.5-star CA type of dudes. The benefit of someone like a Redondo or an Aranda... Actually, I'll compare these two. Is that they are at least both of the 5-star PA as well. Recently viewed, so I want Redondo. It's pretty close. Redondo is the one that's sort of standing out more for me, but it's hard to say. So dribbling, Redondo wins it. Finishing as well. First touch slightly worse. Better in the heading as well. Tackling is also weirdly good on him too. And composure-wise, Aranda's got him. Pace-wise, they're basically the same. Slightly better balance, better jump, much better jumping reach on Redondo at 16. Yeah, that's the great thing. If you're enjoying the game, then that is truly all that matters. Let me see if there's any consistency issues on them, perhaps. There's 5 cons on Aranda. More convincing. Okay, no indications of bad consistency, I don't think. In fact, he's not only that, he's consistent. He's considered consistent, in fact. problem is as well, the role that they'd be playing in is the one where you want that extra bit of oomph. Actually, no. Who's got better passing? 11 passing and 11 vision on Redondo. And 11 passing and 13 vision on... God, they are not making this easy for me. Do I just call them both up and let them fight to the death? Because I think it's certainly heading towards that at this stage. Screw it, lads. You've remained so close in your qualities that I'm going to bring you both to the first team squad instead. Seems easier. Let them decide. Let fate decide. I guess, Chris, what I mean is that I actually do like that album. I just feel like a lot of bands that didn't sound like that are now starting to sound like that. And it's like, if I wanted to listen to that sound, I could just listen to Bad Omens do it, I suppose, right? That's why, particularly when it's bands that are quite established, I find. I'm like, just... And I guess it's because it works, right? It's an interesting sound that people are clearly enjoying, so it would be weird not to do that, but that's a great thing about music. If I don't like that band, I'll just listen to another one, right? Only at agility. Yeah, it's a little... It's not ideal. I think really until we see them actually playing a game, because really what they're looking for, or what we're looking for out of them, is for them to play the role behind Catalar. Duel at Dawn, maybe. We'll just give them tiny little pistols. A few more loans have gone through, which is nice. Albeit to the B teams and stuff, but that's fine. It gets the loans out there. He's younger. Yeah, they both have the 5-star PA. It's suboptimal. I like using that phrase in general. Benzer's going as well. Victor Martinelli. Wow, really? Okay. Bongonga's off. Preciado. I thought Stamford was going to say yes then. There's a few more of those guys at least. Just clears them up a little bit. Gets them out of the way for a little bit. They get some Johnny Stalker. No, his name's not Johnny Stalker, is it? It's John Stalker or something. Hernandez is going as well. This seems to work way better for loans than it used to. I feel like on 24, when you tried to send them to the affiliate side, the overwhelming majority would say no. They're in like the 3rd or 4th tier. We're not exactly sure. They're not in a playable league, basically, which is why they come back every year anyway. Salifu's up to stay. This is where it's taken out of my hands, because for some reason one of them accepts a loan move to a B team. Not B team, you know what I mean. Mostly rejecting them, though. God, we have too many players, man. I think they are 3rd tier. The best case scenario would be for us to actually get an affiliate side that's in the 2nd tier. Like a team that's unlikely to get promoted from the 2nd tier, but is in there, so we can send players, then keep them there. And obviously with them being in a playable league, it will in theory help a little bit too. Plus they've been playing at a higher level. But we haven't quite got the reputation gap to the teams down there yet to be able to get away with that yet. But at facilities, our facilities were actually quite good to begin with, but we have done some improvements to them as well, because we had some extra cash. Javi was another of the guys I thought would be... Wasn't he on the next gen list last year, and we wondered why? Because he's very highly rated, but he doesn't look as good as the other dudes, to be honest. Maybe I'm not seeing something in him. Bamich is going as well. Terror Satchek's always a wonderkid guy. Judging abilities. Judging ability of players... Because it's all relative at the end of the day. It's like... Is a player good or bad is always... Depends on the level you're playing at, what you're comparing them to. Because, you know, none of our players would be considered good if you're comparing them to the teams at Manchester City. I mean, actually, Catalar would probably be a guy that you go, okay, he's decent, but he's not playing for them. But for our level, that's why I love the early stages of a save, because you can... There's more players out there that will make you better. Dele Alli's injured. Worst news imaginable. Is that actually a game locked in there as well? Or is it still not actually got any idea who we might potentially play in the next round? No, still no idea. I assume that draw there might be for the game that we will then play the winner of, so we might get a notification then potentially. Get promoted anyway. Yes. Normally that would be the case, I guess, but if they're in a non-playable league, the game doesn't really seem to use those metrics to decide whether they're any good or not. It tends to use things like reputation and other factors to decide whether to promote a team from a non-playable league. So we could send them out there genuinely in a squad of worldies and they probably still wouldn't get promoted from whatever division they're in. If they were in a playable league, then yeah, they 100% would go up. Like, one of the benefits we had in Malta is we had several playable leagues that we could use. Lucky. I don't know. I think we were just kind of bad for a lot of that game. We got a lot better once Kevin and Sessignon came on, because Anthony Robinson has been very, very poor since he came back into the lineup. Unfortunately. Hello, we finally got a bid on one of the Patreon players. Hambusher could be off. The first one, Stalzhezhov. Free transfer. Hope that goes through. Lovely. Do just want to quickly check in on the old player database while we're here. Ah! Okay, Ghana cooking. Yeah, I don't think they were. We definitely... this is one of those games. We never seem to do well there. And, oh my god, who are they wanted by? Brookbet? We didn't. As far as I know, anyway. They might be announcing it today, for all I know. God, I hate that this is just slightly off the screen there. Uche Bright, though. Yeah, he's a pacey boy. And Charles Hayatu. We've got enough knowledge on them that it might be worth punting on them soon, rather than later, perhaps. Oh, God. I like him, but he is not a player we'd ever use. And if he does go to Vidjev, that would probably be way better for Polish football in general. Them signing him would be way more beneficial, because he can't even play wing-back for us with that tackling. I'm not really sure what he is, because his dribbling and crossing, they're okay. He's not the best crossing or dribbling player. His mentals are okay. He's got good technique, and his passing is okay. He's kind of like an advanced playmaker out wide type of guy, which is not a player we see very often. He's a bit of a niche kind of... Yeah, he's a sprinter, exactly. Hopefully Charles is more up our... Oh, hello, Charles. It's a striker. We like strikers, right? Trade for every first-round pick in the draft. Wish we could draft to Poland. He's got... Very nice. He's probably more of a signing, actually, that I would be willing to make, even though he's quite expensive as well. But it's fine, because I'm going to have a wee break. Then we're going to decide what to do, because I wouldn't mind signing a bit of the old Charlesy boy. Have a nice whiz quiz in the meantime, friends. Back in a sec.
You know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
It was, of course, Daniel Van Boyten. I didn't realise he was even there, let alone for how long ago that actually was. But there you go. We learned something new today, friends. Ash Goodyear, thank you very much for the follow as well. Hopefully, I thought I was muted for a second there. Christ. Okay, right. Charles. I'm going to just... Actually, that's a lot of money. Charles, what are we doing here, bud? That seems like an excessive amount of money. But... as a loan farmy type dude, I think it depends. If they don't want too much money for him, what about... That's more, Matt. You want less. Ah, he's got a release clause. Wait, that means we can get close to it. Maybe like that. There we go. That'll do. Was he part of that team? Who was managing City at the time? 2004, 2005. That wasn't Sven era City, was it? No. No, it can't be. That was pre-Sven. Was it Keggy? Oh, Stuart Pearce. I like that Stuart Pearce City. Very forgotten football. Here's one for you, chat, then. Who is I like this. I like this a lot. A player that everyone forgets played for a certain team. Who are they and what was the team? Montella. Vincenzo Montella played for Fulham. Only for a tiny bit. I think it was a 6-month loan from January through to the end of the season. But Montella was at Fulham randomly once. Ryan Babel, obviously, that's more memorable, I'd say, from Babel at Fulham. But Montella just stands out to me as being weird. Big Bear, thank you for the prime. George Best was at Bournemouth, was he? I actually didn't know that. I knew it was at Fulham, obviously, but that's... Ben Taleb was a nuke. When? I assume on a loan, right? Renato Sanchez at Swansea, I do remember, solely because of him passing to the ad board in that Carabao Cup game.
I am familiar with over 600
Montella was a classy-ass player. Steady, thank you for the follow. Didn't braid at West Ham. Really? Esteban Cambiasso. Yes, that was in the survival season, right? If I remember correctly. Hello, Jack. Van Nistelrooy. Oh, I remember that, because that was when Malaga had all that money for a bit, wasn't it? And they got to... Did they get to the quarterfinals of the Champions League one season? I remember them playing against Dortmund in a 2-legged game. It was a while ago. Yeah, Mobley was at Norwich. And I remember Brighton having Vicente. That I do remember for some reason. Andres D'Alessandro, I remember him as well. That was a fun-ass Porpy team. Was Lampard on loan at Swansea? I guess he must have been. What we missed? Basically, we've started the season really, really well, and then just randomly fell off in our last game for some unknown reason. Yeah, the Beckham Preston one. That one I do remember. So yeah, that was during... Was that when Notts County pretended that they had money for a bit? Other two Nigerians? Probably, but I just want to look at him first. But those two were the only 5-star guys, right? If I remember correctly. Oh, shit. I'll offer him one of those. There we go. That'll do for now. He might get Nigeria caps. Got to be careful with him. I mean, they're going into the scouting anyway. There's this guy here as well, actually. Emmanuel Kalou. Goalkeeper. Okay, nothing desperate, but I definitely want to scout him further. In fact, I believe I have already set up scout reports on these guys, right? I think. Let me just try again to make sure. Yeah, I have. Okay, cool. They'll go around. They'll be in there somewhere. But at least there's finally a few guys filtering through from the team reports. We obviously... There was some extra Ivorian ones, but they'll be at the end of the African set because I had to go back around again for a second time. Robbie Keane at West Ham, his boyhood club. Trying to sell Rodada is kind of not really there's no point in like trying to sell him really because he hasn't really got any interest from anywhere else. He's more likely to just retire at the end of the season, I think, which is maybe better in a way. That way he would have played here for a while. Because was Boa Morte at West Ham as well at one point? I feel like. After Fulham. Marino. Yes! Newcastle have had a few of those. Because was it Tovan that didn't really work out that well at Newcastle, but then went on to do some quite good stuff later as well? I like the career of Danny Welbeck is just interesting to me in general. He feels timeless for some reason. Obertan, yes. There's another one. Newcastle have had loads of these, actually. They seem like a good club for this. Cash, well, I know. Luckily, Chris, we've got cash 2 in the bank, so it's all going to be just fine, maybe. So basically, Mick, what was the last thing you saw or remember? And I can catch you up as best I can. I'll give you my very best TLDR. Or TLDW, I guess. A full tuxedo. That, yes, respect. I have a huge amount of respect for that. Gabriel Bonloho or Watford? Was that after or before? The intake. So obviously we had the crazy good intake. Managed to win the league in the end by 6 points, but it wasn't as easy as you'd think because we had basically we were going to be playing our main rivals on the last day of the season. Thankfully we managed to get a draw on the day before that and they lost, so we were able to win it there, played the youngsters against them and beat them away from home. The biggest thing since then really is the arrival of the Red Mumbler and Olufemi John, 2 players that have slotted straight in, basically. The kind of players that are going to be making a huge impact for us, basically. Get rid of you. And you as well. Mr. Mixture. These are all French sides, yes? Yeah, that's fine. Scott Parker was at Norwich? Did Miranda get injured again? Well, I guess we know who the answer is then. I told you it was a fight to the death. It looks like some of them got shot, but it wasn't me. I remember Andoni at Brighton, I think. Ben Harper was at Hull? Danny Rose at Newcastle. I feel like I do remember Danny Rose at Newcastle briefly. I'm trying to think of some more from Fulham now. It's always loans, isn't it? Tell you what, chat, let's exclude the loans. Yeah, Champions League qualifying, we haven't actually... we don't know who we're getting yet. But that's where we're up to. Because obviously we go into the final round. Qatar... That's all Spanish clubs again. We're getting there slowly. Did Mendy play for Pogon? Wow. Yeah, the Jesse Lingard... When was he at Brighton? Was that a loan spell? Is it... Oh, did it actually say? Sorry, that's what I mean. They need to give you... There you go. You're right. That feels very doable. Because obviously they won the Greek Championship last season, but they... Andy Cole at Fulham as well. That exact same period. That was what, sort of 2003 kind of time? Hello, Jack. Managing Yeovil at the halfway stage of the season. They're already last 10 points for safety, and they're now in League 2 for the National League. 3 million debt. Need some help and tips. Hemorrhaging money. Yeah, unfortunately at that kind of level, you're almost going to be having no choice but to lose money for the club overall. But remember, you just need to work within the budgets that the club have set for you. So as long as you're not overspending your wage budget and stuff, you should be okay. Yeah, Monaco feel like a hotbed of those exact types of players, actually, yeah. Vitinha was a... Oh, wait, what? God, he's a fucking great player, isn't he, Vitinha? Loic Remy at Newcastle. He was at QPR for a bit as well, wasn't he? I love it. We've deserted back into just naming people, and I love it. It's one of my favourite things to do, is just to name footballers. Because then everyone just goes, oh, yeah. It's great. Just throw them out there. Steed Malbronk. Oh, yeah. What a guy. Didn't look like a footballer. Panathinaikos Wisła champion. Oh, really, Tome? Interesting. So you're saying there's even more on the line here for us? It's a loan move. Also, you signed a new contract last season. Why would I let you go to a rival energy drink? We'll have to just discuss it with him. Is he... God, he's not got enough squad status either, which is a pain. Don't believe that. What do you mean you didn't believe that? That's literally what happened. Melon. Your dream move... Oh, yeah, your dream move is fucking RB Leipzig. I'm sure it is, buddy. That's why you turned down Juventus last summer, because you were just really waiting for Leipzig. Okay. Silly man. Signed a new contract a year ago. He could not have a longer contract than he has right now, silly man. Javi Bay. Oh, I'm trying to think of other... Gael Bagirimana. He was a fun name to just mention. Yeah, Vitinha does seem to be the complete engine of Paris' success. Like, he's just a fabulous player to watch. Burundi legend, exactly. Was Bagirimana the one that nearly got his leg broken with that absolutely horrible tackle from... Was it Callum McManaman? Against Wigan. It's just randomly remembering that. Kim Kallstrom was the guy with the broken back, wasn't it? The one that Arsenal signed who had literally got a fractured spine. Is he Northern Ireland? Haidara. That's who it was. Massimo Sadio Haidara. Don't know why I thought it was Bagirimana. We should be okay with registering a team this time around because we've got more homegrown players this time. So there shouldn't be too much of an issue. Stoyer counts as under 21. Superb. Abdullahi will need to be registered. But I can take some out later for that. Coffee. Oh dear. Wait a minute. Who have they registered that they shouldn't have done? Rodado. Grujic. Lots of players that don't need to be registered have been Jose Antonio. Yeah, alright. What? My assistant is a nightmare for this. Nigel's in. Valero? We're going to be fine. Morabi. Stop registering random people, assistant. Christ. Right, so Stoyer's there. Coffee can come in. Duru can come in. Hugh can come in. Stapelfeld can come in. Jesus Lord. What we're talking about, we were literally just naming footballers at this point. What we were actually talking about is players that played for a club and you forgot that they specifically played for them. Where they had a really short spell there and just everyone forgets it. God, Zlatan was, and Falcao, they went through a spell of like having a new star striker, a slightly older star striker every single year for a bit, didn't they? That was quite fun. Andy Carroll on at Preston. Was that when he was on loan from West Ham? Yeah, no, you're not in. You might need to be in. Can I put you in as well? Nah, one more. Eduardo doesn't need to be registered, which is amazing. Ooh. Was Eto at Mallorca? I remember him at Angie
Voltaire contracted syphilis
That was a team and a half.
2 blocks from here.
Nobody knows who they are. Go on then. An example of a player that sort of has more Premier League appearances than you'd think they would do. Fangio, thank you for the follow. Kabak, wow. That's for some reason just reminded me as well of Ragnar Klavan at Liverpool too. You're under 21. None of these guys have been registered. Is there anyone I could leave out and won't matter too much because we've got other guys that are going to be willing to come in? Let's go back at West Ham. Yeah, that's a relatively recent one, isn't it? Best player. I'll show you the best player in our squad in a minute because it's clearly Catalar. I want to see if there's anyone that could be removed and they won't kick off as much. You have to be in the squad. So do you. You could actually be. No, we would be without. Wait, do we need another goalkeeper? I don't really need Laurier in there too, do we? We've already got another goalie in the squad with Stempak. Asking for trouble, I'm sure, but. Who else can I put in instead? Redondo, probably, right? And then Sadibi won't care. Luis Eduardo doesn't need to be registered. Mosquera, though, he probably will kick off if I don't put someone else in. Mascot left alone in the middle of the pitch. Wait, how does that even happen? Aren't they paired with a specific player? Speaking of Bolton, were a great club for those types of players, actually. Bolton had a lot of players that you would think, yes. It was during that Allardyce era where Bolton were just able to sign these really decent named players, like Ivan Campo, for example. And that was just a really fun Bolton team in general. With your Kevin Nolan, is it Kevin Davis, Stelios Giannakopoulos, all those kind of guys. Very Channel 5. Yeah, and Nelka as well, yeah. That was a tiny bit after, wasn't it? And Nelka just yeah, Okocha was part of that team. Of course he was, yeah. Ricardo Gardner and no, there was another guy as well. There was a centre-back they had. I just can't remember who it was. Maybe I'm thinking of Ricardo Gardner, actually. Timu Pukki was at Sevilla? Oh, speaking of Finnish players. Well, no, Elmander's Swedish, wasn't he? Regardless, Johan Elmander, that ridiculous goal he scored as well. Yeah, that Bolton team was brilliant. I remember watching them on a random game on Channel 5. I think it was against Dinamo Plovdiv. Or Botev Plovdiv, which might be the same team. They just changed their name or something. That was a hell of a game. It was very... Back on... When it was the UEFA Cup, and it was Channel 5... Yeah, I've got to be able to get one more player in here, and it really is Mosquera, otherwise he will start to shit the bed. But realistically, who could even come out for him at this point? Because everyone else is kind of necessary. Ah, wait, it's another goalkeeper. Yeah, probably don't need to put Ruben Vasquez in the squad. We don't need 4 goalkeepers in the squad assistant. Cut to our 4 goalkeeping injuries. Ben Haim. Chelsea have had another... Chelsea was always the opposite, because they had a load of players that they would sign, and then you'd forget they were there, because Steve Sidwell, I feel like, was a strange sign. Danny Drinkwater as well. Those kind of signs that I don't know why they made them, but I suppose it's easy looking back in hindsight to be like, wow, that was never going to work out, but then maybe it could have done. Manish. He was he a Portuguese fullback or a wingback or something? I recognise the name. Steve Sidwell was great for Fulham as well. He scored one of the more underrated goals because he got a goal in the same game that Paitim Kasami scored that worldie against Crystal Palace. Sidwell also scored a banger in that game, but no one remembers it because obviously that goal was way better. Bularoos. Did he play for Rangers at one point as well? Walcott. I honestly feel like he would have had more than that because he was just around for such a long time. There you go. Ricardo Vaz Tay as well, of, I believe, Bolton and West Ham fame. Fame's probably a bit of a long word. And Zogbia was so good. Wigan were another team that had a load of those kind of players too. With your, Figueroa was at Wigan, wasn't he? Pog and I were randomly watching... I don't know what we were even watching, but it got me onto naming, like, Honduran footballers. I'll tell you what it was. It was Stephen Fry in Central America. And they were talking about football. I think it was either Honduras or Guatemala or somewhere like that. And I was just thinking in my head of a load of players. I was like, how many of these guys have played in the Premier League? Transfer talent used to pop out with more good players from over there. Interesting. To be fair, in leagues where you have more direct preferences there, where it is in, it's like, where the nation has more strict transfer preferences. I could totally see how that would work. In Poland, it's a lot more relaxed, so it probably wouldn't have much of an effect here, but in other leagues, I could definitely see that working. Was he at Barnsley as well? Oh, Lafondra was great, particularly as he was a massive FM fan as well. David Ngog. David Ngog was at Liverpool for a bit, was he not? And then Bolton, maybe? There's this guy here, another South African. There's quite a few here, actually. There's 3 South Africans. They might have been from the team reports that have been like pushed forward, perhaps. Potentially. Random veterans in Withenshaw the other day. Did he? That's cool. I do quite like when random former pros that are not that old just randomly rock up. Play as EU. I've never had a reason to. Back in the day when I was in a situation where that mattered, I used to use Belgium because you could get a work permit really easily through Belgium, if I remember. That may have changed since then, but it's been a while since I've managed in a league where you needed to get EU status for players, I guess. But Spain was really good because obviously South American players would count as EU, wouldn't they, after like 2 years, I think. Untobeku Zungu, he's a little bit alright, by the way. He's got 20 determination. And he's cheap. He's a way better player than the other guy we were just looking at. Unless he wants something dumb. Oh, man. Okay, straight to the Santa Baby list for you then. Because he's exciting. He's like legitimately very good. What about you? Tumeli Falane. He's not as good. And he'd be a bit more expensive. God, the other guy's way better. 3 years. I think Poland is 5 years. If I remember correctly, it's 5 years. He also would be interested. Development one, okay. He has got professional. To be fair, the other guy had, what was it, Driven? Or yeah, Driven usually does have it, but it's not guaranteed with Driven, I don't think. It's Resolute that usually has it. Sifo Zwane. Good. Speaking of Resolute. What's the injury? A cold is a red injury. Ran a South African filter. No, but they probably were from the team reports. Because we were doing team reports in South Africa, and I guess they've just got snuck through. Turn 18. Well, he's 19, so he should. Breakthrough prospect is fine. Oh, it's a bit of a wage, though. Don't mind that, though. It sounds like I've been red injured for 2 weeks, chat. Who knew? Red injured with a cold for 1 day, bless him. Let's see what they want. Oh, definitely. A 300k, 100% happening. Like, he'll never play for us, but as a loan farm player, he could be really, really good. Coughing up, but maybe. And that's what's red, and it all links in perfectly. I see what you mean. I will just shortlist this. No, I like that guy. The other guy I'm not so bothered about. This guy I do like. We'll sign him now. Nice. Sheringham was everywhere. Was he at Colchester? I feel like he finished his career at Colchester. Back when they were a championship club? It's weird to think that Colchester's a bigger championship side, but they were. Same with, like, Scunthorpe. Either that or he's saying he's got a cold, but he's actually got a really, really bad injury or has a virus like nobody's business, but he's just trying to brave it out, you know? Punctured lung. Not an injury you get in FM, as far as I know. That would be something, though. It has to be very rare. Yeah, he could probably get those international caps, though. Which is a little bit annoying. Okay, guys. Is that going to work? That'll do. 100% play with a bad cold. I guess, yeah. Just sneezing all over the pitch. He just plays with a mask on. Once a day, I know. He's just ringing up the club. It's real bad, lads. But with a South African accent. Well, that went through pretty quickly. I haven't, Jack. No, I'm not a virologist. I only do the virology on the weekend, unfortunately. Sometimes. Oh, that's not happening. He's going to kick off about that too. She need to get out of the window. In FM, South Africa genuinely does produce some fantastic players. They're usually like that second tier of nation in Africa for me in terms of players I sign from them, just because you usually do have to pay a little bit more of a premium to get the South African players. You're more having to pay sort of 500 to $1 million for some of them. I'm an amateur virologist. That's how it started, chap. Okay. We loaned out before, so I don't know exactly. I mean, the loan spell, it's up to 86 again, so we're getting back up to where we were, which is good. And there's still time left in the window to get more of them out as well, crucially. Just lost to Polonia. Lads, come on now. I can't cough. I'm saying, yeah, exactly. This is where we get like a flood of information through the chat that's just... Through the chat. I'm just going to call this the chat now. Through the portal that every single one of our players has now got a one-day virus. Van Hinkle, was he on loan at Stoke at one point? Yet another Stoke guy, I'm guessing so. I love that era of Stoke as well, where they just had all these... Not even failed wonderkids, because they weren't even old enough to have failed yet. Stoke were just somehow able to get their hands on them really early. It was great. When they had like Ibrahim Afellay and all those kind of guys, it was great. Okay. When is the Champions League? It's not for a while, is it? Redondo. So one of these guys is going to get on the bench, for sure. Just remove the unavailable thing so we can keep an eye on who's actually... Because I think the bench might need a bit of a rework here. The lineup I'm fine with, for the time being. Actually, is Naeem back yet? No. Staplefeld's okay. Michael Owen, of course, yeah. Choupo-Moting is a great example, actually, because of how strange his career was after the Stoke phase. When he was at Bayern, he was at PSG. He is a very strange player. I love the career he's managed to have because it just doesn't seem like his talent level has justified it. But maybe I've just not watched enough Eric Choupo-Moting, to be fair. Maybe I'm a massive hater on Choupo-Moting and he's deserved more than that. Right, we need to get some players on the bench, otherwise this is not going to work. Probably not Hoffman for the time being. Because he can't... he can mostly cover striker, honestly. You're not there. Furman... Actually, he is back, to be fair. Didn't even take that long. Right, there we go. That'll do. Wait, is there anyone else missing? I feel sorry for Rodallo, but... Pedro Mendes as well, yeah. Unless Ben Thatcher's around. Another particularly lovely genre of mine that I enjoy is the... in real life, the James Rodriguez. Ah. Maybe that will force it to happen in game. Yeah, Shaqiri. Although, I always thought Shaqiri... Oh, shit. Now we have to do this, don't we? Who have I taken out that I need to put in? That's Kaminsky. Whoa. I forgot about the under 22 rule. Every now and then it just creeps up on me. So who gets taken off the bench because of it? Probably Naeem, because he's not going to be able to play. So might as well just not have him on the bench yet. Just yet. Is the Chupo champ? Favourite lolly? The Matthew Court type? No, it was... What was I going to say? Yeah, the one and done international appearance players that only ever get one cap for their country, or even like get a call up one time and they maybe play two in that same window. Those players are fun. Just looking through England caps and you see the strangest players in there. And the thing is, at the time, sometimes they do feel like those one and done guys at the time, but then you also look back to others and go, actually, wait, yeah, I could see the vision there at the time, and then it just didn't pan out. David Nugent, of course, and he did score. Sort of. Agreed, Mr. Enforcer. I kind of miss the knee-jerk signing players off of World Cup performances in the era when data and stuff wasn't quite so prevalent, and you were genuinely seeing unknown players bursting out onto the scene in the World Cup. It doesn't feel like that's quite such a thing anymore. I feel like it does still happen, but it's nowhere near as inflated as it used to be. Those are the days. A player rocking up from, I don't know, a Senegal player, like in the example of El Hadji, that just randomly gets that huge move. Lewis Duncan's up. Does he really? It feels like it's loads of centre-backs. Jamal Lascelles feels like the fact that you've said that has just made my brain immediately went to, oh yeah, when he got a cap. But the fact that he doesn't have one, it's weird because it feels like he should have done. Turned on a young Lewandowski. I believe that was a Blackburn under Sam Allardyce, maybe? Maybe. Or was it Bolton? I think it was Blackburn that claimed that they turned down Lewandowski. Yeah. Come on. Patrick Bamford. Patrick Bamford had that unbelievable purple patch with Leeds, though, didn't he? I think it was in Leeds' promotion season a few years ago. Bamford was unreal. Great in FPL as well. Blackburn's in that. It might have been actually, yeah. Because of Olafio Yoko. Was it actually? Suddenly now I'm thinking about Walter Mitty. Who takes our penalties these days? Patrick Roberts. Wait, he has a cap? Oh, it's the Red Bumbler. There we go. Stefani Monfils with another goal. Joel Campbell, of course. Yes. That's a good... Yeah. Did he ever actually play for Arsenal? Patrick Roberts is such a what could have been type of story. I mean, he's not even that old yet, is he? I swear, like Matt, he's 29 now. He feels young. Maybe that's just because he's small of stature. I just think that he left Fulham too early. In a way, he's become sort of a cautionary tale for other players maybe to not leave Fulham too early. Because Paddy Roberts, was I remember watching him play for Fulham in the FA Youth Cup, and he was next level good. In the FA Youth Cup final against Chelsea, it was him and also Moussa Dembele. And the next question is which one? I agree. French Moussa Dembele, French striker Moussa Dembele, formerly of Fulham, Celtic, and I believe Marseille. Yeah, Bamford during that season was lights out good, like phenomenally good. Jack Harrison should be involved. Do you know what? Actually, I agree. Oh, we were talking about players who only ever got one cap for their country, but also players who feel like they should have had just one cap for their country, but didn't get it. And I feel like the difference between the two is very, very marginal. Looks like we're at least bouncing back from that early shitting result. Then again, it was a penalty, so maybe not. And Motor took a 3-3 draw against us last season. Oh, Christ. Right, De Campo, these are the moments where you've got to be saving them. Or just using that aura. Belgian Moussa Dembele, now he was next level. He's just such an enjoyable watch. You can see why both Fulham and Spurs fans love Belgium, that particular Belgian Moussa Dembele. Did Arteta not? I guess Spain would have been quite a stacked squad, right? David Wheater. Was that one? Was he a Borough or Stoke? Or he feels like I pitched David Wheater in a red kit, or maybe Bolton actually. Perhaps. I don't know. I always picture him in a red kit. Matt Jarvis. Was that with West Ham or Wolves? Anthony Amy never getting a Scotland cap. Fair. Oh. Yeah, I mean, wasn't that the whole debate at one point with England where it was just no one had any left backs? Only using short players in FM. Oh, you 100% could. Because if you definitely could. You definitely get beat in certain areas with a small team in FM. But provided the quality was there, you could definitely play to it. You'd have to do like low crosses and all that kind of jazz, keeping the ball on the floor. But you definitely could. In the same way that you could do the opposite, where you just go for the tall boys. One England cap who scored a hat-trick and never picked him again. Which begs the question, what did he say to the selection committee? Or which member of the selection committee did he have illicit relations with their family member and or spouse to not get called back up again? Pog and I were watching the Avs Red Wing game the other day. Not the one from last night, obviously. The 5-0. And obviously, the Red Wings have a player called, I think his name is Emmett Finney. And the second I heard his name, my immediate, because he was like an undrafted guy that they called into the squad, but I just couldn't think of, he just to me sounded like a pre-war scorer that would have banged 50 in a season for Arsenal. It sounded so like, just before the war, bro's going to be going absolutely mental down there. Krzyzanowski, he's on the bench at the moment. We're trying out, new man Olafemi John for a little bit because he is absolutely goated. Still not sure he's quite Krzyzanowski good overall in terms of consistency with the team at the moment, but I wanted to give him a little run. Cornish for Ant, there you go. It's a Finn Ant. Adam Armstrong. I more associate him with Southampton and being... I have a lot of Southampton supporting friends, so I'm more well versed in the frustrations of supporting Southampton than I am many other clubs. For example, their particular hate of... Was it Jack Stevens or was it... There was another guy, I think it was a centre-back. Weren't particularly fans of. Livermore has... Wow. I always liked Tom Huddleston as a player. I always liked that he was on the books at Man United randomly at one point as a coach. But then I think you could also have him as a player in FM for some reason. It was like a player coach or something because he could play for the under-23s. Dale Stevens. Yes, that's the one. That's who I was also thinking of. Living near Portsmouth. Yeah, neither of them are even from Portsmouth. Or like one of them lives in Aberdeen now. Don't know if he might be changing allegiances, but perhaps. Dean Ashton, I felt so bad for Dean Ashton because didn't he have to retire at 26 or something because of that ankle injury? Makes you wonder what he could have been. Because he was great for Norwich. Way too many. Yeah, it's... I think sometimes it comes down to an abundance of players in certain positions at a certain time. Could you have hit that any harder? And in others, it can just be that certain players, because of the manager at the time or for whatever reason, or a systemic thing with the... Yeah, it's weird. There's one for... Go on, fuck it. Since we're on the topic of naming men again. Players who should have had more caps but didn't. So they got some. So the recognition was there that they were willing to be included, but they just didn't get anywhere near as many. Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler! Hamzy Frosch. Thank you for the follow. Oh, go on, Duru. Oh, it's beautiful. This better be onside. It's always tough when you're a striker for England if they are playing one striker. Harvey Barnes. I think there's still time with him there. Oh, please. Hey, it's given. Come on. Nice. I think Barnes is... I don't think his time is over for that yet. It's a lovely ball from Obradovic. And Duru with the assist. That is glorious. It's another assist for him as well. Are they? I feel like Tom Kearney didn't get anywhere near as much in Scotland interest as he should have done. As far as, like, for the quality of player that Kearney is, it's surprising to me that he doesn't have more Scotland interactions. Now, this is a league game. It's our match day 5, which we kind of needed a dub in just because of how things have gone lately. Right, let's get rid of some complacencies. We're sailing the complacency a little bit too heavily here, lads. Actually, now would be the perfect time to try out Redondo. Maybe leave the other stuff just in case. In that city, maybe. Yeah, I think it's always tough when. So with goalkeepers as well, I feel like with goalkeepers, because you've only ever got one position and they're usually going to play almost the entire time. So many good goalkeepers can come through, but if they're just not the favoured player for that role, they'll just get no look-ins whatsoever. I mean, Pickford's been England's first-choice goalkeeper for such a long time now. I'm not saying there's anyone better, but we wouldn't have known anyway, would we? I feel like Kearney, the issue with him probably was because he's one of those guys that was eligible for Scotland rather than, like, being openly Scottish. And I think that probably does come into play a little bit. Maybe if he played for a Scottish club. Then again, he would have... If he was playing for a Scottish club, my God, he would have been good. He would have had to be one of the old firm teams. Yeah, Butland seemed to be the guy that was hotly considered to... If you look at those old list of who lines up for the 2026 World Cup for England lists that were made like 8 years ago, Butland's probably on all of them. Max, thank you for the follow. Darren Bent. He was really mid for Fulham, but he did score that goal at Old Trafford in that ridiculous game when we had about 1,000 crosses. Not acceptably open, it's not. And I say this as someone who is openly half Scottish. I always thought myself was saying, I was like, no, I'm going to say it. Right. Good win. And another clean sheet. We're back. Hello, Max. What is up is actually just kind of vibing the transfer window right now. League is taking care of itself semi to an extent. And we've got a Champions League tie. Playoff round around the corner, in fact, I believe, in just a moment. Do we not? In fact, yes, we've got it in just 3 days. Probably should have rotated the squad a bit. This feels winnable, though. These two legs will rotate for the middle one. Freddie Woodman. That's a throwback name. Not even that old, is he? So mine's loan complete. Oh, and now he has gone out on loan. After all that. Out of my closet. Oh, God, here we go. Race to me outside of working hours. Can you maybe stay outside of working hours then? I mean, there's nothing I can do, really. I'm just going to have to upset him. Okay. Wow. Didn't expect that to work. Shout out to Hale. At least we know what to do with him later. Oh, 100%. Just for penalties alone. He was a classy player. Obradovic is showing pleasing progress. Jesus Christ. I forgot how good he was. I know we looked at him earlier, but his attributes are actually absurd. Christ on a bike. Our, like, midfield duo and number 10 role now, and the striker, honestly, is starting to get scary good. But I suppose that right there is the benefit of signing young. Because we can just develop these guys now and not have to worry about signing them. He's starting to look really, really good, yeah. Hambush is off to Stahl. Nice. 7 MLS. No, I haven't, no. Although I did promise, apparently, just 10 short years ago to do exactly that. Fabian Delph. That's... Yeah, I feel like that move to City. Catalar is crushing it, Mick. He's probably the best player at the club at the moment, honestly. According to the game, at least. He is absurdly good. He's already banged 5 in... Sorry, no. He's got 7 in 6 so far this season. You heard it first. Yeah, it's coming very soon. Building it now. Emergency striker. Honestly, he could, but there'd be no point in putting him as the emergency striker just because he's so good in the role that he occupies. And we've got so many other players to bring into that striker role that it would almost be a waste of his ability deeper in the team. Somewhere... No, you don't. You got nothing. You can't find me. Probably... Jack Rodwell. You suppose it didn't help when he ended up in... Was it League One he was in with Sunderland for a bit and then was refusing to change his wages around? Stuart Downing. Yeah, what a cross he had on. I think a lot of it comes down to players picking the wrong transfers. Adapt games to get forward whenever possible. Okay. He's obviously seen the arrival of Big John and has decided I need to actually pick my shit up a little bit. I say that, I mean, as if he hasn't been the best player for us for the last 3 years. Hasn't a doy. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's not exactly over yet. Like, he's kind of crushing it right now. Ooh, that's annoying. Naps of stars. Get those guys. Shouldn't, well, I mean, no, we were talking about like could have beens, right? Effect on RAM. It shouldn't do. But honestly, I couldn't possibly tell you. But yeah, I mean, as far as I know, it doesn't have any effect on RAM. And if it did, I suspect it would be incredibly marginal. Michael Johnson, yes. That's not a name I'd actually heard for a while. We may actually have to start Steuer here because I forgot to rotate properly for that last game. Actually, no, we'll go full strength here to start off with, and then I'll get them off earlier, and then rotate fully for midweek, and then bring them back for the full one after that. Just make sure the bench has not got anyone that shouldn't be on there. I knew there'd be one. There's always one. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do it now. It's done. I was going to just do like a next match only thing like I was doing before. Hoffman gets back in there. I know. I can't believe that Gareth Bale never got an England cap. That is a great point, actually. You think of a player of his kind of quality, you think he would have got one, right? What did he ever do to you, Mick? All he does is upload VODs. What a guy. Barry Hales. He was a fun player. Okay, right, before we get into that, we've still got VOD comments. Shoulder and Furious. Is that the sequel to a movie starring Vin Diesel? Because I'm here for it. Too trolled, too furious, in fact. Golf, England, Madrid in that order. Maybe, if there's time. Gareth Barry. Do you reckon Milner gets his record? Potentially. Right, one sec. Just have a look at that old England, lovely England thing there. We've got some VOD comments as well. So apparently, because I know this is an option, the whole thing where you set it to the start at the end of the season. But in the past... Oh, I see. Where you go into the actual negotiations. I thought you meant in the talk you have with the player. That's not a bad idea. Is only one behind? Oh, in that case, yeah. Definitely then. How Vin Diesel didn't get any is baffling, right? The righteous indignation. Don't blame me, Nashley. Blame the birds. I accept the lashes from Nashy will happen. It's just true. Another genre, speaking of genres of players, the full name gang. I feel like Billy Gilmore was another of the classic. That was the one that always used to get brought up in the full name player gang. It was always Billy Gilmore. 100%. This was just a really nice comment from Valentino. I just wanted to share it because sometimes you got to call out that too in a good way. Although I realise I haven't actually even fully read this properly anyway. But I think the reason I actually wanted to highlight this is because I think you're right about just general confidence, and I suppose part of that comes from feeling more like myself. Ray Wilkins, good point actually, yeah. Small. I don't know if I can zoom these in and it won't get a bit... Oh no, I can. It does work. My apologies. Had no idea. Dwayne Johnson. So yeah, shout out for that. Back on the bird chat as well. Favourite bird? Genuinely, because like... It's... So my brain has gone completely blank. I'm still thinking of footballers. I can't stop thinking of footballers in my head at this point. But yeah, as we were talking about the skin is Mr. Teeny's new thing with all the setups in there as well. You can find it on his Patreon. You don't have to sign up for anything. It's just on a screen. Blue tip for obvious reasons, of course. And lastly, we do have the Spanish and German lower leagues, I believe, set to view only as playable. Let me just check that properly to get you an absolute answer here, Alan. But also, yeah, get your VOD comments in as well. And thank you for the nice comment as well. It's very kind of you. I'm trying my best, I suppose, to make content that I would want to watch, I suppose. That's the way I try to go about it. So, yeah, we've got Germany down to the Bundesliga, the Zweite Bundesliga, actually, and then Spain down to the second tier. So, actually, what often happens is, in order to fulfill cup things and teams getting up and down and stuff, it does tend to add more players in, which is probably helping a little bit too. So, that might be a factor. Also, if I just figured out a way to get to the Polish Women's League way faster. Yes, I have. It hasn't started yet anyway. God damn it, man. Minsmere. Right. Interesting, Inferno. My parents went there the other day. That's the one. My mum couldn't remember the name of it. That's the place. I wouldn't mind going there at some point. Because that just sounds kind of fun. We think about like, because for Pog and I have the weirdest Valentine's Day tradition. I say the weirdest. It's probably a lot weirder traditions. Like, you know, cover me in cake and smack me. That's not one. But our newest one is that we always go to like a museum of some form on Valentine's Day and then just go for a slap-up meal. But this year we're probably going to go to the Imperial War Museum because it's nice and romantic, obviously. Don't move clubs. True, but they also don't move clubs if they're not on view only either. So your only option is to, like, if you're that interested in managerial moves, the only choice you've got is to have them as playable, and it sure as shit isn't worth it just to have managers move. What will happen in leagues with them not turn on at all is that the managers will just leave and then never be reappointed, essentially. So this is like the best you're going to get, realistically, unless you want to turn all the leagues on, which obviously we can't do because it would take way too much time away. Right next to the fighter jet. Nah, you know that. I proposed to Pog while she was sat on a sofa eating crisps in her natural state. Thurman got injured. So as a result, we had to put Duru in, and then Duru got 3 assists on his debut. So he's kind of locked the roll down a little bit for the moment. But as always with these things, rotation will happen. Weirdest thing. You say weirdest, Mick, but maybe it's just my secret desires. So, you know. Didn't specify what type of cake. Probably Victoria Sponge. I had a little goo pot of Victoria Sponge because they were on offer in Tesco's yesterday. Quite nice. Oh, I didn't even see your question, Chris. Probably Victoria Sponge then. Legit. I'm a fan. Or either a Victoria Sponge or just a nice fudge cake. Yeah, they did, Ben. Which they really needed to. It's actually kind of crazy that it wasn't in there from base, to be honest. But it is in there now, yeah. Do you know what, Andrew? You're more than welcome to, but I actually get the feeling that YouTube would probably filter it out. It's usually quite good with that. That said, I'd probably just forget it was you, see it, and get really upset. For like 5 whole minutes. Yeah, no, of course. If you're only doing top 5, that's fine, but realistically, I didn't want to slow the save down even more, so view only is more, it's more there for just context more than anything else. We couldn't really be turning on all these top 5 leagues and stuff in addition to the 150,000 players loaded on top of that, despite how fast the game runs this year, which it definitely has improved, combined with the new PC. Chocolate Santa, oh, that's great. I love when you go to Tesco's and the reduced to clear has just been filled up with a load of stuff and you can get some crazy deals. Oh dear, that's just over the bar. Big expansion, really? I kind of want to go there now. Just see stuff in the local area, I guess. Sticky toffee pudding. Pog would be very much on your side, Mick. She is a huge proponent of the sticky toffee pudding. 20 degrees or something. I missed it as well, in fairness. Not doing the burning process. I mean, this process is pretty solid. It does the trick. But it's more about, like, slow. Emma's injured. No, he's not. It's literally not. Oh dear. I've poured that over myself too many times today. I will not do it a second time. One is enough. Jay Rodriguez as well. He was a fun player. Oh, wait, surely he's offside. We'll take it. I'm pretty certain he's going to count as offside, though. Yeah, it is Pal. No, this is Panathinaikos. They won the Greek League, having been 4th, we think, the previous season. Oh, we do lead. Was this Stapelfeld? Oh, what a ball. It's very unlike him, actually. That touch from Duru is perfection. Yeah, I think it's just because when I looked up, he was so far clear of the defenders that I just assumed he was offside. But we do lead in Greece. You're right, yeah. We got Panathinaikos. Cracovia got Olympiakos. Who knows what the others got? Maybe they've got other... hang on, they got Palistri. Maybe he's there in real life or something. I've just not noticed. But it looked like they... Yeah, they do. They've got Palistri. He's the Uruguayan guy, right? That was at Man United, or is/was at Man United. But remember, this is the away leg too. This is probably the most favourable draw we could have got. Oh, he's there in real life. Okay. Well, shit. Speaking of him being there in real life, it turns out we're there in real life as well. Crap. Good pubs in Walbrook, Southwood, just up the coast. Okay. Fair. I do want to get out and about in the local area a little bit more. Outside the city balls. When we went to Tesco's yesterday, I realised that I'd barely left the house in a full week, and that was bad. And even before then, because of being ill, just need to get outside a bit more. And get kind of stir crazy a little bit. Wow, fair enough. When I say bad, I just mean that it was surprising that they'd come from as low as potentially 4th to win the title the following season. Diggy! Thank you for the follow. Ultimately, oh, what a pass. Come on, Dushan. Patience, patience, nice. Oh, dear. I think he might be overdid that there, perhaps. There's a lot of bodies in the way. Alexander Furman, who? Duru with another one. This is a man that took 9 months last season to score his first goal for the club. It was like March or April when he finally got that goal for us last season. But this year, goes into the Furman role. I mean, that is filth. Who was up the assist? Jens Hjertedal on his left foot. Bang. 2-1. 2 more dogs in the rip. Well, yeah. Gotta give Pog something to do for work, right? 40 plus. That sounds very, very warm indeed. It's just kind of annoyingly cold, but not cold, but grey, unless it's not suddenly... Oh my god, it's pissing it down. As if it's got worse out there. I've just twitched to say David Nugent, full name player, 1 kappa. That is a great point, Diggy. Hang on, were you watching without being logged in ever? How did you even stop? Regardless, that is an excellent point. He's like the holy trinity of all of them. David Nugent, you would never really just be Nugent. Full name player, 1 kappa. The only thing he doesn't quite meet is the should have had more caps criteria, but still, that's brilliant. Oh, I see. Do you get like less or more ads? I'd probably get more ads that I right. Dura is trying to keep Furman planted safely on the bench, and at this rate, he's doing a great job on it. We were a bit fortunate, honestly. What else we got? Those guys there against Osijek. Hammarby in the group stages would be quite fun. We started off really bad, but we have improved as the game's worn on. Right, since we're winning, and Monparus is tired because of me not resting him midweek, now I can get him out and probably replace a few of these guys. Don't want to overdo it, because obviously we want to make sure that we've got players for the second half. I just wanted to rest a couple of legs there. I bet there is, actually. I suppose Twitch are like, aha. To be fair, even if you were logged in, you'd probably still see quite a lot. Not that I run ads. Like, yeah, I don't, but I don't think I've ever... Yeah, and the entire time I've ever been streaming on Twitch, I've never run a single ad segment. Oh, he's offside anyway. Probably should have done better with that, though. I just feel like it's too disruptive. I'd much rather it... I know that you will still get sometimes ads when you join the stream, which is, I realise, quite annoying. And it does mean that you end up with a higher bounce rate for people potentially as new viewers. But ultimately, I think that when there's like... Because Twitch will do these like ad incentives things. Like, hey, if you run these ads, we'll give you this extra amount of money per month. But mostly the money isn't particularly that high. Particularly not for what it would cost the stream in terms of the disruption that I think it causes. Just sort of shut it down if we can do. At lunchtime, I know. Wouldn't mind getting some of our own ones. As in the top right corner. Yes, you're right. I noticed that when I do raids quite often, that's the ad I get. I rarely ever get the full screen one when I do raids. Essentially like the video you posted on YouTube the other day. How dare you be so correct? The VODs still haven't heard us. Tell you what, VODs, if you remind us in the next VOD comment, someone leave a VOD comment about birds on the VODs, right? We'll recreate our bird chat from last stream. That way, not last stream, time before. So you finally get to know what the hell we were on about when you came back. This is the playoff round, so the to get into the big boy group. Prime sub. You get, so the way it works is standard tier 1 subs, shit. They say 50%, but it actually ultimately ends up being lower than that. Prime is a bit higher. It varies. But maybe $2 and a bit probably. It's not it's obviously better than nothing, right? But you do get more from the Prime subs than you do from the other ones, which I don't know why, but it might just because of regional prices. So the average price changes and stuff. Improved in Europe's coefficient to get higher. We've basically been hovering around the same point for the last couple of seasons, not because we've not been improving, but because the leagues, the years we were losing were so up and down that it meant that we were sort of having to balance it out. That we thought we were going to make a gain last year, but in the end actually ended up staying where we were because Austria had a cracking end of the year. Selling feet pics. Oh, all the money. That's where the real stuff comes. We're going to lose this, aren't we? Those substitutions might not have been the wisest idea. Shit, he's going to bang this. Oh, do Campo. Certain countries. Yeah, Albania, they definitely don't. It's not like I don't make a great deal of money off of it. To give you an idea, on an average stream, the actual ad revenue thing I get at the end, when it finally updates, is around about $2, sometimes $3. It's not a lot, which is still nice, obviously. It's nice to have, but it's not game-breaking, shall we say. Okay. I mean, honestly, a 2-2 draw away from home in the first leg, it actually isn't the end of the world because we can rest a lot of the team out for the midweek game and then have them at home. Oh, hang on a minute. Or we just allow Nigel to do Nigel things. Anyone else going to come forward at all? Krzyzanowski doing Krzyzanowski things. Come on. Too late pop up. True. It's one of these things where it all adds up, right? So one of the things about being able to do this as a job is to diversify income streams, having different things that all come in at different times and slowly build towards things. So, for example, after stream today, I'm doing a gameplay. What's the best way to describe this? It's like basically a gameplay video, which is then being for an indie dev that is going to be used as a trailer as part of their new game in this new football/roguelike deck builder type game, basically, that's coming out soon. But they're doing a showcase of them, and I'm going to be doing like the gameplay stuff for it, which is kind of cool. So being able to do things like that is what kind of keeps things going. Youth Project's doing pretty well. They haven't really played much this season, other than Kaminsky, of course, because they also want to be on top of each other. The podcast, the FM show, it's I need to have a podcast link in chat, actually, now that I think about it. Or do I? There might be ! Podcast if my brain was smart in the past, but I'm not entirely sure it was. But it's the FM show, is the name of the pod. We're quite fortunate, actually, to get a win here if we do get it. But it would be brilliant for the second leg. Nice. The only thing I miss about the little dots and stuff in the ball machine in the middle is you can see them all pulling in so you know the game's finished. Yeah, it looks like I wasn't smart enough. I'll need to make one for that. Gonna be insane. Well, so Kaminsky came off the bench in this one because we've got Naeem out injured at the moment, so he kind of had to be the third choice here. Decent. Really good result. Bit fortunate. We'll take it. I didn't know that, Diggy. I'm actually keeping an eye on the YouTube side of stuff. But it's been fun. Really, really fun. I felt so welcome and at home there. Finally able to sort of, I guess, be myself on there too and bring the same nonsense that I bring to streams to a podcast. Yeah, well done, lads. Apparently we were not the favourites for this game. It does worry me about the second leg, but just having a lead, it means we can afford to not win the second leg. We just need to not lose. And I will rotate like crazy for Radomiak. When will we have players update? Do you mean like the transfer update? Because if so, it's usually a little while. Not usually until... I mean, to be fair, this isn't even a usual season, so you normally get, say, a March update that does all the January stuff, plus extra stuff from the other transfer windows, but I don't know how that's going to function in this particular year, because obviously, with the way that FM is, we're not entirely sure when the next update is going to be of any sort, to be fair. I suspect this month. There he is. Ready for top 24, though? Probably not. But you never know. You don't know unless you try. And we can't keep staying in the Europa League until such times we think we're ready, right? Ultimately, at this stage in the save, it's probably best to still be in whatever competition is going to give us the most money and reputation. Because if we're not playing against those teams, we won't know how good we actually are. And also, we're not going to throw games. Like last year, we just got roundly beaten. But this year, if we go through, we go through. As long as we're sort of seeing progress. So if we get whatever draw we get, we want to be getting more than 2 points like last time. International coach before the World Cup. Yeah, there'll be loads of updates. But the question is, what's going to be in what? Like academy update, like players who got promoted from the youth. Oh, you mean a youth intake? Oh, sorry, March. Sorry, you can sort of see why I did not put 2 and 2 together there. Our youth intake is in 210 games? 210 days. But yeah, they've not announced any timelines on things like the international management stuff, have they? As far as I know, at least. So, hey, Charles is coming in. Nice. Some more development advice. Good. J. Roy Grott. That's a great name. Whether he's a player who's as good as that, I don't know. Oh, wait, what did I do there? I hope I haven't missed any team reports, but I think I'm going to more in 26 just because of the way they sort of get stuck underneath things. Mosquera's got a tight hamstring. That's not going to be enough for me to not be able to play him, unfortunately, is it? J. Roy. There he is. Suriname. Oh, of course. Player knows something. Yeah, there's usually an update for the database. That's usually what they call the March update. So whether that will come the same sort of time as in previous years or whether it will be completely different. Oh, did they get promoted to the second tier? Which one? Was it Hutnik? Because if not, then that's annoying. We should have checked that, really, because then we could have sent the players to them. Either way, watch them all say no if I try to send it to them. Champions League, we're 3-2 up from the first leg, which is good. Pushcha. Did I really get them as an affiliate? Fuck yeah. That makes sense, actually, because they've been in there a few times, as in Pushcha and Yapur have to renegotiate. Ah. Which means they probably won't let me. But give it a go, though. It's not even that bad, to be fair. No, not really any big sales. We've been reticent to do so as much because a lot of the big sales have been, yeah, £6 million. Most of whom I think are actually to other Polish sides. Yeah, I think we've actually sold outside of Poland this window. We've had some big bids on players, but it's always been mostly first teamers this year rather than the other ones. So obviously, we had a £49 million bid on Català, which is mental, which is why his value is so insanely inflated. What am I checking here? Where do I even see affiliates? Is it under club? It is. Request a friendly. I could negotiate contract. A loan agreement since their league position has improved. I hope that doesn't mean we can loan players from them. Let's just check. We'll see what that means, because local partnership in which players are loaned. I think that's the one we want, right? I'll check the squad, because this might be the beginning of us actually being able to do some stuff there, potentially. Not a good start for Rook. God damn, they fit. Oh, that's really bad. I still can't click the downward arrows on the screen. I imagine you could do that. Pogon are already 6 for 6 in the second tier. Schlotska finally doing a thing. My goodness. See you later, Robbo. I've already forgot which team it was. Who was it? It was these guys. Pushcha Diapormitsa. So let's see if I can now send players to them on loan. As in, you know, the forced setup one. Start with there. Because if so, yeah. That was the right one. Will it work? Oh, it will. I say will. We'll know immediately if it's going to have a different sort of mechanic attached to it if they all start saying no. Because in theory, they're in a much better league, so they should be more willing to say yes here. Don't want anyone that's currently under a bid. There's quite a few of them, actually. More so than I thought. Bloody hell. Wait, where are all these bids come from? Oh, shit. From the previous one. Never mind. In that case, lads, off we go. They'll all say no, but if we could just turn them into a random monstrous team in the second tier, because some of these, they all seem quite willing to go to the, not all of them, a good amount are willing to go to them clubs in third tier. So with them being higher up and a better team, stands to reason. Oh, really? Is it actually bugged like that? That would be amazing if we could get them promoted and then stay as an affiliate side. Jesus Christ, my computer just started revving up like nobody's business. Just trying to process all the loans, I suspect. It'd be great if it actually worked. Just having them all actually playing in a playable league would be an enormous step in the right direction for us. Because you just get better development. You got them in the Europa League. Okay, right, now I'm interested. So what you're saying is we need to find a few guys that are just about second tier level and then just pump them. Pump them full of loans. Artificially inflating their quality. A pay increase? Oh, as if. No, he didn't. Hang on a minute. I'll swing back to that in a minute. Huh? After featuring in the last international match, Charles Hayatu is now one appearance away from making one. So, presumably he featured by not being on the bench. Making sure it doesn't end. Which... Hang on, what's the affiliate agreement? Apparently it's just glitched, so it just doesn't. So you don't need to. Yeah. Although it is annoying that he is on international... Oh god, he's going to cost us a fortune, isn't he? I didn't realise he was actually close to getting a Nigeria cap, given all of our other Nigerian players haven't got them, and he's nowhere near as good as them. Shit. That's less than ideal. I get the feeling we're going to be working through this giant list of players I had them scout for much of the season, but that's okay, because it will be the last time we have to do that, because they're pretty much... Oh, he's at Napoli. They're pretty much no longer producing players for most of these things. So once we've scouted this lot, that's it. Most of them are 18, 19 years old at this point. Chan, I think it is actually legit. So Alfredo Lisa. Lisa, it's your birthday. Okay, no, maybe not. He stays in there though, crucially. Does mean that I get distracted by less things though, in fairness. So you're at Napoli and you're worth £25 million. Maybe not you. You though are intriguing as hell. And are you free? Hang on a minute, there's a couple of guys in here that I'm a little bit intrigued by. This guy here, Julio Antas. It's another goalkeeper, but he is free from lower league Portugal and wanted by, of course, Casapia, because who else? Dead on flat. Could do with one of those myself. Was it 4.9? Okay, that's not too bad. I thought I'd given him 8 or something. Would he be willing to join us? I'd be quite comfortable with that, to be honest. Another free young goalkeeper. I want a youngster contract especially. Although I can only, despite him being 19, only offer him that. Let's try that. Nice. Matt and his brace. I did at one point. They said I was going to need braces, but then my head got bigger. I shit you not. That's what they said. Slim Abcha. He's called Slim. Not even 25. I know. I feel like we have an underratedly small amount of goalkeepers. He's called Slim. Oh. Even better. That's actually superb. Still ain't coolin', yeah. Nice and cheap. Okay, a little bit more pricey, but I actually think he's pretty good. And crucially, he's not going to cost us loads in contracts. And... Oh, and then Napoli guy who's ludicrously expensive. But you, I'll just send you around again, actually. But the others, that Slim dude. Oh my god, bring back Control A. Those were the days. I will just check the database just in case there's anyone new at the top of it, which there is. In fact, there's a few guys that are just in that threshold. Where's all the Orlando Pirates guys? Emmanuel Mofokeng, and it's a South African mercenary striker with the Lord Farquaad hair, no less, as well. Select all. You're right, there is. I always forget what screen I'm on. I think what it is because it's not present on all screens, my brain just never remembers what screen I'm on to even remember that it's there most of the time. Just bring it in. He's very, very quick. He'd have to be to escape the people inevitably chasing him for his mercenary activities. 2 years? That's a little bit low. Thankfully. At least give me 3 years here. That's fine. That'll do. I do really like that guy. And he's called Slim. That makes him just better. And we'll loan him back as part of that. Nice. Ah, don't worry, Sharpie. I don't consider that backseating. To me, backseating is when... Like, nothing that's been said today is ever, by anyone in chat has been backseating. For me, at least. People have different definitions. It's always like, if I'm doing something wrong, like actively, objectively wrong in the sense like, I can't find a thing and you're like desperately trying to... That to me is not backseating or just telling me where stuff is or suggesting stuff. For me, what is when it's backseating is when someone will have a thing where it's like a completely subjective choice thing and they insist that you do what they do. That to me is when it gets annoying, which is very rare because nobody really does that. And it's usually not a regular from stream anyway. Ooh, that's really good. Sell the tactic, change the goalkeeper. Yeah. Like, for example, when, I don't know, say I'm looking at a player and it's like, oh no, you should sign him, but then change your entire tactic to sign him. And it's like, well, I'm not going to do that, am I? That's more like what it is. We get it more when we have to do like cup finals and stuff. Like, so Chris would, I mean, would it be great if I just did at this point? Ah, he's going to kick off, isn't he? It sucks because I do like old Mozzie, except for the moustache. Patient, you get your chance. You're going to have to be. Sorry, bud. Lamborn! Thank you very much
for the
12
content,
months.
mate. Helping
Thank you,
me
French.
during a bad anxiety spiral at the men.
That sucks, man. Also, I love how aggressively Stream Nana said mate. It was like a weird, like, quite terse. Go to RSPB Mimsby. Do you know, I just might. Best way to go. You could even backseat if you tried. I love it. I love how you lot are trying to backseat now to do examples of it, and I still don't even consider it that because it's still too nice. It's like if I asked Pog to punch me, she'd be like, I'm like, no, mate. I'm sorry you're going through that, Lamborn. I had a really, actually weird, I don't know if I should even share. I had a random mini anxiety attack on Sunday afternoon, and I have no idea why. It was about an hour after stream had finished, and I've been like on for the last 3 or 4 days just because of the having to redo the recap twice, basically. And then obviously the stream, and there's a lot of stress with those just because it's lots of moving parts. And I sat there for about 4 or 5 hours just feeling like I'd forgotten to do something. Like, you know that feeling when you've forgotten to... That sensation that you've forgotten something. But I had that when I literally hadn't forgotten something, and it was really quite destructive to my evening just because I couldn't seem to shake it, and I don't know why. So for reasons. Yeah, I think it's possibly because they're looking at things in isolate. They see a large transfer bid and they think you should sell because I would end the situation, but they don't take into account the macro of it, like where we are in no need of that cash when our transfer budget's £20 million, I suppose. Steal your peanut butter. Good luck finding it, Sam. I don't have peanut butter in this house, as far as I know. Only when it's smothered around me, but that's different, as we've already discussed with the cake and slapping. Anyway, that was one of those great ones that half people won't understand, and it's even better. I like to be exclusionary. I will not build a ramp. How dare you? Related to the... No. I don't think so. I think it's just one of those things, Bolskov. Like, I just get like that sometimes. I think it's just because I've been so wired for several days of just trying to make sure everything work that my brain was just convinced that I'd forgotten to do something, even though I hadn't. And the recap video actually did really, really well, both in terms of like just decent viewership, but also like the viewer retention on it was extremely high, which is a good sign because I always take that risk when doing longer videos like that. But I thought, oh, hang on, we're going to do next match only, aren't we? We need to rotate for this one, which means Eduardo comes back in. You might have to start. I'll start Kaminsky. Stapelfeld will drop out for my new man there. Krzyzanowski will then start for them, which means Nigel. God, I like the fact that the rotated squad was almost just our team from last year. Maybe Duda for this one, actually. Stoyer can come in. Redondo. No, I'll put Furman on this side, Redondo on the other. Because Redondo's supposed to technically be this role, isn't he? Might as well play him in the right one. Peanut butter and a Victoria sponge. Yeah, I don't think I'd want that somehow. Oh. Okay. Might as well keep the bench how it is, right? Because it's all about the midweek game more than anything else. Actually, I've got another centre back. Why wouldn't I just drop both? I've got Sidibe, right? He's around here somewhere. It's kind of why he's here. Yeah. He'll do. I say do. Thank you, Danny. That's actually a really high praise. With any video that's that long, it's trying to find a way to make it stay interesting, I suppose, right? It's not easy, but I'm kind of pleased with it. Hello, comrade. And I think it's sort of setting me a little blueprint that I want to try with some other stuff, like the Plymouth thing I've been doing, as I'm slowly building that up in the background. Side effect of burnout. Yeah, that's probably what it was. I think I had a little mini burnout. I think possibly what it was down to as well is just the stress of me spending 3 hours recording the recap video and then not being able to edit it on the Friday, then being like, oh, shit, I have to then do it on Saturday. And it's just this sort of built up. So yesterday I had the day off, but I honestly didn't really feel that rested because it was a day off without Pog, and it's just not really the same. I don't actually know, Mick. There isn't a Lidl anywhere near me. Probably one in Cambridge. The 0-0 thing. Yeah, that was... The reason that even happens now is because I write these scripts for the voiceover for the matches after each stream. So it's fresh in my brain. And when I see the patterns, I'm able to actually write that stuff down. Whereas in the previous ones, I've been doing off-the-cuff descriptions of the matches. And it's nowhere near as good because you can't actually see the matches at the time. Just whack the handbrake on, you're good to go. I wouldn't be surprised if we lost this game. Which I know isn't great for... but I guess that's the downside of Europe. I wanted to at least try and rotate to get into it. Like, we won't put the huge emphasis on the rotation in the Champions League like we did the previous time. Oh, Christ, there's so much space and he's missed it anyway. We'd kind of do what we did last year in the Europa. That being said, we shouldn't, in theory, get such a tough draw in the Champions League this year because the likelihood of getting such a difficult one again is surely nigh on impossible, given how bloody difficult that draw was. I've never seen anything like it. Okay. And as things... Also, shout out to Gornik Jabja. joint top of the league as a newly promoted side. Poland is just going to do it again, isn't it? Our latest title rival is just going to be whoever gets promoted as champions. In fact, I think they came second as well. Deary me. They do have a couple of quite good players, including that 6'8" centre-back with 20 jumping reach that we gave them. Well, go on, Ander. Oh! Okay. Ander Redondo. First assist. Steuer's off the mark for the season as well. He got 13 last year. I'm not expecting him to get as many just because he's behind the red mumble. And he'll still probably get a lot of game time. Real Madrid from all 8 games. And weirdly, they're all at the Bernabeu, and no one can explain why. League phase draw. Oh, yeah. Well, basically, I need to be quite a hard limit on 3 today. As I said, I've got this... I've got a job to do later for an agency that is very time sensitive because of that showcase of that indie game. It's a game called Nutmeg. It looks really, really good, to be fair. Something I'm 100% going to buy anyway. But in theory, the draw should be straight after this game, after the next match anyway, usually. Or like a couple of days later. So we should 100% get that information. Also, draw, you say? We don't do draws anymore, remember? We just get given the data. Oh, dear. Concentrate on top 8 or so. I think, like, vacuum-wise, if it was completely isolated, then you'd want to just focus on, say, top 8. The problem is, it's almost impossible to just do that because they will or will not randomly decide to take loans from you. So you kind of almost just have to take anyone that comes along and hope that they're going to do enough good stuff. And that's how you end up in situations where you get a random random teams that you'd expect to do really well that fall off hard, and random other teams that come up but just take a load of your loans at the exact right time. And there's bound to be a team like that in this save. I don't know who it is yet. Like the Sweetie United team from Malta, who really had no right to be as good as they were, but because they got promoted in one specific season when we had a load of loanies to give them, they took loads of them and were just always able to keep a load after that. Yeah, I mean, that's how Cracovia do it. They have to take a very long run up in order to succeed in life. They won't have another title challenge again now until they've been relegated a second time. It's just the rules. Where actually are they? No, they're doing okay, unlike Rook. In fact, it looks like all the promoted sides are doing quite well. But I think, no, they're 1 point there. Where's Wisła Płock as well, who admittedly I think are top of the Polish league in real life as it stands anyway. But decent. Maybe Górnik are just kind of good. I think they do have a couple of other loans from us as well, but they didn't even win the league last year. However, the top 2 in the second tier last year did, I think, finish 18 points clear of third place, which did happen to be Wisła Płock. So at the very least, the third place team did actually get promoted, but they did have to go through the playoffs and that. Thurman's not done well so far here. Okay. Nigel's been poor as well. It possibly is down to match sharpness with these guys, though. We've only had one shot and it was the goal. But if you win 1-0, who cares how you get it, right? 5 wins out of 6 isn't too bad. Do I want to yell at them? Nah, I'm going to just... I'll be nice-ish. It looks like Krzyżanowski could do with a little rest as well, which is odd because he hasn't been played that much. Which I'm guessing is just because he hasn't got the match sharpness at the moment. I might have overused Olafemi John in those first few games. I think I just got a sugar rush to the head when he got that assist about 15 minutes in to his debut. I don't know if he's actually got another one since then. And I'm sure it'll come good, but I don't want to push Krzyżanowski too... I don't want to marginalise Krzyżanowski too much because he is an excellent footballer who will absolutely need this season to play a load of games for us. He's also a good player. Well, yeah. Wow. Okay. I have been impressed with Redondo, though. Like, he's led the line nicely. He got an assist. He's on a 7.4 as well. Great team for the league. Yeah. I probably wouldn't... Oh, hang on. I think I might still genuinely never loan a player to Cracovia in this save. Just out of principle. Oh, it's another one. As if we've only had 2, like, openings in the entire game and we've scored both. And nice to see 2 young Poles linking up there. Kaminski with the assist. Foreman with the goal. Beautiful. Appy's damage. Oh, I don't know. I didn't mess around with the skin builder thingy. As it happens, pretty much everything that I already wanted was in the skin as it was, I think. Is there a couple of things I would change? I honestly don't think there is. Nothing that's occurred to me yet. But it may well do later as I discover more screens that I didn't know about. Good for Big Alex there. Maybe he'll get him a wage bump. He'll be on £120 a week soon. It's also nice to see Kaminski still doing things for us too. Because he didn't play as much last year because of the arrival of, well, Naim and Coffee, who kind of just took that role to themselves. And they will continue to do so, I'm sure. I feel bad really for Inko Taria more than anything else. I think that would... Oh, good God. Luis Eduardo's just got sent off for a two-footed lunge for absolutely no reason. Right. Good. He just slipped, ref. Yeah. It sucks because he's the guy I've got in mind to probably be our captain soon. I feel like when Rodado leaves, Eduardo is the guy I want to bring in. He's already the vice-captain. On the plus side, they've got... just Juan Sebastian Veron. It's up to the goalie now. He's not that kind of... I mean, to be fair, I don't think I've ever seen him... We don't get a lot of red cards. For a team that play a very aggressive, get stuck in style of play, they do not get red cards much. I don't have many subs. Shit. To be fair, the only players that really should be coming off here are players that... I kind of rotated the entire team, didn't I? So it actually doesn't matter who... It's more about who comes on than who comes off. I kind of want to be bringing on guys that aren't going to start the next game either. Which will limit us severely, I suspect, because most of them probably will. Ooh, maybe Hoffman here? That'll do. Former Porto player. It could... Do you know what? It honestly could be, given how Poland is right now. Eduardo's mum. Maybe. He probably just misheard him. It was probably Stoyer that was chirping off from the bench. It's what he does. Here we go. We'll make it 3-0 now, and oh dear. Nigel's played himself into trouble there, I think. They'll score one more before the substitution now, won't they? I'll slide him through. He's in again. Redondo! Yes! Goal on his day. He's offside, isn't he? I like the bit. I mean, even if he's not. He does look comfortable, though. In a way, just him not being injured. No, it's given. 3-0. Wow. Shout out to the 10 men. And an assist for Furman. That's nice. It shows that he can be out of the team, come back in and actually do well. And Redondo has looked really comfortable in the lineup. So now I'm completely confident with the fact that it was the right choice to move Kukonda out on loan. That's awesome. Now, is that the former Porto guy? It is Gabriel Veron. I actually don't know if that is or not. You'll have to tell me, but that is the guy's name. Redondo is... He's definitely more of a Català type of guy than he is the raw pace out and out striker on the right. But that's fine. We've just moved people around, and I think Duru has better suited to the Furman style role. Go on, keep it in. Oh yeah, nearly. I could definitely see Duru getting double digits for goals and assists this season, along with the inevitable 35 odd that Català's going to get. And a goal and an assist on his debut here is really, really good news. Particularly if he's playing in a weakened side. Like, it's not like he's got the best players around him that the team has to offer either. So he's had to do this on pure quality. De Campo's done well. In fact, De Campo, I'm pretty certain, has kept 5 clean sheets in 6 league games so far this season. There's only one game we've conceded a goal in. This season, in fact, in the league, or domestically. Only had to make a couple of saves there, but he still did it. I don't feel... With De Campo, I think we'll get a better idea of how good he is for us once we're in Europe and we're playing against ridiculous teams. Because that, for me, was where Sané really bailed us out last year, was his European performances. But can't argue with him so far. 2 goals conceded, 16 scored, 5 clean sheets out of 6. Got a little gap there, admittedly, the other teams haven't played yet, but can't really ask much for more than that. Yep, banned for a match. I don't... Select fine. Fuck it, I'm going to appeal. Just a little note under the door that just says, he slipped, governor, no problem. Well, well, well. The push to Neapur moves are happening. Dalmoro's going. Big up Darwin as well. Staniak. Shout out Mikawai. Well, it looks like it works. A load of them will still say no, of course. But even if we just get 7 or 8 out there, it might be enough to keep them in the league, crucially. Which will allow us, because some of these guys are really good. I mean, Alessandro Lorio is a top flight level player. So be a bit mad if he was actually able to go out on loan there. It is weird when you get proper crap players turning down these same loan moves, though. I don't think Sega Mixture is especially good. But shout out to Offman as well. To their current players, hard to say. I don't know anything about their current players. And obviously the loanees are all over the shop in terms of quality. Some of them, though, they're looking like mostly 1 and 1.5 star level players. Generally speaking. I don't think we've seen any more than that. I will have a quick look, though, just in case. Which is decent. I can't imagine they take much more than that. Back in time to do... Maybe. Skynet was about to take over and Eduardo had to save us. He was putting us there for one job and it's apparently that, not football. So yeah, 1.5 star. Plus, they could also develop while they're out there. Hey, Fidel Aguilera! That'd be good. Yeah, seems like most of the 2-star guys, and weirdly some of the 1.5... It's like a little That seems to be the threshold. It's that 1.5 star CA kind of level where some of them will say yes and some of them won't. But Aguilera is one of them, which is nice. And Nathan Strand, so he's one of the guys that will say yes, which is good. Welton as well. I mean, for all I know, I've just given them 9 goalkeepers. They're probably not going to be into that. Or they've got some crazy plan up their sleeve that even I'm not familiar with. Okay. Yeah, another 1.5 star. Oh, 1 star as well. It'd be good to keep an eye on, actually, the types of players that are going for these. But this should get us pretty much back up to where we were. Those trials are coming to an end. I really hope that they got any interest at all. No. Damn it, man. At least 3 goalkeepers. That's fine. They can rotate them around. Fight to the death and whatnot. Worked so well for us, didn't it? 0-0-0, exactly. How else are you going to keep a clean sheet in this league? Other than having Da Campo, apparently. That's what by opening it through, like, code that forces it through terminal. Oh, that's strange. I guess that's the problem with anything like this. It's not going to be, like, flawless at this stage. But it will get there. So those more loans. We're definitely going to be back up over 100 with this, which gives us more time to get the rest out. And, crucially, because these guys are in a playable league, unless they're relegated, there's a very strong chance that I'll be able to actually extend some of these loans for once. Because one of the biggest issues with all these loans coming back is all the guys that aren't in playable leagues. Yeah, they've all said no, which makes sense. That feels like at least 20. There's more of them. I think I'm just forgetting how many players we have. Another guy. 2 stars. So they have gone for a 2-star, dude. And another one. Oh, I wonder if it's because the squad status, the squad strength of Pushtinia Pormitsa has been increased by the other players joining, which has now made these guys want to join them more. That's what happened back in the day with Malta as well. Sometimes we'd loan a load of these guys and guys would say no, but then you do it again and they'd randomly say yes because the squad had got better as a result of you loading the first set of players. So there might be worth going back for them a second time later, maybe before the window shuts, which is admittedly in a little while anyway. There's more of them. Wait, Hiroshige. They might actually be quite good now. What we'll have to do is, once this is finally finished putting all these players through, is have a look at the season preview for the second tier to see if that's now suddenly jumped them to the very top of the queue. Because based on their squad, they should be one of the worst teams. And expected to go straight back down again, as they did in pretty much every season we've had in this save. They go up and down like nobody's business. So if they're anything but one of the worst teams in the league still, this is why they can't register them or something. I don't really know. I've actually already forgotten. Joao Moreira. I hope these guys suit their system. Otherwise, this could be a problem. It does annoy me a little bit that they don't all come through on the same day or at the same time. Just give me a yes-no. I could just delegate it, actually, but I'm worried if I do delegate it for this short period, we'll get a random bid on one of our players from Spurs or something, and then it's another goalie. He'll just accept it out from underneath me, because they are very good at doing that. They'll do the whole, he meets my valuation, which just happens to be half the amount that he's actually valued at. Finally, back to basic mimosas. I think that is all of them now. In theory. Yeah, otherwise it would be stopping me again, right? Oh, did I actually do it properly? No, I didn't. I want to make sure I don't misclick. So how many loans is that now? 116. There we go. We've done it. And almost all of them have gone to the same team. And I'm fine with it. Player database. Anyone new in there? Oh, there is. Hello. Asek Mimosa man. Abdoulaye Diakite. That's another goalkeeper. All right, well, another goalkeeper. Another hideous moustache. That is just the experience these days, isn't it? They've already got through like a couple of hundred of those. And second tier, please. I want to find it, and I can't do that very easily. Are they now one of the favourites for the... That'd be crazy if they were one of the favourites. Oh my god! Now, I don't know what this was before, to be fair, but I find it hard to believe that they were the 6th favourite team for promotion in the second tier at the beginning of this. They can't... Wait, were they in this league last year too, then? So they're not newly promoted. There's no way they were the 6th best team in this division. No chance. Search by moustache. The only problem is if you're searching by moustache in FM26, all you're going to find is every player in the game. How do you find players? Depends on what type of players you're looking for. But yes, we have loads of different methods we use, but there isn't like a one-size-fits-all. That's why I ask, really. Jeremy jacket or something? I mean, there's the jacket and there's the Jeremy. Can't say fairer than that. Wonderkids. But again, like, it's... what one club considers to be a wonder kid, another one for a lower league team. Right, that's the point. So... But I guess I don't know what lower league means. It depends on what league you're managing. It depends on what state, what season you're in. There's a load of different factors that go into what sort of scout. No! I guess shaved is a kind of mustache. It's the absence of a mustache. So tight thigh. We're all right. We're all right. Otherwise, Stempa. Oh my god. Wait, is he going to have to... Oh no. Oh, we don't need 4 goalkeepers in the Champions League squad, Matt. Said me to myself. Because, for example, if you're in England and you're in like League 2, it's going to be tough to find certain players because of like work permit rules that England has to suffer with those. Whereas if you're in, say, Poland's second division, it's very different, even though you're further down technically, in terms of reputation at least. Ha! It sounds just like me. It's like I'm in the room. He got a 3-match ban. I'm going to appeal against that as well. Hopefully that doesn't mean they keep banning him. In a way, that'd be kind of funny in its own right as well. Every time I appeal, they're just like, fine, I'll ban him even more. It's like when you argue with your mum. Like, you're grounded for a week. No! Grounded 2 weeks. That's them right now. Won't talk to him for another 2 years. Shit. But I guess that just means you've got to keep that slot open for him for 2 more years. On the plus side, it also means that you kind of have that future planning right there. So you can sort of find... What you need is a stopgap player. Just a guy that's going to be good enough for the time being until you get the guy. But I realise depending on what level you're playing at, it's not always going to be easier. He's a Patreon region, Anton. We're trying to make sure they get some moves, although if they don't find them by the time the end of the window comes around, they may end up being signed up and loaned. They'll end up at Pushchini Mitsa like the rest of the team. Oh, I really hope our goalie is eligible to play today. Oh, it's fine. I didn't even see what the injury was. Tight thigh. That's fine. You don't need thighs to run. Wait. Well, I don't know. The game might not let me start him, actually. It should... We'll see. I don't want to start Stempak. That would be a bad idea. Is anyone else coming back in, or is that just... I think that'll be okay. Is Naeem fit again? No, he's not really. He jumps, not runs. You don't need thighs for jumping. Who's the reserve? The reserve... Well, technically the reserves were Segura and Vazquez, but neither of them were registered for the squad because we didn't... My system put 4 goalies in the squad, and I thought that was a bit excessive. So we went down to... Oh, and also Loria and Khalifa. Where's our backup goalie? And why is he not showing up? Hang on. Where is our backup goalie and why is he not showing up? Is it? He might because he's in the B team. Yeah, there he is. Nah, he can start. I think he'll be fine. Just look, accidentally. Oh, imagine if he'd gone to push the Mitsa as well. That could have genuinely happened there. I think he'd be okay to start. The game just didn't like it initially. I might put him on the bench though, just in case, you know. Probably instead of Mr. Hoffman here, just in case we get an injury. There we go. Kursivek. Ooh. Can break his spirit. Just keep pestering him. Wait, which country is he based in? Because you might... Got time to play this game? Yeah, I said that I'd do this game, so we know where we're at. It just means I can't go on for too much longer afterwards, just to make sure I can get this other thing done that I need to get done today. Right. Hello, Kima. How's it going, friend? What a time to come, actually. You've joined us at last game, but also a crucial one. It's the decider for whether we're in the Champions League group or not. Yeah, this is the playoff round. 3-2 up from the first leg. Somewhat fortunate, perhaps, to have got a draw would have been fairer. At times we were looking a bit naff. But, you know, with a much more rested team now, having had midweek off, I think our issue with the first leg was that there were some tired players in our 11, whereas now there aren't. So they should be able to... I would actually willing to bet that we win this game by 2 clear goals. That's a pass. Cutter's already through. Oh, he's gone around the keeper. He's already through. Oh, beautiful. What a guy. That's huge. Was that an assist from the Red Mumbler as well? This guy. He's getting close to double digits already. Look at this for a ball. Just holds the play, waits for the moment, bang. The first touch is exceptional as well. On the sort of up bounce there, the keeper sells himself, and it's an easy tap-in. But unlike Steuer, he actually chose to shoot, which is nice. Right, 4-2. That puts us in a much, much more comfortable position now. Not only do they have to score, but they have to score twice. It's just nice to see an assist from Monperus. I don't know what his actual... He scored in his debut, wasn't it? And then got an assist in the next game, but I don't know what he's done since then. Same with Obradovic, really. They all hit the ground running really, really fast, but I guess we can't expect them to be brilliant all the time. Oh, please, no. I hate those. Those types of goals. We conceded one just like that against was it Ajax, I think? A couple of years ago in the Champions League, where they just play it short and then everybody just stands there as if they're still taking a free kick. They got a guy called Palmer Brown. Oh, yeah. Eric Palmer Brown, who I think he's American. He's either American or Liberian. Couldn't quite see how close the badge was there. 6 matches. I guess they must have been in one of the earlier rounds to have got to that stage. Or it's just glitched out again, which it will have a habit of doing. Hello, Benny. He's done it again. Obradovic has done it again. That's the second screamer he scored today. Wow. The 14 long shots. Wow, we finally have a player that we can actually trust to take a shot from range. He's too consistent with it. Look at that. Beautiful setback. And he's just pushed that. Oh. He's going to get some absolute worldies this season. He's got 2 of them already. His first goal for us as well, that he scored last season, was an absolute monster goal. He pretty much solely scores bangers. It's like Greece or Sweden. There you go. Oh, that was glorious. Another assist from Montparnasse. I love the little setback he did. Just a little touch. Oh, that's a nice pass from Montparnasse again. Now, rotate it back through. Oh, he should have looked back inside. Here's Obradovic. These guys are going to cook this season. When they're actually fit and able to play together as a like... Oh. Hello, Liberal Rabbit. What ball pit? Oh, it's so good in it. I'm dangerously close to maybe even maxing that game out now. I've unlocked everything. I'm just literally going through trying to create the really rare balls. Strange sentence, I realise. And having a great time with it. I might actually complete every element of that and get all the achievements. Yeah. He's just... I just love the way those sort of 3 or 4 players link up in this team. If anything, it's put Hjortadal on the back burner a little bit, but... Oh my god, I thought he was going to have another one. Obra topped it. Great work. A niche joke, but I respect it. Naeem is... You're right, we actually put him on... He probably could have been playing, actually. I did that thing that I used to do in FM, and I've done it again here, where you put protective equipment on the player, but because the game considers them injured, you just take them out and forget that they're actually able to play. But he should be back within a week or 2, I think. Coffee's done an okay job. Oh, hang on. Duru's through. Incredible. I still haven't, Andy, no. I still haven't had a chance to. I really should. I need to play with my father-in-law. Connect that way, right? I've been meaning to for a while. It's a lovely ball into the channel from Coffee. 3-1 now. Now that the lads are fit, and another goal for Duru as well. It's much more like it. I feel capable with... Basically, I feel really confident with all of our rotation options throughout the entire stream. Oh, entire stream, entire team. Little Rabbit, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That is fantastically kind of you. I appreciate that tremendously, my friend. That is super, super nice. Yeah, that'll be possibly next stream, actually. It's... We'll just keep... What we'll do, Darren, we'll just check once per stream. That way we'll have it covered, in theory. Because the Mumbler has... He's not let us down so far. I've been very impressed with the output that he's got. Oh, good lord. Oh, thus far, at least. Anyway, woof! Thank you for the follow. Super nice of you, Little Rabbit. Really, really unnecessary, but I'm very grateful. I mean, he looks like more of an assister than Steuer is the pure goal-scoring player for that role. But I like having different options in there. It's crazy how much they're all... It's taking the shine a little bit away from Big Jens, but it's also allowing him to just do the job, whereas they're doing all the flashy stuff. Feel way better about this team. Oh. Boom. It's the Watership Down elections. His clause is 8... It's either 8 or 7 million. It's around that kind of area. It's not a lot. Put it that way, compared to what he should be worth. Like, based on some of the players that he really, his base value should be in the about 15 million if you compare him to someone like Big John, and that's without any bids on him. Obviously, if the interest was there, then his value would be a lot higher, but that's where I feel like the base level of it should be. We don't do that very often. I always feel like we threaten to score that goal, but we never actually do. Obradovic has done it again. We're solving the Battle of Obradin here. He's just walked straight in off the corner flag. That never actually works normally. It's an assist for Catalar as well. Glorious. DMCB guy. We kind of found one. Turns out we already had him. So I've decided to retrain one of our youngsters to play there because he kind of already can do the job, as it happens. He's actually on the bench today. I'll probably bring him on in the second. In fact, I'll do it now. Fuck it. There he is. A JT. He was almost good enough for the job to begin with, as it happens. I just can't believe we didn't see him earlier. Do I leave him on? Tell you what, who's going to get a go here. I'm going to get Redondo on. Let's see what he can do against tougher opposition. And maybe Ranji. Don't want to leave him out to cold. I would normally take Obradin off there, but one more. A hat-trick from central midfield would be nice. Not that we've actually had one of those before. They get two quite a bit. There's Shambles, yeah. Yeah, the expressiveness has been a massive factor. Furman in the squad. I feel like Furman did well in the last game too. At this rate, it basically is a case of Duru's on the spot right now, but I'd feel so comfortable flipping it back across if we needed to. And that's nice. I no longer feel like Furman's actively sabotaging us like he was at times last season. One player I really do want to keep an eye on this year is Kukonda, just to see how he does playing for Legia. Sod's all they won't play him, but I feel like they must have been willing to play him, given that they were willing to put 10 million on the table to sign him permanently. Sure, I don't know, actually. Let me just get back to the main screen and have a little look. Yeah, winner stays on, at least for that. I mean, for the other role, like, Catalar is 100% the guy. That is indeed Pedro Chirivella. Yep, that is him. They've got some interesting players in their squad, actually. But just having Redondo as a backup, it is building a nation. Yes. Up front for vibes. What the old Kubishian approach. Definitely didn't. No, that usually only works if Furman's had a bad game. That's what happened last time. Oh, I think he might just get a hat-trick this season anyway. Because he's so good. Does he beat the Nigel and James records of about 10, 11 goals in a season? Because I think he's already got like 5. They've all had good starts though. Right, we are in the Champions League group stage. We did it quite comfortably in the end. 7-3. Just having the fully fresh guys for the second leg. Yeah, they've got Palestri. Apparently he's there in real life. I didn't know that. So we should now get our draw for the group stages. Rodriguez is now injured. All those jinxes. When I said we'd never got any defensive injuries last year, and we didn't. Except now we do. Right, see, we're getting drawn. Ibanez has gone out on loan as well. Should yes, absolutely I can. I forgot. He joined off stream, so I did show him at the start. Let's just get the draw first, and I'll do that right before we leave. Valera's rejected. Oh, we've still got more of them. When is the draw? Because there's a game on the Tuesday. That's literally the first match, isn't it? On the Tuesday. So we should have it really soon. Except he's fine. Understandable. He's going to have to be first choice for the Champions League for a couple of games just because he won't be able to play in the league on account of his wonderful suspension. Nougat Rangers as well. Here we go. Fixtures for the Champions League. £12 million as well. Beautiful. Okay. Who do you reckon our easiest game is and who do you reckon our hardest game is in the Champions League group? I reckon we get Barcelona as our hardest game. And our easiest game is going to be someone like Hammarby. Spurs and Spurs. Fair. I'm going to go Barca, Hammarby. Barca? Wait, oh my day. Okay. This is navigable. Sort of. So we do get Spurs. So the venue is not even existing either, which means it's away. Villarreal, Atalanta, but are we just playing? Oh my lord. Hammarby did qualify, I believe, yeah. Well, they were qualifying the last time I checked. Spurs have the highest qualifying, which is wild considering they weren't even in it last season. They won the Europa League, which might be why they've got such a high rank. Pot 4 is Villarreal. It's like the first season all over again. Besiktas and Villarreal. And then Rangers. It ain't going to be easy. But I do think we will get 3 points this time. Christ on a bike. That is rough. Genuinely very, very rough. One quick thing before we do check anything out is the other Polish sides. How did they get on in their qualifiers for things? Oh, they haven't played yet. Oh, that we want to tune back in for. So yeah, Lech Poznan did. Sorry, not Lech Poznan. They got past. They got past Icor. Shout out to them. I thought they were going to get knocked out there. Then we've got Cracovia, who lost to Rangers on penalties. They nearly got into the group stage with us. So that means they'll be in the Europa League group stage this season. Screw them. Like that for them. As much as I can do, at least. Then it was Corona. They're 2-0 up already from the home leg against Kaiser Risaspor. Fair play to them. I'm good, Benny. Really good. Who was the last one? Oh, Jagiellonia. Who lost to... You can't lose to Lividia Tallinn. They better win the second leg. Although I don't mind if they do go out to them, because it means they'll go to the Conference League. But you can't be losing to an Estonian team, Jagiellonia. Come on now. You've got the future of Polish football in your lineup. How dare you? That's shocking. They probably will turn it around as it happens, but still. Right, I'll just very quickly show you John while I choose a raid. Where's Johnny boy? There he is. And apparently it's a thing now, Stewie, from what I'm told. All teams in the group stage by the looks of things, yeah. Which is a great step in the right direction. A great step in the right direction for us. Yeah, that's John. 450 grand. What's not to like about Big John? He is absurd. He's genuinely had to give me something to think about with the whole Krzyzanowski thing this season. He hasn't been immense in terms of his actual output in games, to be fair. But the good thing about John, for me, is that he's a really good defender as well. And that's often been the issue with a lot of our wingbacks, is that they can't defend to save their lives. He actually can, which is a nice change up for the books, right? So we're going to raid over to United City. I'm going to then go off and do some more work. Because, of course, the work never stops. It does. Weather's crap. Standard. Right. How are his dribbles? I mean, 15. Not bad. So, yeah, I will see you guys on Thursday. We will get back to... Well, we're just going to plow through things at that point. We'll have we didn't even do deadline day in the end. I've lied to you all. I do apologise. Anyway, I'm going to go play a bit of Nutmeg and see how this one goes. So I will see you guys very, very soon. Thank you so much for the support as always today, my friends. It's lovely vibes as per. We will join us back on Thursday and we will be naming more footballers. We didn't know it was possible.